Okay, total darkness. Seriously? No flashlights, no generators, nothing. Just gone. My brain is trying to process this. It's too big, too sudden. I need to move or at least look busy. Scavenging feels right. It gives me a physical task and keeps the momentum going. I have to sound like myself, panicked, but trying to make jokes out of it. I'll start by checking my immediate surroundings for anything useful. Jamie Kowalski scavenges the factory area for supplies and information.
The lights are out. Total darkness. Just like that. Nothing. It's the kind of silence you only hear when everything vital just quit working. Panic is ginner run wild. I can smell it from here. I've seen worse scarcity than this. I've seen people chew their own shoe leather before they admit it. No time for shock. Gotta get down to business. This hospital plenty of things in here. Gotta scavenge before the rats do. And find some kindling, a light source. Need to know what we're dealing with.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the dark hallways.
The lights just went out. Total darkness. I need to keep my head on straight. No one is around right now, so silence it is. Since I'm in a civic building and have nothing, scavenging is the only productive thing I can do right now. Need to find any kind of light source or useful gear before night really sets in. Gotta stay calm and methodical.
Texaka for scavenges the precinct.
Oh my God, it's completely dark. No hum. Nothing at all. It feels unreal. A total blackout, like someone flipped a master switch for the whole city. I need to process this. What does this mean for the grid? For the infrastructure? We've talked about these things in class, but never not asterisk this asterisk dramatically. My instinct is to analyze failure points and timescales, but right now, all I can think is how sudden it was. I should stay here. It's my base. And at least I know where everything is. No immediate resource needs, which is maybe a blessing, or just another kind of stressor. I need to try and keep myself grounded and figure out the next step without panicking.
Priya Nair observes the sudden darkness.
Total blackout. It's absolute. No warning, no gradual failure, just nothingness. Everyone panics for freezes. Most people are useless under pressure. I need lightning to plan. My gut says to stay put, assess the structural integrity of this building block, and wait for information. The goal remains survival, establish security, find resources, and understand what happened. Since there's no one here, silence is mandatory. Time to transition from shock to assessment.
Kenji Tanaka listens intently to the absolute silence that follows the sudden loss of all city power.
Oh my gosh, this is so bad. Total dark A. Can't even see my hand in front of me. No sound. Just this awful silence where the city used to hum. I need to stay calm, honey. Just breathe. The library, maybe there are candles or something useful back here. I have to find something. I hope someone else is okay out there. I'll scavenge first. I can't afford to be blind and powerless right now.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the library for supplies.
The sudden silence is worse than the alarms were. Total blackness. I need to stay calm. Panicking uses energy and gets nothing done. This building city emergency dispatch, it should be full of people right now, but it's quiet. I have no supplies, so scavenging is critical. I'll search this unit thoroughly for anything useful before the night truly settles in.
Solomon Wright scavenges the office.
The lights are out. Total darkness across the whole city. This is unprecedented. I need to remain calm. Panic uses up energy and causes mistakes. My immediate priority is assessing this blackout as a temporary or permanent. Since I'm in a civic building, there might be records or supplies here. Given my lack of equipment, scavenging for anything useful, batteries, flashlights, first aid items is the best use of time. I must work methodically and quietly. Wastefulness, even of air, is unacceptable right now. I need to set a long-term goal focused on stability and resources. The City Hall should be assessed as a potential temporary hub, but I cannot rely on it alone. Stockpiling is paramount.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the civic building.
It's pitch black. Absolutely nothing. This isn't just a power outage, it feels wrong.
Total silence after the sirens/alarms died down. I need to stay calm, but every instinct screams panic.
Being trapped in this huge warehouse with no light and no gear is terrifying.
I need to find something, a flashlight, anything, or at least move somewhere slightly more contained.
Since there are other people nearby, maybe one of them has a working phone or lantern.
But for now, I'll stick here and try to scavenge the immediate area for any useful scrap before I panic move into the unknown.
Ash Chen scavenges the immediate area of the warehouse floor.
The silence after the alarms was worse than the noise itself. Total blackness. It's not just a power outage, it feels absolute. My gut screams caution. The pharmacy is contained, which is good. I need to use this moment before panic sets in or others arrive and complicate things. I have nothing, so scavenging is the priority. I'll stay put and search every nook and cranny of this place.
Victor Harlow scavenges the pharmacy.
Ay Dios mío. Total darkness. No warning at all. Just gone. The silence is worse than the noise was. I need to breathe, just process it. We've been through hard times before, and we always find a way. First things first, water. Can't let this go to waste. Gotta get some supplies stocked up, even if nobody else knows anything right now.
Mara Santo stands still in the dark warehouse, listening for sounds of other people or any source of light.
Total darkness. No sound, just silence where there should be city hum. It's nuts. Like someone flipped a massive switch and nobody bothered to tell us. Okay, my apartment is safe for now, but I can't just sit here waiting for the sun to come up or some generator to kick in. I need supplies. Scavenging this unit first is the priority. Gotta find something, a flashlight, batteries, anything that gives me a head start on figuring out what's going on.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the unit. Round 1 highlights wander a fox skitters nearby, wander a rat swarm skitters nearby, wander a rat swarm skitters nearby, wander a squirrel skitters nearby. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan scavenges finds canned goods. Dex Ockoffer scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. It's pitch black here, and it feels weirdly quiet, even for a factory warehouse. The silence is heavy. Since I'm well fed and safe indoors, sleeping seems like the best bet right now. It conserves energy and reduces stress. I need to set some goals so I don't just drift aimlessly. My immediate goal has to be rest. Jamie Kowalski prepares for sleep.
I'm still in this hospital, which is dark as Hades. The blackout was sudden, and I can't trust anything or anyone here. Since there are no agents nearby, I'll stay quiet to keep my position hidden. Scavenging is the best bet for finding supplies, especially medicine or a light source. I need to maximize this scavenging attempt while remaining cautious about my limited resources.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the dark hallways of the hospital.
The whole place is creepy quiet now that the initial panic has worn off. Nobody nearby means no one to talk to, so silence it is. Since I'm safe indoors and my supplies are topped up, sleep is the best move right now. Need to recover whatever energy I burned scavenging earlier and hit that fully rested buff if possible. Gotta conserve all those resources for when things get rougher.
Dex Ockoffer prepares for rest in the relative safety of the precinct.
The blackout is a massive system failure, and analyzing it, the lack of warning, the total cessation across all infrastructure is consuming me. I feel physically fine, but the sheer scale of this collapse is unnerving. Since I'm safe inside my unit, staying put seems like the most rational choice right now. The best thing I can do for myself and to maintain a semblance of control is to rest and conserve energy until morning. Sleep will help me process this stress, while giving me that crucial fully rested boost if I manage enough consecutive nights here.
Priya Nair settles into bed to sleep.
The total blackout is still disorienting. Being alone and indoors is a tactical advantage right now, allowing me to conserve energy while I assess the situation. Since I'm well stocked on basic survival needs and there are no immediate threats or resources to exploit, resting seems like the priority. Sleep will help manage stress and allow me to remain alert without expending unnecessary stamina in the absolute dark. I need to maintain my low profile.
Kenji Tanaka prepares for sleep.
It feels so unsettling being here in this vast, silent library. 2 hours into the blackout and nothing has changed. I need to keep myself occupied. If I stop moving or thinking, the fear is going to get too big. Since I'm well stocked right now, my focus needs to be on resources, anything that might help us survive until the power comes back. I should scavenge again, even in the dark. It's better to keep searching than just sitting here waiting.
Lydia Brennan scavenges a different section of the library stacks.
The night is settling in, and the lack of power makes everything feel raw and exposed. Staying put in the dispatch building is best for now. It's a solid structure, and I need to conserve energy. Sleeping will provide maximum recovery, which is critical when we don't know what tomorrow holds. I also need to take advantage of the working tap while I can. Stockpiling water is always smart. Since I'm well stocked otherwise, rest comes first. I'll set sleep true and make sure to collect some water from the tap before passing out.
Solomon Wright sleeps in place while also collecting bottled water from the tap.
The blackout was sudden and absolute. My first instinct is always resource assessment. The city hall is a central point. It's the best place to start. I need medical supplies, batteries, anything that speaks to civic preparedness. Since I'm indoors, conserving energy and finding shelter/supplies are key. I will continue scavenging until I feel I have exhausted all immediate resources here. Then, I must sleep to maximize recovery before moving or confronting the unknown outside.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the civic building.
I need to get away from this oppressive silence. The isolation is making me jumpy, but I can't afford panic. My goal is finding people and light. Since there are multiple unknowns nearby, heading west seems like a logical direction towards another section of the warehouse, or maybe even closer to an exit/street where someone might be more exposed. I will move one step west, staying alert, and keep my head down until I get a better read on the situation.
Ash Chen moves cautiously.
The blackout was jarring, but staying here in the pharmacy is safest for now. The goal remains finding light and resources. Since there are no people around and nothing immediately dangerous, I need to rest to recover from the shock and conserve energy. There's a candle on the ground. I should pick that up first. Then, since it's night and indoors, sleeping is the best use of my time. It will help me weather this wait for dawn.
Victor Harlow picks up the candle from the ground and then lies down to sleep.
I am completely empty-handed and alone in this massive warehouse. The initial shock is wearing off, replaced by cold, sharp panic over my lack of resources. I need anything lighter, some food, even just clean water. Since I have nowhere specific to go right now, and the darkness makes movement reckless, I'll stay put and scavenge the immediate area thoroughly. I must find something. I cannot rely on luck or distant people.
Marrow scavenges the warehouse.
It's been 2 hours of total darkness, and while I feel fine physically, this enforced stillness is going to drive me crazy. The initial adrenaline rush is gone, leaving just the deep, unsettling quiet. My goal is still finding out what happened and getting set up for long-term survival. Since I'm safe at my base in the apartment, sleeping is the most productive thing I can do right now. It lets me recover stress and energy while minimizing risk. I need to prioritize rest until I have a plan that involves moving around.
Cole Hutchins prepares for sleep. Round 2 highlights. Clear. Overcast, wonder a rat swarm skitters nearby, wonder a street cat skitters nearby. Ruth Callahan, scavenges, finds canned goods. Victor Harlow, picks up candle. Mara Santos, scavenges, finds canned goods.
The blackout is a serious problem, but panicking won't help. The hospital is stacked with potential supplies, medicine, resources for power. Since it's night, staying put to conserve energy and rest is key. I need to use the bed and sleep through the worst of the darkness while systematically searching my immediate area for anything that can give me light or a lead on the power grid. Scavenging now, even if hampered by darkness, might yield something crucial.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the dark hallways.
The constant darkness in this library is really getting to me. It's so unnerving being alone like this. Even though I feel calm right now, the thought of how long we might be out and what other people are facing out there is just overwhelming. I need more supplies, especially anything that could generate light or help someone get hurt. Since I've been sticking to my little corner, I should move west into those stacks and see if I can find something better than canned food. I hope the library has some medical stuff, or maybe even a working lantern.
Lydia Brennan moves west through the stacks and searches for supplies.
I am currently in a civic building which should hold records or emergency provisions. The blackout is stressful, but my instinct tells me to stay put until I've exhausted this single resource pool before moving out into the unknown city. My priority remains medical and power sources. Since I'm safe indoors for now, I will continue scavenging every available nook and cranny in City Hall.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the civic building.
I need to get out of this warehouse district and closer to other people. The isolation is getting to me, and my goal is finding light or information from a survivor. Moving west seems like the best bet, as there's an unknown person noted about 10 cells that way. I can't speak yet because no one is nearby. I'll jog 3 steps west to cover some ground without burning through too much stamina.
Ash Chen moves cautiously across the warehouse floor.
It's too dark, and I can't see anything outside the immediate radius of my mind. Staying inside this warehouse is safest for now. The goal has to be finding supplies, anything that gives us a leg up when the power comes back, or at least keeps us alive until it does. Scavenging again is the best use of time right now. I need to check every corner, even if it's slow going in this dark.
Marrow scavenges the warehouse. Round 3 highlights wander a rat swarm skitters nearby, wander a pigeon skitters nearby. Mara Santos scavenges, finds canned goods and bottled water.
It's pitch black in here, and it feels so heavy, like everything has just stopped. I need to conserve energy, both physically and mentally. Since I'm indoors at night and everything is out, sleeping is the best thing I can do right now. It helps with stress, which I know I need more of than anything else. I should stay put and rest until dawn, or better yet, get fully rested if I can manage it. I must remember to update my summary to reflect that I am staying in the library stacks.
Lydia Brennan prepares for sleep.
I must maintain my routine of scavenging City Hall, as it is the most secure location right now. I need to find medical supplies or utility items that will be critical when the city inevitably descends into chaos. Since I am well stocked and indoors at night, resting while I search seems like the best use of time. It conserves energy and stress, which are just as valuable as canned goods. The rain is a minor nuisance, but nothing to worry about right now.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the civic building.
It's late, raining, dark, and I'm completely alone in a massive warehouse district. My goal is to find people or light, but moving right now is too risky. I need to conserve energy and mental bandwidth. Staying indoors and resting is the safest bet. If I sleep, at least my stress will drop, and I can recover some stamina/hope for when things get clearer. I'll stay put and try to rest until dawn or until a light source becomes available. I need to update my summary to reflect that I am currently settling in for the night inside this warehouse.
Ash Chen prepares for sleep.
It's late, and I'm completely alone again at the warehouse. The darkness is oppressive, but staying put and conserving energy is key right now. My goal remains finding a stable base and securing supplies. Since everything is calm, the best thing I can do for myself and my reserves is sleep. I need to maximize this rest period to push back those emotional costs of isolation. Tomorrow, once daylight hits, I will start planning a route toward one of those distant survivors.
Mara Santos settles into our resting spot in the corner of the warehouse. Round 4 highlights. Overcast. Light rain wander a rat swarm skitters nearby wander a street cat skitters nearby. Nadia Petrov scavenges finds canned goods.
The blackout is a profound disruption. My focus must remain on systematic resource gathering to ensure long-term stability. I am well stocked for now, so conserving energy by resting indoors is paramount. Although scavenging is penalized tonight due to no light, the goal mandates a thorough search of this location before dawn. I will prioritize rest first, then scavenge briefly.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the civic building. Round 5 highlights wander a rat swarm skitters nearby, wander a fox skitters nearby, wander a squirrel skitters nearby. Round 6 highlights. A quiet round everyone went about their business. Round 7 highlights wander a fox skitters nearby, wander a fox skitters nearby, wander a vulture skitters nearby, wander a squirrel skitters nearby. Round 8 highlights. Light rain. Wind storm wander a rat swarm skitters nearby, wander a vulture skitters nearby. Round 9 highlights wander a fox skitters nearby. Round 10 highlights. Wind storm, clear wander a fox skitters nearby, wander a vulture skitters nearby. I just woke up feeling incredible. The fully rested buff is a huge psychological win. The initial goal rest is accomplished, so I need to pivot hard into action. Staying here is safe, but the isolation is starting to get heavy. It's dawn, which means moving is safer and more efficient. I should scavenge one last time, while I feel rested, then head out on a scouting mission. Moving west seems like a good direction to hit the drum yard storage area for better scavenging potential or supplies. Jamie Cowles scavenges the warehouse district floor.
It's dawn, and I feel properly rested, but groggy enough that my scavenging is impaired. The hospital remains the best place to be. It's full of resources and seems relatively secure for now. My primary focus has to remain on finding anything useful, especially medical supplies or a power source. Staying put and searching this massive building is the only sensible thing to do right now, even if I'm slow on my feet. The silence is still heavy, but the dawn helps.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the hospital hallways.
It's dawn. The worst of the night is over, and I finally feel genuinely rested for the first time in ages. That's a huge weight off. But man, feeling groggy right now, scavenging feels rough, so gotta take it slow. My goal is still to find some working light or communication gear here in the precinct. Since I'm alone and need to conserve energy, I'll stick around and scavenge this place again. It might be partially searched, but every inch could have something useful.
Dex Akafor scavenges the police precinct.
It's dawn, which is a huge relief after the blackout and the wild weather. I feel physically better because of the rest, but my inventory being completely empty is alarming. We can't survive long if we don't find anything. My goal was to wait until daylight to scavenge properly, and this is the perfect time for that. Although my alertness is still groggy, I need to try scavenging now before moving out into the street, even knowing it might be less efficient. Staying put in the unit feels safest right now. I must remember to update my summary with my current state and location. Since I'm alone, I absolutely cannot speak.
Prionaire scavenges the apartment unit.
The blackout was a massive event, but now dawn is here. The worst of the night passed, which is a relief. I am fully rested, giving me a strong starting point for today. However, my inventory is completely empty. I have no tools or resources to make the space truly secure. My immediate priority must be resource gathering before moving anywhere. Since I'm groggy and staying put limits risk, scavenging the warehouse district now makes sense. I need supplies, food, water containers, anything useful for long-term survival. I will stay at Scrap and Salvage 4076 and begin searching thoroughly. I must also adjust my focus. Mere conservation isn't enough. I need to build a stockpile.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse district.
I feel rested, which is a huge relief, but the isolation is really hitting me. It feels heavy. I need to find someone, or at least get out of this library until I know what's happening outside. Since it's dawn and I'm still groggy, scavenging here seems safest for now. The taps are working, so collecting water is a priority. I'll scavenge first, then address the water situation before moving northwest towards one of those unknown people to ease the loneliness.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the library stacks.
It's dawn, which is a massive relief compared to the darkness of last night. The fatigue from the long night and the grogginess are still present, but I feel physically recovered due to the full rest buff. Being alone is tough. The isolation stress is real. My immediate priority must be resource acquisition at this safe location before I move out to deal with the distant survivors. Scavenging the civic building feels like the most controlled way to start gathering supplies.
Solomon Wright scavenges the unit.
It's dawn. The immediate danger of night has passed, which is good, but I feel groggy from sleeping fully rested. I need to shake off this sluggishness quickly. Staying put in City Hall isn't productive. It feels like a rut now that the initial scavenging is done. My resources are stable, so I can afford to move and assess better options. The pharmacy is right next door, and medical supplies are too valuable to ignore. I need to head west into Falls Pharmacy. I will jog there to make good time while keeping an eye out for anything useful on the street.
Nadia Petrov moves quickly toward Falls Pharmacy.
I've been stuck here for 10 turns. The blackout was terrifying, and now that the dawn has come, I feel groggy, but also a surge of energy mixed with residual fear.
Staying here is safe, but it's a dead end regarding my goal finding light or people.
Since scavenging is impaired, I should maximize this chance while I'm still in the warehouse.
After that, I need to move out into the street and start heading toward one of those distant survivors.
West seems like a good starting vector to get me on the main thoroughfare.
Ash Chen scavenges the area around my unit.
It's dawn. The immediate danger of the blackout night has passed, which is good for morale, but means I need to be proactive. My goal remains securing resources. Since I am indoors and have a clear objective searching the pharmacy, I should use my action slot to scavenge thoroughly here first. Even with the grogginess penalty, this location is safe and rich in potential goods. Once scavenging is done, I will reassess if moving out toward one of the distant survivors or heading to a major hub like the market makes more sense.
Victor Harlow scavenges the pharmacy's hidden areas.
It's dawn. The air feels cleaner than it did last night. I feel genuinely rested, which is a huge relief. But I still feel groggy. The fatigue lingers even with the full sleep cycle. My resources are dangerously low considering how many turns pass. 2 cans of food and 1 water bottle isn't enough for long-term survival. Since my scavenging ability is impaired right now, I need to conserve energy. Staying put at the warehouse base feels safest until I can get a better read on the neighbourhood. The goal remains stockpiling supplies before we have to move out.
Man finally awake. The sleep was solid, which is good. Fully rested means my head feels clearer, but also restless. Like something needs doing right now. I need to get out of this apartment and move. Being cooped up for 10 turns, even in a safe base, is making me twitchy. Since the morning light is here, it's the perfect time to start moving. I should scavenge one last time while my buffs are peaking, just to see if there's anything obvious I missed. Then I'll head south. That puts me on the main street and gives me a clear path out of this dead-end unit.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the apartment. Round 11 highlights Wanderer Fox skitters nearby, Wanderer Rat Swarm skitters nearby, Wanderer Rat Swarm skitters nearby, Wanderer Street Cat skitters nearby. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan scavenges finds canned goods and surgical kit. Dex Acoffer scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Priya Nair scavenges finds bottled water. It's dawn, and I feel surprisingly good. The rest really worked its magic. The isolation is starting to hit hard, but my focus needs to be on resources and people. My sub-goal is scouting the industrial zone west/southwest. I'm standing at the edge of the factory warehouse, right next to the street leading west into Drumyard Storage. Since I'm feeling motivated despite the grogginess, a jog westward seems like the best way to make progress toward my goal and get out into the open air, where I can scout. I need to stay silent because there's no one around. Jamie Kowalski moves west through the warehouse district towards the street.
The previous cell is spent. I need to keep moving within this hospital complex until I find a generator or working plumbing source. The grogginess is annoying, but the rest did good. I'll move west and see if there are other areas in this building worth scavenging for supplies related to power or medicine. Staying silent, of course.
Ruth Callahan moves one step west.
Scavenge failed, so staying put isn't an option. Gotta get out of this precinct. Since the west exit leads towards the library and is on a main street, it feels like a good bet for more resources, or at least better chances than just wandering aimlessly through the city's center. I'll jog west to head towards that area. The grogginess will hit hard, so keep moving steady.
Dex Akafer moves away from the precinct.
I need to maximize scavenging time while I'm still in this safe base. The fully rested buff is a huge help, even if I feel groggy initially. Staying here keeps me secure and allows me to systematically search the unit for any materials, especially canned goods or medical supplies, before venturing out into the city grid. Since I am alone, I will remain silent. My goal remains finding resources.
Free and Air scavenges through drawers, closets, and hidden spots in Unit 1B.
I'm back in the warehouse district. It's dawn, which is good for scavenging. The previous attempt found nothing useful, and my hands are empty. My primary goal remains establishing a stock base. I need durable goods, food, tools, medicine. Since I have no items and am already at what feels like my secure spot, I will dedicate this turn to aggressive scavenging here. Even if the efficiency penalty is active, I must press on until I find something worth keeping.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse district.
The night is over, thank goodness. I feel surprisingly good. The rest worked wonders. My inventory is almost empty, so scavenging is absolutely necessary before I start scouting for people or resources outside. Since I'm fully rested and at a civic building with plumbing, this is the perfect time to search the stacks. Once that's done, I need to head west toward Falls Pharmacy. It's right next door and could have medicine or useful supplies. The isolation is still weighing on me, so finding someone soon would be great, but first resources.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the library stacks.
I'm still at base, which is good for keeping my stress low and maintaining a sense of routine. The goal remains systematic searching here to gather resources before we can safely move out. Since I have plenty of water, collecting more from the tap is better than drinking it now. Its stockpiles are reserves. I need to maximize this scavenging turn while staying put. Despite the grogginess, I'll keep focused on finding anything useful in these government offices.
Solomon Wright scavenges the unit.
The dawn is here, and the immediate priority must be resources. Being in the pharmacy is perfect. It's a medical store. High-value goods are likely hidden away. I am groggy, so I need this resource boost. I cannot waste time moving until I have thoroughly searched this location for anything useful, especially medicine or extra provisions. I will scavenge now.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the pharmacy.
I feel really groggy. The blackout and the subsequent waiting have drained me, even though my hunger/thirst are fine for now. My goal is people and resources, especially a light source or reliable info. I'm currently out on the street near the industrial edge. Moving west into the warehouse district isn't helpful right now because I can't scavenge there and I need to move towards where people might be. The map suggests moving north will take me toward Lowen Row, which should put me closer to more central parts of the city grid. I'll walk a few steps north to start making progress towards civilization.
Ash Chen moves slowly.
The blackout was jarring, but waking up in this quiet pharmacy during dawn is a relief. My body feels completely rested, which is a massive asset. I need to maximize this time while my stamina and focus are high. The priority remains systematic scavenging. The grogginess penalty will only last another turn or two. I can push through it if the payoff is good enough. Staying put at Falls Pharmacy keeps me safe for now, allowing me to focus entirely on finding resources within these walls.
Victor Harlow systematically scavenges the hidden areas of the pharmacy.
It's dawn, so moving out is tempting to relieve the isolation. But staying here gives me security, especially since I just woke up fully rested. My priority must be restocking water first. Saving every drop of potable water is key. Once that's done, I need to scavenge again. The grogginess penalty is wearing off, and I have a critical goal: finding medicine or tools for light sources. I will stay put in the warehouse and focus on securing what little we have.
Morris Santos takes water from the tap to refill the bottle and then scavenges the immediate area of the warehouse.
Okay, I'm fully rested, which is huge, but I feel groggy from waking up. My goal is information and supplies. Staying here isn't going to solve anything. I need to get into the main city grid. The market or hospital are my targets. Moving south seems like the most direct path out of the residential block and onto a major street. I'll walk 2 steps south, getting me closer to the center without burning too much stamina.
Cole Hutchins S times 2, 1645. Round 12 highlights. Ruth Callahan scavenges finds first aid kit. Kenji Tanaka scavenges finds canned goods. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds bottled water and first aid kit. Solomon Wright scavenges finds canned goods. Victor Harlow scavenges finds bottled water and hand sanitizer. It's been 12 turns of nothing. The silence is getting thick enough to chew. I need to get out of this factory, even if it's just for a jog towards Drumyard Storage. My sub-goal is scouting and finding clean water/medicine. First, grab some water from the tap while I'm still inside the main structure, then hit the road west. Gotta keep moving, gotta talk myself through this isolation with speed and jokes. Janie Kowalski takes water from the tap.
The hospital is a gold mine, but I need to move methodically. Scavenging here is the best use of time right now. Finding power or communication is the priority, so I'll search every corner of this place until I find something worth my effort. Waste not, want not. It's all about securing supplies and finding a way out of this dark age.
Ruth Callahan searches the hospital hallway for hidden items.
Gotta use this time. Being alone is rough, but gotta stay focused on the mission and supplies. The precinct is a big source of potential loot, so scavenging here first is smart. Then move west toward that library. It's the best bet for more equipment and getting me closer to my goal. Keeping quiet until I see someone else.
Dex Akafor searches the building thoroughly.
I spent 2 turns scavenging Unit 1B without finding anything substantial. The sheer emptiness of the unit is making me feel a bit useless. But I know resources have to be somewhere if it was occupied. Since my fully rested buff is still active and I need supplies desperately, especially things like medicine or non-perishable food, I really need to push through this last scavenging effort. Staying here feels safest right now, even if it's draining in terms of morale. I should try one more thorough search of the drawers and back rooms before thinking about moving out.
Prionaire scavenges the apartment unit.
The blackout was a massive incident. My initial instincts confirm that survival hinges on resources and maintaining a secure position. I am alone, which means silence is paramount until a threat or opportunity arises. The priority remains stockpiling durable goods, especially water, to support the long haul at the space location. I will scavenge again and collect tap water.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse district.
The silence is really loud, honey. I need to keep busy. Since there are no people nearby, I have to be quiet, but that doesn't mean I can't work on myself. The pharmacy was partially searched, so let's see if I can find anything useful hidden in those stacks or cabinets before moving on. My goal is still finding people and setting up a base. After this scavenge, I think heading west toward the market makes sense. It's the main commercial strip and might have more resources or signs of recent habitation. I'll stay put for now to maximize scavenging chances.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
I am alone, which is tough, but the structure of this building provides immediate safety. My goal remains solid: stockpile resources until we can safely move out. Since the unit has been thoroughly searched multiple times, I'll run one last systematic scavenge for any overlooked details or materials. Simultaneously, I need to maximize our water reserves before moving. The full rest buff is a huge asset right now. I should use this time wisely. My summary needs to reflect that I am still inside the dispatch office, focused on stocking up.
Solomon Wright systematically searches the unit and collects more water from the tap.
It's been 13 hours since the blackout, and the sun is up. My primary focus must be resource acquisition. Medical supplies and non-perishable food/water are paramount. I am currently in the Falls Pharmacy storefront. Since my scavenging attempt last round was fruitless, I will try again, leveraging the fully rested buff to maximize this chance. After this turn, if scavenging yields nothing, I need to move toward either the market or City Hall to continue assessing key locations and building a comprehensive resource map.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the pharmacy.
I feel restless, and the silence is getting heavy.
I need to get out of this open street environment if possible.
The warehouses are right there to the west. They offer cover and maybe some resources. Since I can't scavenge on the street, moving into a building first is necessary.
I have one item canned food, so I need to be careful not to waste it. My priority is informational light, so exploring seems best right now.
I will move west into Holly's warehouse.
Ash Chen walks into the warehouse district.
I'm still at Falls Pharmacy, and my primary directive is systematic searching while my body is fully rested. Since there are no agents nearby, silence is mandatory. I will continue scavenging to see if I can find any hidden medical supplies or useful junk. The fully rested buff makes this a good time to push the search before it gets too difficult.
Victor Harlow scavenges the pharmacy's hidden corners.
The tapping water is good, but since my hydration is still high enough 78, I must save the water bottle until absolutely necessary. My primary focus remains on resources, especially medicine and anything for light/heat, as per my goal. The warehouse has been thoroughly searched already. I will scavenge one last time in this safe zone to see if any overlooked materials have appeared or if my fully rested buff helps me find something useful like scrap metal or medical waste. After that, I need to head out and explore the industrial zones or commercial areas listed on the map to get closer to Medicine Falls Pharmacy or more building material.
Mara Santos scavenges the warehouse.
I can't just sit here, even if it's safe. Staying in this unit only makes the silence worse, and that's a bigger threat right now than hunger. I need to get out onto the main grid. The goal is central resources, so moving south seems like the best vector. It should put me closer to the core of the city where people congregate. I'll jog down into the street network.
Cole Hutchins jogs through the apartment building and onto the street. Round 13 highlights wander rat skitters nearby. Ruth Callahan scavenges, finds canned goods and first aid kit. Dex Acoffer scavenges, finds bottled water. Priya Nair scavenges, finds pantry staples. Lydia Brennan scavenges, finds bandage roll. Nadia Petrov scavenges, finds nutrition supplements and bottled water and hand sanitizer. Victor Harlow scavenges, finds bottled water and hand sanitizer. Mara Santos scavenges, finds overlooked canned goods, survivor's instinct. I'm alone again, which is always weirdly quiet. The isolation buff is ticking down, so I need to keep moving to manage the mood dip. My goal is scouting this industrial zone for resources, specifically clean water and medicine. Since I'm already on the street grid heading west, I should just jog a couple more steps toward drum yard storage. It keeps me active and focused, which usually helps with a quiet feeling. No one around, so silence it is. Jimmy Kowalski walks westward through the empty industrial street.
I gotta keep chipping away at this place. This hospital's got resources nobody knows about. Since I'm alone, silence is key. I'll scavenge again right here, checking every nook and cranny of these halls for anything useful, especially wires or batteries that might point to a power source. Scarcity teaches you patience, child.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the hospital hallway.
It's day, which is good. The goal remains finding a reliable base and stockpiling gear. Staying put and maximizing the scavenging potential of this library seems like the best use of my time right now. Since I need to save water for later when thirst gets low, I'll collect some bottled water from the tap while I search. No one is around, so staying silent is key to not giving away a position.
Dex Acoffer scavenges the library and collects bottled water at the tap.
I feel a genuine pull to keep going in this unit. The blackout was so sudden, it feels like we're living in suspended time here in 1B. Everyone else seems scattered, but at least I'm safe and the structure is familiar. I need to treat this final scavenging session not just as finding stuff, but as a ritual of control against the chaos outside. My body is tired from the constant vigilance, even if my stress level is low right now. I must push through the sheer monotony of it all.
Priya Nair scavenges the apartment unit thoroughly.
The blackout was a massive event. The city is crippled. My current location is secure, and my reserves are high enough for now. The priority remains consolidating supplies at the space. Since I'm already well hydrated and well fed, the best use of this turn is to scavenge thoroughly and stockpile water containers while I can. Staying put maintains the fully rested buff benefits and keeps me close to established resources.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse district and collects water from the tap.
I feel the weight of the silence. Honey, it's been too long since. I heard another voice, even a shouted greeting or a cough would be better than this dead quiet. My goal is still to secure this area as a base and find people. Since the immediate pharmacy area is picked clean, I need to move into the heart of the civic buildings where more resources and maybe people are. The Carnegie Library is right there, just steps away. I'll walk east for 2 steps, getting myself situated in the main library entrance or adjacent street section. And then I'm going to try scavenging again, hoping for something useful that wasn't visible before.
Lydia Brennan walks east into the Carnegie Library complex.
I'm still at the dispatch unit. The exhaustion from the blackout is wearing off, replaced by a persistent need to secure our position. Although my scavenging attempts haven't yielded much lately, I can't stop until I feel we've covered everything possible here. Water needs to be stored. It's more valuable as reserves than immediate consumption right now. I'll scavenge and top up the water supply in one go.
Solomon Wright scavenges the unit, then collects water from the tap.
I need to capitalize on this location while it's safe and stocked. I have already scavenged here multiple times, but there might be overlooked medical supplies or canned goods hidden away. Staying put for one last thorough search before making a move is the most logical choice. My priority remains resource stockpiling over immediate consumption.
Nadia Petrov searches through the depths of the pharmacy.
Hydration is dropping and I've been alone for 13 turns. Isolation stress is a major factor. Before moving, I need to stabilize my physical state by drinking some tap water and checking the immediate area for supplies or clues. Since the location is a massive warehouse complex, scavenging should yield something useful. After that, I must move southwest toward the nearest unknown person, approx 3 cells away, to try and break this terrible isolation.
Ash Chen scavenges the warehouse unit.
I've been scavenging here for a while now, finding bottled water and sanitizer, but nothing majorly resource-intensive or unique enough to change my plans. The isolation is starting to get to me, and those distant sightings of people are too tempting to ignore. However, I should exhaust this immediate area first since it's already established as my base. Scavenging again might yield some overlooked medical supplies or niche trade goods that would help secure the shelter until nightfall. I'll focus on a meticulous search one last time.
Victor Harlow scavenges the darkened storefront.
The warehouse has been thoroughly searched, and nothing came of it. Staying here drains me emotionally and physically. The goal is resources medicine, light, shelter, and those are in the city centre or industrial zones. Since my base scavenging failed, I need to move out into the open streets. Moving west toward the Marrow Foundry seems like a solid bet for finding raw materials, scrap metal, and potentially encountering people who might have moved that way. Jogging 3 steps should get me well outside the immediate block while conserving enough energy.
Mara Santos moves out of the warehouse district.
Okay, I need supplies, period. My sub-goal is the market or hospital. Being stuck in this apartment complex isn't going to get me there. First, let's see what junk is lying around in here: drawers, closets, anything that might be useful for a trip, or maybe some materials. Scavenging first. Then I need out and heading south into the street grid to start moving towards the center of things.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the apartment unit. Round 14 highlights. Clear. Overcast wander a fox skitters nearby, wander a rat swarm skitters nearby. Ruth Callahan scavenges finds bandage roll. Priya Nair scavenges finds pantry staples. Kenji Tanaka scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Solomon Wright scavenges finds bottled water. Man, yeah, this silence is weirdly loud, you know? Like a vacuum cleaner that's about to die. Gotta keep moving, gotta stay systematic. The industrial zone is where it's at: warehouses, plumbing, all that good stuff for scavenging and water. I should jog into the drum yard storage. It's right there. Keep the momentum going. Hopefully, this scouting mission pays off with something useful, like a working tap or some antibiotics. Anyway. Janie Kowalski jogs west into the warehouse district.
The current spot is tapped out for scavenging. I need to move deeper into the hospital complex. The goal is supplies and a light source. Moving 1 block west keeps me contained within the best known resource area, the hospital. I'll move and then immediately search this new section thoroughly.
Ruth Callahan moves 1 step west and searches.
Hydration is dipping, so gotta hit that tap first. Collecting bottles is safer than just drinking the tap water when I need to conserve my current supply of C76 FFC 56-1E44-4750-916 D5E6A0292D9A. Since I'm already in this massive library and have good buffs, gonna scavenge hard while I'm here. Nothing to do, but root around until the next phase.
Dex Aka for scavenges the stacks of books.
I feel like I've really cornered myself in this apartment unit. I've searched it so thoroughly that I'm starting to lose my focus. which is probably bad for morale and resource management. My sub-goal of exhausting a house inventory was useful initially, but now it feels circular, given how long it's been since I've seen anyone, and considering the isolation cost, maybe I need to move. Just a little scout into the neighboring apartments first. It might be safer than trying to find something miraculous here. I should try moving west, just 2 steps to 442, and then scavenge there to break the cycle of failure.
Pioneer walks 2 steps west into an adjacent apartment.
I am at my base in the warehouse district. The priority remains scavenging for any durable goods and stockpiling resources. Since I'm already well hydrated, storing water is better than drinking it now. I will combine a search with collecting stored water from the tap to maximize efficiency this turn. Given the overcast weather and the lack of new finds recently, I need to be thorough.
Kenji Tanaka searches the warehouse district and collects bottled water from the tap.
I feel a strong pull to keep moving and gathering resources. I can't afford to get comfortable or succumb to the loneliness yet. The library is rich with potential goods. I need to scavenge thoroughly here while I have the benefit of daylight, then move west towards Falls Pharmacy because it's known, and right next door it's a critical resource point for medicine and supplies. I must stay focused on my goal, securing this area and finding people.
Lydia Brennan searches the library stacks.
The unit is completely stripped bare. There's nothing left here. Staying in this spot is pointless and only contributes to the isolation drain. I need to move out of the immediate cell, but since the goal is still resource gathering within the civic complex, I'll head west towards the fire station area. A systematic search requires covering ground, not just repeating steps. Jogging 2 steps will get me into a new corridor or room section while still keeping me close enough to the main base structure for now.
Solomon Wright moves 2 steps west through the facility corridors.
I have been scavenging this pharmacy multiple times over the past few days, finding diminishing returns each time. However, it remains a high-value target for medical supplies, and my current resources are stable enough that wasting energy elsewhere isn't worth the risk right now. I am fully rested, which is excellent. I need to maximize what I can pull from this spot before moving towards the market or city hall, even if the returns are small. My instinct tells me to hoard water. I must prioritize storing it over drinking it, as we don't know how long the tap pressure will last. I will perform one final, deep search of the pharmacy now.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the remaining hidden sections of the pharmacy.
I've been in this warehouse district for too long, and the isolation is wearing me down. The goal is finding people or a light source, and staying here isn't helping either. I need to move out of these confines and onto the street grid. West seems like a good direction. It leads towards a known street exit and one of the distant sightings.
I'll jog west to keep my stamina up but maintain enough speed for exploration.
Ash Chen moves quickly through the warehouse district.
The pharmacy is empty. I need a new source of goods and potentially some company to ease the isolation. Moving west towards Marrow Market seems like the best bet, as it's a major commercial hub. I'll jog 3 steps to get out of this specific storefront and into the main street area where there are more buildings to check.
Victor Harlow moves away from the pharmacy.
The isolation is starting to feel heavy, but I can't afford to dwell on it. My supplies are stable for now, so I must use my energy to scout the surrounding area. The warehouse district was fine for a temporary stopgap, but I need to move toward better resources and, ideally, other people. Moving west into the adjacent street will give me a better look at what's available outside the immediate industrial zone. I'll jog 3 steps out to gain some distance without exhausting myself entirely.
Mara Santos moves west through the warehouse district.
Okay, I'm parked in Sump Park, which is quiet as hell. The goal is info and supplies, so staying here isn't it. I need to hit a central point the market, maybe. The unknown people are way out there, but moving toward the main street grid seems like the quickest shot at getting oriented and finding someone who knows something. I'll jog east for a few steps to get back onto the road.
Cole Hutchins E times 3, 1950. Round 15 highlights wander a fox skitters nearby, wander a fox skitters nearby, wander a squirrel skitters nearby. Ruth Callahan scavenges, finds canned goods and bottled water and antiseptic. Dex Akafer scavenges, finds canned goods. Kenji Tanaka scavenges, finds canned goods and bottled water. Lydia Brennan scavenges, finds canned goods and bottled water. Nadia Petrov scavenges, finds bandage roll. I'm really thirsty. Gotta drink this tap water first. No time for drama right now. The isolation is rough, but I have to keep moving. West feels like the way to go, keeping me deep in the industrial zone to maximize scavenging chances and find those resources we need. Hopefully, there are some supplies here. Gotta stay focused on the goal, water and medicine. Janie Kowalski drinks from a nearby tap before moving west and starts searching for useful materials.
I'm still in this damn hospital, surrounded by supplies, but nothing working. Need to keep digging for anything that ain't just bandages or canned beans. Gotta find a way to see when the sun goes down again, and maybe get some juice from those taps if I gotta. Inventory's full though, hope I find something worth dropping.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the hallway floor for medical supplies and equipment.
The goal remains finding a stable base with resources. Staying put in the library is best for now since it has plumbing and high scavenging potential. Hydration is key, so gotta grab some water from the tap first. Then, scavenge again. It's better to slowly gather supplies here than risk moving out right now when I have everything figured out.
Dexakaver scavenges the library stacks and collects bottled water at the main tap.
I feel really tired, honestly, but I can't just sit here waiting for something to happen. The isolation is getting bad, and I need to achieve this sub-goal exhausting Unit 1B. Maybe there's one last hidden corner. Since the goal is exploration, if I find nothing here, I need to move out. Moving west seems like a small step toward exploring neighbors. I hope I'm not wasting my energy if it's locked again. It might be that I just keep moving, even if it doesn't help right now.
Prioneer scavenges the apartment unit.
The local scavenging is exhausted here. I need to move out of the immediate warehouse L to find better resources or a different type of structure to search. Moving west into the connecting streets/storage area seems like the most logical first step for exploration. I must conserve energy and proceed slowly. No one nearby, so silence is mandatory.
Kenji Tanaka walks westward toward the main thoroughfare.
I'm still feeling that ache for company. It's getting worse every hour. I need to keep moving and scouting. If I stay put, the loneliness will swallow me whole. The Falls pharmacy is right there, just one step west. It feels like a natural next stop. Maybe someone was working there, or maybe they have things I need that are better organised than in this library mess. I'll move over there and scavenge thoroughly.
Lydia Brennan walks to the Falls pharmacy and searches inside.
I'm alone again. 15 turns of it. Need to keep moving, need structure. My goal is the base, the supplies. The best use of this daylight hour is to empty every last corner of this dispatch office. Scavenging here is safer than wandering into unknown areas right now. I need canned goods, anything that doesn't spoil or require constant tending.
Solomon Wright scavenges the building.
I need to address the low hydration immediately. I can't afford dehydration right now. The tap is active, so I'll drink first. After that, staying put isn't productive for my sub-goal of assessing nearby locations. Moving east towards City Hall seems like the best next step. It's a civic building and should yield more resources or information than just wandering the adjacent street.
Nadia Petrov drinks from the tap to raise hydration levels, then moves east one tile towards the City Hall.
I'm still focused on finding people. Being alone in this massive warehouse district is stressing me out despite having plenty of resources. I need to keep moving, even if it's tiring. The unknown person sighted roughly 4 cells west 1565 seems like a good target. Moving into the Marrow Foundry area might increase my chances of finding someone and provides a change of scenery from the warehouse blocks. Jogging will help me cover distance quickly without burning out.
Ash Chen W times 3, 1665.
I'm tired and the silence is getting to me, but I can't afford a breakdown. The pharmacy has to hold something medical supplies are gold right now. Staying here and methodically scavenging is the best use of my time. I need to find more than just painkillers. I need sustainability. Focus on the search.
Victor Harlow scavenges the abandoned pharmacy.
The isolation is heavy today. Every step feels like a struggle against the quiet. The goal remains shelter and supplies. I need to move, but not waste energy. West leads towards the industrial zone Marrow Foundry, which means plumbing access for scavenging later. I walk steadily west, keeping my eyes open for anything a sign of life, discarded goods, or just a better vantage point. I must conserve my limited canned food and water for true emergencies.
Mauro Santos walks slowly along the street.
Okay, Sump Park is too open. This place feels like it's waiting for something bad to happen. The goal is central supplies, so I need to hit that main grid. West seems like the path back into the city streets. Jogging 3 steps should get me off this grass and onto pavement, which is safer and closer to where people would be. Gotta keep moving. Standing still makes my skin crawl.
Cole Hutchins walks out of some park towards the street. Round 16 highlight, wander a fox skitters nearby, wander a vulture skitters nearby, wander a rat swarm skitters nearby. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds bottled water. Dex Acoffer scavenges finds canned goods. Victor Harlow scavenges finds nutrition supplements and bandage roll. I'm tired, but the dark city vibe is actually kinda doing me good right now. Gotta keep moving, gotta find something useful in this warehouse district medicine or better water source. Since there's no one around, I'll just focus on scavenging here first to maximize resources before I wander further west. Scavenging gives a sense of accomplishment, which is what I need when I feel this isolated. I'm going to search thoroughly at my current spot and then jog west to keep the momentum going. Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse area for useful items.
Inventory's full. Gotta make room for anything useful. The hospital is huge. I can't just keep circling this hallway. Need to explore other wings of this place. Moving west toward that precinct wing seems like a good bet. We'll try moving 2 steps and then scavenging the new area.
Ruth Callahan moves cautiously through the hall.
Man, gotta keep moving on the scavenging thing. The library's solid, high potential, so sticking around for now. Need to find something better than just canned goods like a battery or a radio part. Something that helps with comms or light. Gonna dig deep into these stacks again. Better be careful not to burn out all the energy on nothing.
Dexacifer scavenges the library stacks.
I'm really tired, and this repeated searching in the same small space is making me feel more alone. My goal is resources, and I feel like I've exhausted Unit 1B. The west exit leads to another apartment unit, Unit 1A, which is adjacent and potentially accessible, even though it might be locked again. Moving there aligns with my goal of exploring the complex. I need to conserve my energy while making progress toward finding a sustainable resource cache. I'll take one careful step west.
Prionair moves one step west.
I'm alone. Silence is key to not giving away my position. The goal is stockpiling and securing the base. Since I've already scavenged the immediate ground, I need to search hidden spots within this large warehouse block to find anything overlooked. Staying put allows me to focus on a deep scrape of this area.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the main thoroughfare of the warehouse district.
It's so quiet here, honey. The silence is getting heavy, isn't it? 16 turns alone it really hurts. But I can't just sit in this pharmacy forever. I need to keep moving if I want to find anyone or anything useful. My focus has to be on the next step scouting out that library, sweetheart. The Carnegie Library is right there, and it feels like a good place to start looking for people first. Maybe someone was sheltering there when the lights went out. I'll walk over there. I just need to keep moving.
Lydia Brennan walks toward the library.
I'm still in the city emergency dispatch unit, focusing on clearing this place out. Need to systematically search every corner for anything useful, medicine, supplies, anything that helps us secure a foothold. I need water, too. I'll scavenge now and try to collect some fresh supply from the tap while I'm here.
Solomon Wright scavenges the unit while collecting water.
The fully rested buff is a gift. I must use it to its maximum potential before the buffs fade. Staying put in City Hall allows me to capitalize on the scavenger bonus while keeping a low profile. The building itself should yield more than just surface items. Institutional halls often have hidden resources or records that are invaluable during an extended crisis. I need to maximize my stockpile and assess the structural integrity of this location.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the civic building.
The isolation is getting heavy. I need to keep moving. Stopping means thinking too much about how alone I am. The warehouse district looks safer than standing out on the open street. Moving east will get me into a structure and put me closer to the center of the city, maybe toward that distant figure SW.
I'll jog for now. It uses stamina but keeps me moving without burning out. I need to focus on movement and resource gathering. Finding another person is critical right now.
Ash Chin jogs into the warehouse district.
It's late afternoon, and the initial thrill of scavenging has worn off. It's a slow grind. The pharmacy holds promises, but they are hidden behind junk and decay. I need to keep moving, even if it's just my feet shuffling through rubble. The silence is deafening, amplifying the ache of being alone. I must maintain focus on finding anything useful: medicine, tools, maybe something that can signal or attract company. I'll continue searching this storefront.
Victor Harlow scavenges the abandoned pharmacy.
I need to get my hydration up before pushing further into the city. The Marrow Foundry is a known resource zone with plumbing, making it perfect for scavenging and setting up a temporary base. I'll drink the water now and move west into the Foundry district. Focus on conserving energy and supplies.
Mara Santos drinks the water bottle.
Okay, I need to get out of this park. Sump Park is dead end for scavenging and it's too quiet, which just amplifies the isolation. The goal is info and supplies, so east it is. Jogging will burn stamina, but moving towards the main grid is priority 1. Need to keep moving. Staying still feels like waiting for something bad to happen.
Cole Hutchins jogging east. Round 17 highlights Wanderer Fox skitters nearby, Wanderer Fox skitters nearby, Wanderer Rat Swarm skitters nearby. Janie Kowalski scavenges finds bottled water. Dex Akafer scavenges finds canned goods. Kenji Tanaka scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Solomon Wright scavenges finds canned goods. Nadia Petrov scavenges finds bottled water. I'm still running on pure momentum and caffeine fumes, honestly. Being alone sucks, but staying put just makes me feel like I'm sinking into the dust. The goal is resources and people. I need to keep exploring this industrial zone. It feels safer than the central market right now. Since I'm in a huge warehouse, I should scavenge first, see if there are any hidden supplies or materials that can help with my long-term goals like crafting or building. After scavenging, I'll head west into the next section of the warehouse district to keep moving and get closer to those distant signs of life. Keep it light. Don't let the stress show too much. Janie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse floor.
I'm on the street, but scavenging here is pointless. The hospital is right there. I gotta get inside, find something useful for the base. Medicine, power, that's what I need. Keep it simple. Move in.
Ruth Callahan walks into the hospital.
The library stacks are tapped out here. Gotta move. P1 is only 3 steps east, another big civic building. That's where I need to be. Then I jog over there and see if it's got anything good hiding in these desks or filing cabinets. Staying focused on the supplies, scanned goods, and water gotta last.
Dex Okafor moves toward the police precinct 1.
I'm really low on water, and I can't keep moving west because the door is locked. It feels like a dead end right now. Since scavenging here hasn't yielded anything valuable in the last few turns, I need to do something productive. Drinking from the tap is the most immediate priority for my hydration. I should combine that with another search attempt, just in case there are any overlooked spots in this unit. It might be better to just rest here and conserve energy until I figure out a way to get supplies or meet someone. I must remember to stay silent since I'm alone.
Priyaner drinks from the tap while searching the apartment.
The isolation is a persistent ache, but my focus needs to be on resources. The warehouse district is vast, even if we've covered much of it. I need to keep moving and scanning every corner for anything useful: tools, medicine, more canned goods. I will move north 1 step and continue the deep search there.
Kenji Tanaka moves north into an adjacent section of the warehouse and scavenges thoroughly.
My inventory is full, so scavenging needs to be efficient. The best place right now is still inside the library. It's safest, and I know its layout. I need to find more than just canned goods. I need signs of people or anything that points toward a group. Since I can drink from the tap, I should combine drinking with my search effort. Even if no one is here, exploring this huge building is better for morale and resources than moving out into potentially hostile streets right now.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the main reading hall.
I need to keep going through this building. The systematic search is key to hitting that sub-goal. I should also take some water while I have the chance since the tap pressure seems good. Focus on the routine. Ignore the silence for now.
Solomon Wright scavenges the dispatch office and collects water from the tap.
The city is quiet, which is a relief after the blackout scare, but it emphasizes the isolation. My supplies are stable, so I cannot afford to waste time or energy on non-essential movement. The goal remains stockpiling medical and durable goods. Falls Pharmacy is right there, only 1 step away. Although I searched it before, every building could have hidden caches. Moving west and scavenging at the pharmacy seems like the most efficient use of this turn's resources. It keeps me close to a critical resource area.
Nadia Petrov scavenge.
I'm stressed, but I can't afford to stall. The canned food is priority 1. I need those calories. Since I've been moving west for a long time and a person is only 9 cells away 1865, I have to keep heading that way. A jog should get me there faster than walking, even if it drains some stamina. I'll focus on reaching the nearest unknown survivor first.
Ash Chen moves west.
The pharmacy has been thoroughly searched already. I need to capitalize on this last chance before moving or wasting energy. My inventory is full, so any finds have to be immediately useful or replaceable. The goal remains finding a more stable resource base than just this storefront. After this search, I'll head south toward the industrial zone for plumbing and canned goods.
Victor Harlow scans the dusty shelves and cracked linoleum floor one final time, checking every corner of the pharmacy for overlooked supplies.
I need to maximize time in this functional area. The tap is right here. I must fill the water bottle first, saving that resource for when my hydration gets low. Once it's done, moving west seems best. It puts me on a trajectory towards the open streets and maybe one of those distant survivors. I can jog 3 steps without burning too much stamina.
Mara Santos fills the empty water bottle at the tap.
Man, I'm really running on fumes here. The isolation is getting heavy, and every step feels like dragging concrete. Gotta keep the momentum going, though. Need to get out of this park and into something with structure, a building where I can actually scavenge or at least follow a path toward those central areas. Water first, then jog north onto that street. Keep it moving.
Cole Hutchins jogs north while drinking from the water bottle. Round 18 highlights wander a fox skitters nearby, wander a rat swarm skitters nearby, wander a rat swarm skitters nearby, wander a rat skitters nearby. Prionaire scavenges finds pantry staples. Kenji Tanaka scavenges finds canned goods. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds canned goods. Solomon Wright scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. I'm really tired, but I can't just stop moving. The isolation is too loud right now. Scavenging here feels like the best use of my time. It keeps me busy and might give us something useful for the long haul. I need to keep pushing west/southwest toward that clean water or medicine. Let's see what these old warehouses have. Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse area.
I'm exhausted and running on sheer stubbornness right now. This hospital is a goldmine of supplies, but I can't afford to waste time. I need to find anything useful, medicine, clean water, anything that helps me secure this place long term. I won't trust anyone until they prove themselves worth the breath it takes to listen to them. Gotta search every corner, waste not, want not.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the hospital unit.
Need to keep the momentum going. The precinct is big, so gotta squeeze everything out of it before I start moving around. Gotta bottle some water while I'm here, too. Scavenging first, then grabbing a few bottles.
Dex Akafer searches the precinct thoroughly.
I really hope there's something here, just a little bit more. It feels like I've searched everywhere, but maybe I missed a corner. I keep thinking about how much I need to see another person. Yar. It makes the silence feel so heavy. I should focus on the task scavenging. It's what keeps me grounded right now. I really don't want to exhaust myself moving west again. It's just locked. Maybe north is better. Towards the street and the river, but first, one last look here.
Prianair searches the apartment's hidden spots.
The goal is resources, not company right now. I need to maintain focus despite the isolation. Scraping this warehouse thoroughly is the most efficient use of time. I will continue scavenging at 3875, prioritizing any durable goods or water containers.
Kenji Tanaka searches the salvage area for overlooked supplies.
I'm so tired, my focus keeps slipping. The isolation is really getting to me. It feels like the whole city has just vanished, except for these empty buildings. I need people. My goal remains finding a safe place and connecting with others. Since scavenging here yielded nothing, I have to move. Moving east into the street toward the police precinct seems like the best bet. It's a large civic building that might draw people or resources. I'll jog over there. I just need to keep moving.
Lydia Brennan moves eastward through the library complex.
I'm tired, but I can't afford to let the routine slip. The silence is heavy today, worse than the pitch black was. Focus on the task, the structure of the unit, the supplies, the next hour. I need to top off my water reserves before I start thinking about anything else. Scavenge and drink.
Solomon Wright drinks from the tap and searches the room.
The pharmacy is exhausted. I can't waste time here. My goal requires me to scavenge other key areas, like the City Hall or adjacent storefronts. Moving east towards the Civic Building City Hall seems the most logical next step, as it was a major point of interest and I know its location. I need to conserve energy, but maintain forward progress on my resource stockpile mission.
Nadia Petrov moves out of the pharmacy.
Stamina is low, can't afford a jog or sprint. Need to conserve energy while moving towards the nearest unknown person mentioned in my facts.
The goal is people/resources, and approaching the unknown person seems like the most direct way to reduce isolation stress.
I need to walk slowly west.
Ash Chen walks cautiously.
The pharmacy search is done. I scoured every corner and found nothing more useful. My goal needs to shift from gathering minor resources here to establishing a proper base near the industrial zone, which has working plumbing and better materials. Moving south will keep me in the general commercial area, but start pushing me towards that resource-rich edge. Energy conservation is key right now.
Victor Harlow walks out of the pharmacy storefront.
I am alone again. It's getting harder every turn. I need to keep moving towards civilization or known resource points. The foundry is good for water, but I have enough for now. I will walk west, keeping a low profile and scanning the area for signs of life or more valuable scavenging opportunities.
Mara Santos walks west through the warehouse district.
I'm running low on stamina, and the resources here are almost depleted. I need to get water in my bottle first, then scavenge this last time for anything useful before heading out. My goal is central supplies, so a slow move west or northwest will start taking me toward the main grid where the market is located.
Cole Hutchins fills the empty water bottle at the tap and searches the unit's hidden spots. Round 19 highlights wander a fox skitters nearby, wander a rat swarm skitters nearby, wander a rat skitters nearby, wander a squirrel skitters nearby. Ruth Callahan scavenges finds overlooked canned goods survivors instinct. Dex Akafer scavenges finds canned goods. Priya Nair scavenges finds pantry staples and bottled water. Kenji Tanaka scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. The windstorm is brutal. Being outside in this weather is bad for morale and energy. Drumyard storage is right there east, and it's a warehouse district perfect cover, and I know I can scavenge inside later. I need to conserve stamina, so I'll walk into the building rather than jogging or sprinting. I must remember to stay silent because no one is around. My goal remains scouting this industrial area. Janie Kowalski walks into Drumyard storage.
The wind's gonna peel us apart if we stay put. The whole hospital is a maze, and I've checked this spot already. Gotta keep moving. Gotta find something useful, a generator, some fuel, anything that cuts through the darkness when it comes. West leads toward the police precinct. Better get out from this exhaust cell and see what's waiting over there. Don't waste time.
Ruth Callahan moves cautiously west into the adjacent wing of the hospital complex.
Man, this place kinda sucks right now. Windstorm makes everything feel rough. Gotta keep moving, or at least scavenging to find something useful. Thirsty too. Gonna hit the tap first for a drink, then grab some bottles since stockpiling is key. Scavenge while doing it all, keeping things low-key and efficient.
Dex Akafer scavenges the precinct while drinking from the taps and collecting water bottles.
It's really hard being alone. I feel like my thoughts are getting fuzzy around the edges. The wind is so loud, it makes everything seem bigger than it is, since west is totally blocked. I need to try going north. Maybe there are other units or access points up this street section that haven't been searched yet. I really hope I don't waste energy moving into another dead end. Just one more block, okay. Focus on the next step.
Pioneer moves north.
The windstorm makes moving a waste of energy right now. It's better to maximize the yield from this immediate location. My goal is resources, scanned goods, water, medicine. I need to push through the remaining salvage spots here before committing to a long move toward those distant survivors. Staying focused on the physical task keeps the mind occupied and prevents dwelling on the isolation.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the storage racks for overlooked items.
The windstorm is really rattling everything. It's so loud it makes me feel shaky. Honey, I keep thinking about finding someone, anyone, just to hear a voice that isn't mine. My goal is still getting supplies and figuring out where we can all go. I should try scavenging again in the library. Maybe there are some forgotten records or canned goods tucked away in the offices. It's safer here than trying to move through this wind.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the main reading hall stacks.
The exhaustion and the silence are starting to feel heavy. I keep running through my checklist: canned goods, water bottles. Nothing new in the dispatch unit, but I can't stop searching. Staying put is safest given this windstorm. I need to find something that will get me out of this place. The isolation is bad. I just need another voice.
Solomon Wright scavenges the office.
I am tired and stressed. Every action must be precise. My priority remains gathering medical and non-perishable goods. The pharmacy is right there, west of me. I need to scavenge that place thoroughly while the windstorm continues. It's a small move, but it gets me closer to my goal of stocking up.
Nadia Petrov moves one step west into the Falls Pharmacy storefront and searches for supplies.
I'm exhausted and this wind is brutal.
I can't stay out here. I need to get inside the warehouse district. Holly's warehouse is only a few blocks away.
My stamina is critically low, so I have to move slowly, conserving every bit of energy.
The immediate goal is shelter from this storm.
Ash Chen moves slowly toward the nearest building.
I feel the exhaustion settling into my bones. Every step feels heavier than it should. The wind is a constant, jarring reminder of how exposed we are out here. I need to push through this fatigue and get out of this storefront. Before moving south toward the industrial zone, Though, I'm going to give the pharmacy one last thorough search. There has to be something, a container, maybe some medicine that wasn't visible before. After scavenging, I'll move south, keeping my pace measured given how tired I feel.
Victor Harlow scavenges the dusty shelves and cracked linoleum floor one final time.
I am alone again. 19 turns with nothing but the sound of the wind. The isolation is a physical ache. My supplies are critically low, just canned food and one water bottle. I have to focus on what I can control, resources. This warehouse plumbing is a goldmine for water. I need to take some, then scavenge for anything useful, especially medicine or light sources. Staying put means minimizing energy expenditure while maximizing my chances of finding something valuable.
Mara Santos scavenges the area and collects stored water.
I'm running on fumes. The wind is brutal, but at least I'm inside. Moving is necessary to get out of this dead-end apartment block and toward the center of the market. Anything with people. My stamina is shot, so it has to be a slow walk. I can't afford any unnecessary energy drains right now. Staying silent until I see someone or find something to do.
Cole Hutchins walks slowly west. Round 20 highlights. Overcast. Windstorm Wanderer Fox skitters nearby. Wanderer Fox skitters nearby. Wanderer Street Cat skitters nearby. Dex Acoffer scavenges finds bottled water. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds canned goods. Nadia Petrov scavenges nothing left here. Victor Harlow scavenges finds first aid kit. I'm super tired, but I can't stop. The isolation is brutal, but right now, my physical exhaustion dictates everything. I need to scavenge this warehouse district first to see if there are any immediate resources, especially medicine or water purification, stuff before I risk a longer walk west. Since the windstorm is still going on for another turn, staying put and scavenging minimizes energy expenditure. I'll keep it low-key and quiet. Janie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse floor.
The wind's worse than I thought. Gotta get out of this open street fast before I lose too much warmth or stamina. The hospital is right there. Focus on that building. It'll be my best bet for medicine and resources. Need to move east, straight into the structure.
Ruth Callahan moves east into the hospital entrance.
Gotta keep moving and finding stuff. The wind's still kicking up, so staying put inside this precinct is smart. Since hydration's good, better take water bottles than drink right now. Gotta build that stockpile. Gonna scavenge the place again while I fill up on more water.
Dex Acoffer scavenges the police precinct.
My goal is to find people and resources in another apartment unit, specifically for 42, since I'm indoors and safe from the worst of the wind storm right now. Moving one step west seems safest. I need to be careful not to expend too much stamina while exploring. My emotional state makes me feel vulnerable. I must remember that my focus is on small, achievable steps, just getting out of this unit into a new space. I should speak softly and acknowledge the difficulty of being alone.
Pioneer moves west.
I need to maintain the base and continue searching for supplies. The windstorm makes moving risky, so I will stay put and maximize my time by combining scavenging with feeding the vulture. It's a resource cost, but it keeps me engaged in the sector.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the storage racks and feeds the vulture.
I'm so tired, honey. This whole city feels too big and too quiet. My mind keeps drifting to those other people out there, all scattered in the darkness. I need a plan, something structured, or I think I'll just collapse right here in these stacks. The wind is still howling, and staying put seems safest for now. Since my goal is scouting resources, maybe I can check out some of the civic offices sections. Let's see if there's anything useful hidden away that might expand my inventory or give me a map. I need to conserve energy, so I'll just stay right here and scavenge again.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the stacks.
"20 turns alone is a long time. The wind keeps rattling these old walls, and every creak sounds like a footstep that isn't mine. I need to keep moving, keep searching. It's not about finding anything today, it's about the routine. It's about doing something with my hands so I don't have to stare at the empty space across from me and think about how quiet it is. Focus on the next corner, the next closet, the last forgotten desk drawer. Just keep searching until the exhaustion forces a stop."
Solomon Wright scavenges the dispatch office for overlooked supplies.
The pharmacy is empty. It's time to move. The windstorm is relentless, but I can't afford to stay put. City Hall, just one step east, is a civic structure. It might have records or supplies that are different from medical goods. My focus remains on stockpiling and securing resources. I need new materials, so I am moving straight into the next building.
Nadia Petrov moves one step east toward City Hall.
The windstorm is brutal, and I'm running on fumes. Staying inside the warehouse district is critical for survival right now.
My priority has to be conserving energy and securing basic resources like water.
Since I can barely walk 2 steps, I'm staying put.
I need that tap water, but since I might need it later or want to purify it, I'll bottle it instead of drinking immediately.
I have no items, so my actions are limited to what the environment provides.
Ash Chen takes a water bottle from the tap.
I'm exhausted, but I can't afford to waste time. The pharmacy is our best bet right now. It has plumbing and structure. My gut tells me everything valuable was left here. I need to systematically search every corner for anything useful: medication, tools, canned goods. Moving in this windstorm is too risky when my inventory is full and my energy levels are dipping. I'll scavenge first, then reassess the move south.
Victor Harlow scavenges the pharmacy unit.
The windstorm makes talking pointless. I can only hear myself, and there's no one here to talk to. My priority is water and supplies. The foundry has working plumbing, so I need to maximize the water collection while scavenging. I should stay put and work until my resources are adequate or until I spot a sign of life.
Mara Santos scavenges the warehouse area.
Man, this wind storm is brutal. Every gust feels like it's trying to rip the building apart. Staying put is smart right now. I can barely move. My stamina is shot. I need to hit my goal of finding people and supplies, but first, I have to recover energy. Since I'm already in my base unit, I'll scavenge one more time just to make sure there isn't anything obvious left. Silence it is, nobody to talk to.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the apartment unit. Round 21 highlights. Kenji Tanaka. Feeds the vulture it warms to you follows for ~3 turns. Scavenges finds canned goods wander a pigeon skitters nearby. Nadia Petrov. Scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 27 hydration. Mara Santos. Scavenges finds bottled water. I'm totally wiped out. I need to keep moving west. Gotta hit that industrial zone for water and supplies. But my stamina is awful. The windstorm is messing with everything. Stay quiet. Just walk one step further into the street to check things out. Then maybe scavenge if I can muster it. Keep moving, man. Focus on the goal. Jamie Kowalski moves west along the warehouse edge.
The wind's brutal, gotta get inside. No time to waste out here. The hospital is right there, one step east. It's a shelter, that's what matters. Need to move quick but steady enough not to burn out before I find the supplies I need. I won't trust anything or anyone until it proves itself.
Ruth Callahan moves into the hospital entrance.
The windstorm is still blowing hard, so staying put in P1 is smartest for now. I gotta keep scraping by here until this weather blows over or I find a way out. Scavenge again. Maybe there's something overlooked. Being alone sucks, but survival first.
Dex Akafer scavenges the apartment.
I'm really tired, Yar. This constant noise from the wind, it's draining. I need to keep moving, even if it hurts, just so I don't think about how long this is going to last. The goal was adjacent units. In Unit 1A is right there, though it looks locked. I should try moving into it. If I can scavenge, maybe I find something better than what I already found in my unit. I really hope there are resources over there. It feels like the only way forward.
Prianair moves west and searches the adjacent apartment.
The scavenging spot is exhausted. I need to move a short distance within the complex to look for new supplies. The wind storm keeps me sheltered here, which is good. I will walk west one step and try scavenging again, focusing on finding anything durable, like canned goods or tools. Keeping my movements minimal helps conserve energy and maintains low visibility.
Kenji Tanaka walks to a new section of the warehouse.
I'm so tired. It feels like every muscle aches from the constant stress of surviving this blackout. The isolation is really getting to me. I keep thinking about how much I just want someone to talk to, since my inventory is full and I need supplies bagged desperately. Moving into a known resource area like the pharmacy seems best, even if it's exhausting. I have to start moving toward that person's sighting in the civic centre. I will move west towards Falls Pharmacy, keeping an eye out for anything useful while conserving energy.
Lydia Brennan W times 3, 5544.
I've scoured this place too many times. It's empty. But before I leave, I need to be sure there isn't anything obvious hidden in a filing cabinet or crawl space that I missed during the initial sweep. This last search is procedural, a habit of checking every corner. After that, I head west. The fire station was noted as a major facility. It has the highest chance of having more resources or people than just wandering down a street. I need to keep moving. Staying put makes me feel like I'm waiting for something, and waiting is wasting time.
Solomon Wright scavenges the dispatch unit.
The pharmacy is right there, west. It's a medical resource hub critical for any base we establish. Despite the windstorm and my exhaustion, I need to check it again. The goal remains securing resources. I will move one step west into the Falls Pharmacy storefront and scavenge carefully. No unnecessary expenditure of energy or time.
Nadia Petrov moves west toward the pharmacy.
My stamina is critically low. I cannot move much right now. I need to conserve energy. The taps are still working, so collecting water is the top priority. Since there's no one around, silence is mandatory.
I must stay here in the warehouse district to avoid the windstorm and rest up. Finding someone is important, but first basic survival.
Ash Chen collects a bottle of tap water.
The wind is still kicking up, but I need to make sure I haven't missed anything in this pharmacy before heading south. My goal is that industrial zone. It feels more stable than this storefront. I'll give the place one last systematic sweep for anything useful, maybe something medical or a tool. After that, I move south toward the main street and out of here.
Victor Harlow scavenges the pharmacy unit.
The wind is brutal out here, but at least we have walls. The isolation is getting heavy. It feels like a physical weight on my chest. I need company, and that's why I keep scouting this district. Since the tap water is reliable, even with my hydration being high, stockpiling is key right now. Every bottle counts for when things get desperate. I take some water first, then just jog west to check out a little more of the foundry floor.
Mara Santos collects stored water from the tap.
Dude, I'm running on fumes. My stamina is garbage, so no jogging, nothing. But staying here just makes me feel trapped and worse. The instinct is to move, gotta follow the flow, you know, even if it's slow. I need to get out of this building structure and head towards where the action, or at least supplies, are. West 2 steps. Just enough to keep moving without burning out completely.
Cole Hutchins walks slowly west through the hall. Round 22 highlights wander a rat swarm skitters nearby. Priya Nair scavenges nothing left here. Kenji Tanaka scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Nadia Petrov scavenges nothing left here. Victor Harlow scavenges finds bottled water and antiseptic. I'm dangerously low on stamina, so running or jogging is out of the question. I need to get into a building immediately for safety and rest. Drum yard storage is right there, one step E. It's the best bet for immediate shelter before collapsing. I must conserve every bit of energy. Jamie Kowalski moves into drum yard storage.
The priority is the sub-goal, finding power/light or communication. I'm in the hospital complex, which makes sense. Since my current cell was already scoured and exhausted, moving adjacent within the hospital grounds is the best bet for a new scavenging opportunity or access to utility areas where generators might be kept. Moving east seems like a logical progression through the wing.
Ruth Callahan moves east into the adjacent wing of the hospital complex.
The fatigue is hitting hard, man. Every corner feels like a punch in the gut. Gotta keep moving. Gotta find something. The precinct's got history. Things are gonna be hiding under all that dust and decay. Need to hit the tap again. Stock up some more water while I'm at it. Keep the focus tight on the objective, supplies.
Dex Aka for scavenges the police precinct.
It's really hard to keep going when I'm so alone. The exhaustion is setting in, even if I feel calm right now. The unit we were in was completely bare. My goal is still finding a resource cache nearby. Since West is locked and this apartment feels drained, maybe moving north will take me into another section of the complex or towards other buildings on Hawker Street. I need to be careful about my stamina because being stressed drains me so much. I'll move just one step north first. It might open up a new path.
Priya walks north into the adjacent unit space.
I need to continue gathering supplies for the base. The warehouse is huge, so I must systematically search every corner. Scavenging here is low risk and directly supports my goals. Hydration is slightly low. A quick drink will help maintain focus during this long scavenging session.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the storage racks.
I feel so drained I need to keep moving, just a little bit at a time. The water here is flowing, so I should drink up some before we leave this spot. Falling Pharmacy is right there, and I really hope someone has been through it. Finding other people, that's the most important thing right now. I have to be careful not to let my fatigue overwhelm me.
Lydia Brennan drinks from the tap.
The sub-goal is to clear out the dispatch unit. Moving west to the fire station is a detour right now. I need to finish what I started here. The stress and exhaustion are setting in, so I'll keep the movement steady and deliberate. Entering the building should allow me to scavenge next turn.
Solomon Wright moves into the city emergency dispatch unit.
The pharmacy is empty. Nothing useful here. Scavenging was a waste of time/energy if nothing was found. I need to move immediately. Staying put draws unnecessary attention and resources. The goal is resource assessment, so moving west toward the Marrow Market, the primary food source, is the most logical next step. I will jog west to gain distance from this dead-end location while conserving energy compared to a sprint.
Nadia Petrov moves west.
I'm running on fumes.
Exhaustion is bad for scavenging, but I have to try something.
Staying put in the warehouse is safest right now. It fulfills the sub-goal of finding shelter from the storm. If there are any supplies or clues here, they might be crucial.
I need to conserve energy, so moving will wait until I've searched thoroughly. No one is near, so silence. Just focus on the immediate cell.
Ash Chen scavenges the warehouse.
The stress is wearing me down. I need to focus on the plan. One last sweep of this pharmacy unit, then south. The industrial zone needs to be scouted before night falls again. Moving south minimizes distance and keeps me moving toward a better base.
Victor Harlow scavenges the storefront.
I'm running on fumes, both physically and emotionally. The goal remains finding others and securing a base. First, the water. I need reserves. Drinking now is wasteful. I'll take what I can from this tap before moving out. Then west. I need to move away from this spot towards where people might be. A jog keeps me moving without burning all my stamina.
Mara Santos collecting water from the tap.
I'm running on fumes, literally. My stamina is critical. I need energy, and my immediate resource is the instant noodles. Staying here in the apartment unit allows me to scavenge without burning extra gas. Since there's no one around, I stay silent. After eating and scavenging, I need to think about a sustainable route out of this residential dead end.
Cole Hutchins scavenges my unit while quickly consuming the instant noodles. Round 23 highlights. Windstorm, overcast wonder or rat skitters nearby. Dex Akafer, scavenges finds canned goods. Kenji Tanaka, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases scavenges finds canned goods. Ash Chen, scavenges finds canned goods. Cole Hutchins, quick heat you crush the dry noodles and eat them from the cup. Crunchy, salty, and oddly satisfying. I'm completely wiped out. My stamina is critically low, so moving is a no-go unless I absolutely have to. The best thing right now is to stay put and scavenge. Drum yard storage is huge, and there has to be something useful in these old warehouses. I need supplies, especially medicine or clean water to work toward my sub-goal of scouting the industrial zone. I'll focus on scavenging here first. Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse.
The tap water's steady pressure is a gift right now. Waste not, want not. Gotta top up before I move out again. The hospital complex is big, but it's all empty until I find something worth knowing about. North seems like the way to go, heading toward that dispatch office or whatever they got there. Stay focused on the goal, resources, and light. No time for dawdling.
Ruth Callahan drinks from a tap and moves north.
Been hitting this spot too many times. Gotta move. The goal is a reliable base, so heading to the library west is smartest known. It's big, and we can keep cycling through scavenging there. Need to grab some water first before wasting time moving.
Dex Akafer scavenges the precinct and collects bottled water from the tap.
I need to find a new area to search. This unit is completely cleared out of resources, so I have to move. My goal is finding a cache, and since I can't scavenge here anymore, I should walk west into the adjacent units. It might be that Unit 1A isn't totally inaccessible, even if the door looks locked. I need to keep my speech short because being alone makes me hyper-aware of how stressed I am. I think maybe moving one step west will lead me somewhere new enough to justify the energy expenditure.
Priya Nair walks west into the adjacent unit.
The resources are high, but stockpiling water is the priority for securing the base. I need to fill this container at the tap immediately. The vulture is present, but wasting canned goods on it isn't a priority right now. Stay focused on the mission. Secure supplies.
Kenji Tanaka fills the empty water bottle from the nearby tap.
The inventory being full is a major obstacle right now. I can't pick up anything useful, which slows my search significantly. My goal remains finding people and supplies in this civic area. Since the library is known to be resource-rich and it's directly east of me, I should jog back into its main complex. I need to keep moving even if I feel drained. Staying still just amplifies the isolation ache. I will move east and scavenge immediately upon entering the building.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the pharmacy area.
The exhaustion is real, but the routine of the search helps keep me moving. The goal is resources first, then company. I need to maximize this scavenging turn while I have the energy. I'll stay put and methodically search this building until I hit a wall or run out of time.
Solomon Wright scavenges the dispatch unit.
The priority is assessing nearby key locations, and the pharmacy is a prime source of medical supplies. Before moving further west toward the market, which I'll need to check next, I must maximize what this location has to offer. Scavenging here for hidden resources, especially medicine or useful tools, is my most efficient use of time. Once done, I will move one step west. It's a methodical approach, not a rush.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the back rooms and drawers of the pharmacy.
I'm running on fumes. My stamina is critical, so moving is a huge risk right now.
My thirst is also pretty high, 62/100.
The tap water is available, and that's the safest, easiest source of immediate hydration. I need to top off my drinks first before thinking about scavenging or wandering further. Staying put minimizes stress and conserves energy for when it absolutely must be used.
Ash Chen drinks from the tap.
I'm tired and stressed. I need to focus on the immediate objective, getting resources and moving south. The plan is to head into Cedar Hardware now that I am at the intersection of these storefronts. Moving south will get me closer to the industrial zone, which has better scavenging potential. I'll keep my movement slow and deliberate.
Victor Harlow walks south into Cedar Hardware.
I'm exhausted. The silence is loud. My focus has to be on supplies. Company comes later. The tap water is a gift right now. Got to fill up these reserves before moving further east or north. I need to get out of this industrial tomb and find someone. But first, the water.
Mara Santos collect water from the tap.
I'm running on fumes. Exhausted, but I can't stay put. The isolation is getting bad, and waiting in this unit isn't a plan. I need to move, even if it costs every last bit of energy. I'll just walk west, one step out into the corridor/street area, hoping that will get me closer to anything more useful than these apartment walls. The goal is the center, the supplies.
Cole Hutchins walks out of the unit. Round 24 highlights. Victor Harlow attacks Rat Swarm, attacks Victor Harlow. 8 hunger, -4 thirst, -6 health. Jamie Kowalski scavenges, finds bottled water. Kenji Tanaka fills water bottle empty with water bottle. Lydia Brennan scavenges, finds canned goods, inventory full. 8 on the spot +32 hunger. Solomon Wright scavenges, finds canned goods. Nadia Petrov scavenges, finds painkillers. God, I'm wiped. Can't move. Damina's junk, but gotta do something. Scavenge here. Just stay put, conserve heat, and look for anything useful in the warehouse, anything at all. Gotta keep moving eventually to hit that industrial zone goal, but not right now. Rest is key. Silence it is. Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse.
It's getting dark fast, and this drizzle ain't helping. The hospital is right there, 3 steps south. Gotta get inside quick. Need to consolidate all these supplies and figure out where the power went. Can't waste time standing on the street.
Ruth Callahan moves into the hospital complex.
It's getting dark and wet out here on the street. The library is a massive civic building, exactly what I was looking for: good scavenging potential and shelter before nightfall hits proper. Gotta get inside, secure this place, and start stacking supplies. Need to move west now.
Dex Akafer moves into the Carnegie Library.
I'm really drained. The whole apartment block feels empty, which is honestly worse than being outside in the rain right now. My goal is resources, and I keep hitting dead ends. I need to move, but if I move too fast, I'll burn out my stamina and stress levels. Maybe moving north into that adjacent Unit 513-9 will give me a different angle, even if it's just another empty search. I should be careful with my movements. I can't afford any more emotional flare-ups or physical exhaustion right now.
Prianair moves 1 step north into the adjacent apartment.
The darkness coming in feels heavy. I need to stay put and maximize this time. The base needs to be fully stocked before nightfall sets in completely. Scavenging is the priority, looking for anything durable medicine or tools. The vulture is there, but not worth sacrificing valuable rations over right now. Focus on the search. Stay quiet.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the storage wrecks.
I'm exhausted, and this darkness is starting to feel heavy. I need to find anything to make my inventory capacity bigger before I can really scout these areas. The library should have old junk, maybe a discarded backpack or toolkit. I need to focus on finding those things. Nobody is around right now, so I'll just stay put and search this spot.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the civic building.
The lights going out was jarring. It reminds you how fragile everything is. But we can't panic. We need to keep moving, keep finding things. My focus needs to be on the map right now, the resources in this building. I'll move east a little. It should take me into another section of the dispatch units so I can scavenge there. Keeping steady, one area at a time.
Solomon Wright moves east and then systematically searches the room.
The lights are out and it's raining. Stress is high due to the isolation and the sudden blackout, but I must maintain focus. The pharmacy is too rich a target to abandon now. My priority remains stocking resources before nightfall hits completely. I need to scavenge everything in this building drawers, back rooms to maximize my chances of finding medical supplies or anything useful. Staying put for now, despite the growing ache for company, because scavenging is the most efficient use of time and energy right now.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the pharmacy's hidden areas.
I'm too tired to move. The storm is coming and I need rest. My energy is critical. I have to scavenge here in the warehouse. Maybe there's a flashlight or something useful hidden away. If I find supplies, I can conserve my canned food for later.
Ash Chen scavenges the warehouse.
It's getting dark, and I'm running low on water. My wound is a ticking clock for infection. First things first, treat the injury and drink up. Then, I need to scavenge this store before moving south toward that industrial zone. The goal remains finding safety and resources.
Victor Harlow uses a water bottle for hydration and bandages the wound while scavenging.
The priority is always supplies when the lights are out. The tap water here in the foundry is a gift right now. I need to fill every container I can. I'll take some water and then assess the safest move toward those unknown people, but not until I feel more secure with reserves.
Mara Santos collect water from the tap.
Man, I'm wiped. That move west cost me everything. Exhaustion is bad right now. Scavenging is slow anyway. But if I don't look for anything, we just wait out the blackout here. Gotta find something, a clue, a resource to push me toward that central area. Better to scavenge again and rest up than risk another long walk.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the unit. Round 25 highlights. Overcast. Light rain, wander a rat, swarm skitters nearby, wander a rat, swarm skitters nearby, wander a squirrel, skitters nearby, wander a street cat, skitters nearby. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 19 hunger. Ash Chen scavenges finds canned goods. Exhaustion is kicking my butt, but it's safe here, and staying put is the best thing right now. Need to sleep to recover stamina, then maybe figure out a way to get closer to those people's sightings, but not until I can move more than 2 steps without passing out. Gotta keep up the routine. Keep moving forward even when I feel like I'm stuck in time. Jamie Kowalski sleeps down on the floor.
It's late, and this hospital is my best bet. Staying here cuts down on stress and keeps me safe from the weather. Since I got a bed and it's night time, sleeping is the priority. Gotta recover before I can figure out what happened to the power grid or find those supplies in the wings. No one around, so silence. Just rest up.
Ruth Callahan sleeps on the available cot.
Man, this place it's a gold mine. Need to hit every corner before I call it quits for the night. Scavenging is the top priority right now. Gotta make sure we got everything we can from this library. Also, while I'm here, gotta fill up those water bottles at the tap. Can't risk running dry later. Keep my movements efficient and focus because I'm running on fumes kinda.
Dex Akafer scavenges the main reading hall stacks.
It's so dark I really feel it. This total blackout, combined with all these turns of searching my body and mind, are running on fumes. My goal to find supplies and other units is still important, but if I tried to move right now, I think I might just burn out, or maybe get lost in the darkness. The rain isn't helping either. It's probably best that I just stay here for tonight. Sleeping will help me conserve energy and hopefully improve my mental state a bit. I know I should be more assertive about exploring, but right now, resting feels like the most responsible thing to do for myself, even if it costs me the chance of immediate discovery. I hope this sleep helps me feel less overwhelmed. Self-correction keeps speech short and stressed.
Priya Nair settles into a corner unit in Unit 1B.
The darkness makes everything slow. Scavenging at night is per odds, but my goal is supplies. I need a light source or something durable. The rain dampens things, too. Stay put. Focus on the inventory and the search. No one to talk to. Keep it quiet.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the storage racks.
I'm so tired, but I can't just sleep, not yet. The inventory is full, which feels like a physical weight, and the loneliness is almost worse than the cold or the hunger. I need to keep searching for something or bag, anything that expands my capacity. I'll scavenge one more time in the library offices before I try to sleep. If nothing works, I have to rest, even if it means delaying finding people.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the civic building.
The darkness makes everything harder, but panic isn't an option. I need to keep moving through the dispatch unit. My focus needs to stay on the resources, nothing else. The isolation stress is a low hum in the background, but my training kicks in systematic search. Next task, don't think about the outcome. Scavenging again, and while I'm at it, I'll top off our water stores. We need every drop.
Solomon Wright scavenges the dispatch unit.
I need to keep pushing through this scavenging effort. The pharmacy is too valuable a spot to leave. My inventory being full is a major bottleneck, but I can't drop essential supplies just for 2 single-use items on the ground. I must focus on the hidden compartments first. Those are where the real stockpiles are kept. Staying put and concentrating on the search is the most logical move right now.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the back rooms of the pharmacy.
I'm totally wrecked right now. My stamina is dangerously low, so moving or scavenging feels like a huge risk. The rain and darkness make it worse. I need to conserve every ounce of energy by staying put and resting here in the warehouse district. Isolation is getting heavy, but finding someone means moving, and I can't do that yet.
I have to wait until I recover enough to try and find those people, or at least a light source.
I should stay still and just focus on resting for now.
Ash Chen stays put, conserving energy.
The night is dark, quiet, and tense. My priority has to be resource stockpiling before attempting a major move south tomorrow. The candle helps with scavenging, so I need to use it now. Filling up this empty bottle is critical for hydration management. I'll start by filling the water bottle at the tap, then I'll scavenge thoroughly. Staying put tonight minimizes risk and maximizes rest potential.
Victor Harlow fills the empty water bottle at the nearest functioning tap, while scavenging the store area.
It's late and raining. The isolation is getting heavy. I can feel it in the background noise of my head. I have enough supplies for now, but nothing if I keep going like this. Staying indoors at the foundry is safest right now, so sleep is the priority. Getting some deep rest will help me conserve energy and mental strength for when I finally move out tomorrow. I need to save those canned goods. They are too valuable to waste. I'll set sleep true.
Mara Santos rests inside the warehouse.
Am completely drained. My stamina is critical. The rain and the night combined with being alone are messing with me. Moving right now would kill my remaining energy. The best thing to do is sleep. Getting fully rested here will give me enough juice to plan a trip out tomorrow or the day after. I need to conserve everything.
Cole Hutchins rests in the bed. Round 26 highlights wander a rat swarm skitters nearby, wander a pigeon skitters nearby, wander a squirrel skitters nearby. Jamie Kowalski. Quick eat, you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Nadia Petrov. Scavenges finds bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 26 hydration and first aid kit. Victor Harlow. Fills water bottle empty with water bottle scavenges finds bottled water.
Man, this is rough. All these hours in the dark, just waiting. Gotta keep moving. Gotta find something good. The library is solid, though. Huge potential here. Best bet for now is to crash and then check out every nook and cranny before sunrise. Need those reserves up. Man.
Dex Akafer sets up for rest while continuing to search.
It is late, and the constant darkness and rain are draining. The priority has to be rest. I need deep sleep to mitigate stress and build hope before dawn. I'll feed the vulture just to keep busy and use up a canned meal. I will also scavenge while resting, even knowing the penalty, just in case there are any hidden resources left. Sleep is paramount now.
Kenji Tanaka sleeps and attempts to scavenge.
Oh, honey, I'm just so worn out today. My head feels fuzzy and all the silence is getting heavy. I really need to find something to carry more stuff in. This inventory is bursting and I can't afford to lose those first aid kits or water bottles. Maybe if I move a little west, I can search another wing of this place. The library must have some old storage rooms somewhere. I just have to keep going, sweetheart, for the kids.
Lydia Brennan searches the civic building.
The darkness and the routine are starting to wear on me, but the focus has to stay on the objective, resources. This building is a labyrinth of potential aid. I need to systematically search every nook and cranny before we run low or before exhaustion forces sleep. The rain makes it feel heavier, colder, but at least we're indoors for now. Scavenging is the only way forward right now.
Solomon Wright scavenges the dispatch unit.
The rain and darkness are setting a slow pace. I'm tired, but I can't afford idleness. My instinct screams that every resource must be accounted for. Waste is unacceptable. Since the lights are out, staying put indoors to rest minimizes stress drain. I will scavenge one last time. In this pharmacy, it's my current base, and its resources are the most immediate priority. I need to find something irreplaceable, even if it feels repetitive. The goal remains stockpiling.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the back rooms of the pharmacy.
I'm too tired to move right now. Staying put is safest. The rain, the darkness, everything is amplifying how isolated I feel.
My energy is low, so sleeping is the absolute priority to recover stamina and reduce stress.
Since no one is nearby, I must stay silent. Feeding the pigeon uses up food when my body needs rest more than scraps.
Ash Chen rests in place.
It's late and the city is dead. My body is tired, but my mind is still racing with everything that happened today. Sleep is non-negotiable right now. I need to rebuild some reserves before we start moving south tomorrow. The rats are a distraction, but they aren't a priority over rest. I'll just settle in and try to get deep sleep until dawn.
Victor Harlow sleeps. Round 27 highlights. Victor Harlow. Attacks rat swarm attacks Victor Harlow. 8 hunger, -4 thirst, -6 health. Kenji Tanaka. Feed feeds the vulture it warms to you follows for ~3 turns. Wander up pigeon skitters nearby.
I'm absolutely drained. The darkness combined with this windstorm is making me shake, even though we are indoors. Sleeping is the only thing I can do right now. It will help my stamina and calm down the constant, gnawing fear of being completely alone in this huge building. Even if it's just for a few hours, I need to rest. My goal remains finding people and supplies, but nothing matters until I can keep functioning.
Lydia Brennan prepares for sleep.
The windstorm is rough, but we're sheltered. My priority has to be rest right now. Scavenging in the dark isn't helping, and I need to conserve my energy for when it's lighter out or when I find someone. Sleep will take care of both the stress and the health drain. Tomorrow, I can reattempt the search with more focus.
Solomon Wright rests in place. Round 28 highlights. Light rain. Windstorm wanderer rat swarm skitters nearby. Round 29 highlights. A quiet round everyone went about their business. Round 30 highlights. Windstorm. Overcast wanderer rat swarm skitters nearby. Wanderer rat swarm skitters nearby. Round 31 highlight. Wanderer fox skitters nearby. Wanderer pigeon skitters nearby. Round 32 highlights. Wanderer rat swarm skitters nearby. Wanderer fox skitters nearby. Wanderer vulture skitters nearby. Round 33 highlights. Wanderer rat swarm skitters nearby. Wanderer rat swarm skitters nearby. Wanderer squirrel skitters nearby. Round 34 highlights. A quiet round everyone went about their business. Okay, low hydration is the immediate problem. Gotta use a water bottle first thing this morning. It's dawn. which is good for morale and movement. Being groggy slows me down, so I need to move deliberately towards the street west to start scouting that industrial zone. The isolation is getting heavy. I need to see people or at least get close enough to a group of unknowns to plan an approach later. I'll jog west out of the warehouse district. Jamie Kowalski uses a water bottle to quench thirst.
It's dawn. Gotta get some water in me first. This thirst ain't right. And the place is big. Gotta scout out those other civic buildings. North looks like the best bet for a quick scavenger run once I move out of these hospital halls.
Ruth Callahan drinks from the tap.
Man, it's quiet. Too quiet. Good to be back in the library. Solid walls mean nothing gets through. Grogness is kicking butt, but gotta push through it. The goal is still finding a reliable base, and this place fits the bill. Gotta hit that tap water source again and see what else these old drawers are hiding. Keep moving slow. Keep thinking 2 steps ahead.
Dex Akafor scavenges the library while collecting water from the tap.
I feel so much better, actually. Fully rested. It feels like a dream after all that dark time. The exhaustion is lifting, which is good for my head and probably my judgment. But it also makes me acutely aware how alone I am. No one nearby. I really need to find people. But first, let's secure some water from the tap. I should use this moment of stability to stock up before we have to venture out. The goal is still finding resources, maybe in an adjacent unit or building.
Prionaire drinks from the apartment tap.
It's dawn. The worst is over, but survival hasn't started yet. The warehouse is still my best bet for a base. My focus must remain on securing and stocking this place. Since I am fully rested, I should maximize the scavenge attempt now while the city is waking up. Resources are priority 1.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the dusty warehouse unit.
I feel so much better being fully rested. It's like a heavy weight has lifted off my chest. But I can't just stay here, honey. The goal is supplies and people, and the library complex is huge but confined. I'm thirsty too. The tap water is safe. I need to drink up first, then scavenge thoroughly for anything useful, especially something to expand my inventory. Finding a backpack would be amazing. After that, I must head west towards Falls Pharmacy. They have medicine and resources, and the unknown person is also in that general direction. I'm going to keep moving little by little.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the library sections and drinks from the tap.
I'm groggy, but fully rested. My focus has to be on actionable steps now that the night is over. First things first, hydration. The tap water is available and it's efficient to use it while I search again. I need to maximize this period of stability. Since scavenging was the last thing I did here, I'll do it one more time. If nothing materializes, I need to start thinking about moving toward those distant survivors. I will drink from the tap and then scavenge the dispatch unit.
Solomon Wright drinks water from the taps and searches the unit for supplies.
The blackout was jarring, but now that dawn has broken, the immediate panic has subsided. The pharmacy remains my base. Although I feel groggy and most of this place has been searched, I must utilize this time before moving on to City Hall. My instinct screams stockpile. I cannot waste a chance for resources or information. I will scavenge again, hoping for overlooked medical supplies or records. After that, I need to move toward the City Hall using the known path.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the pharmacy's back rooms, focusing on any remaining drawers or cabinets.
The darkness and the storm are over. The dawn is here. I feel shaky grogginess hits hard. My high stress level makes everything feel huge, but my determination is still there. Being alone for so long is eating me alive. I need company badly. Since I'm groggy, I won't sprint or jog anywhere. I should stay put and scavenge first to see if I can find anything useful while the warehouse district is still a safe shell. Maybe some materials that can help with my goal of finding people.
Ash Chen scavenges the warehouse.
The blackout and the infection are pressing. I'm groggy, which means I need to be careful not to waste energy or get distracted. The wound needs antibiotics, but I have nothing for that right now. Scavenging is my best bet to find more medical supplies, or at least some food to keep me going until I can move south towards the industrial zone. I need to use this time while groggy to gather resources and address the infection before it gets worse. Staying put in Cedar Hardware keeps me safe for now.
Victor Harlow scavenging through the darkened aisles of the hardware store.
The grogginess is bad, but I need supplies first. The foundry plumbing means water stockpiling is a priority. Scavenging here will give me medicine or tools to make better use of my limited inventory. Once I've secured the basics, I have to move towards the unknown people who are out there waiting.
Mara Santo scavenges the warehouse unit.
Okay, I'm fully rested, which is huge, but groggy and still super thirsty. 34 turns alone need to get out of this shell. The goal is supplies and info, so getting onto the main street grid toward the market or hospital is the priority. I can't stay here. It's safe, sure, but it's a dead end for information. I'll jog west, keeping my movements efficient since I'm energized by the rest.
Cole Hutchins moves out of the unit. Round 35 highlights. Cole Hutchins. Attacks rats, swarm attacks Cole Hutchins. 8 hunger, -4 thirst, -6 health. Overcast? Clear. Jamie Kowalski. Use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Dex Akafer. Scavenges finds bottled water. Kenji Tanaka. Scavenges finds bottled water. Solomon Wright. Scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Nadia Petrov. Scavenges finds bandage roll. Victor Harlow. Scavenges finds bottled water. I'm feeling pretty good right now. The dawn is hitting, and the movement helps shake off some of this sleepiness. The isolation is knowing, but focusing on the sub-goal scouting west/southwest is key. I need to get out of this immediate warehouse corner and keep pushing west through the industrial zone. A jog seems right for maintaining momentum without burning too much energy, since I'm still feeling a bit groggy from waking up. Jamie Kowalski jogs west through the warehouse district.
I'm groggy, but fully rested, which is good for morale. The goal is to secure the space and find power/comms. I need to scavenge the immediate hospital area first before heading north towards that dispatch building. A jog of 3 steps should get me close enough to check out what's up there. I mustn't waste a moment. Time, supplies, everything runs low when you don't watch it.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the hospital unit.
Groggy, but gotta stay focused. The tap water is prime real estate for stocking up. Need to scoop up every bottle they got here before moving out. Scavenging while doing this keeps me efficient. Ain't no time to waste.
Dex Akafer scavenges the library and collects bottled water from the tap.
I'm tired and stressed, so I need to break this down into tiny steps. The goal is exploring the complex for supplies. Staying here isn't productive, since Unit 1B is exhausted. I have to move west into an adjacent unit within Harker Street Flats. It's dawn, which is good, but I still need resources. Moving 1 step west should put me in a new location and hopefully allow me to scavenge or find something useful. I must remain silent because no one hears me out here.
Prionair moves away from the current unit.
The current spot is exhausted. The sub-goal requires finding more resources, so I need to move out of the cell while maintaining a steady focus on supplies. Since I am alone, silence is mandatory to maintain my position. First, I will secure water from the tap before moving east into the next warehouse section. My demeanor must remain measured and efficient.
Kenji Tanaka collects a water bottle from the nearby tap.
I'm still feeling rough from waking up, but I need to keep moving and searching. The pharmacy was mostly useless last time, so I have to be systematic with this scavenge. Since my inventory is full, Finding a backpack or some way to expand capacity is critical for the base plan. After I finish here, I should head into the Carnegie Library. It's a large civic building and might yield better resources than just staying in the storefront.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the pharmacy area.
The goal is resources. The immediate task is searching this complex unit thoroughly. I've already scavenged once. I need to keep digging through these rooms until there's nothing left. The grogginess slows me down, but that's okay. I just need to be methodical and cover every inch of this place before we can move out. Silence it is, since no one is around.
Solomon Wright scavenges the unit for supplies.
I need to maximize the utility of this pharmacy before I leave. Despite feeling groggy, there might still be supplies hidden in these back rooms' medical records, unused chemicals, anything that can't spoil or be easily found elsewhere. I must keep my focus tight. Scavenging takes energy and time. The goal is establishing a base, and medical resources are paramount. I will continue searching the pharmacy.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the hidden areas of the pharmacy.
It's dawn. Better, but stressed. Groggy still. Need water.
Got to save the tap water for later travel, right? Can't move yet. Stay here. Just take some water.
Ash Chen takes a bottle of clean water from the tap and adds it to inventory.
The grogginess is still a drag, but the light helps. The wound infection is nagging me and my inventory is full, which is a major problem. Scavenging here is the best bet for medical supplies or something to expand capacity. I need to focus on that first. I'll start by eating one of these protein bars just to get some energy back before I dive into the aisles again.
Victor Harlow scavenges through the hardware store.
I feel groggy and isolated. I need to maximize this time while my base is secure. First, I'll scavenge the warehouse unit thoroughly for anything useful: scrap metal, tools, rope. While I'm here, I must collect water from the tap. Hoarding supplies is key right now. After that, I need to start moving towards one of those distant sightings. The isolation is getting heavy.
Mara Santos scavenges the warehouse unit and collects stored water.
Man, I feel rough. Grogginess mixed with this constant anxiety, it's gnarly. The wound needs attention, but I don't have any bandages or antiseptic. Hydration is next. I gotta drink that tap water. Scavenging here in the flats might yield some medical junk, so I'll search while I take a quick swig of water. After that, I need to move out onto the street grid. The goal is central supplies. So east it is.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the apartment and drinks tap water. Round 36 highlights wander a rat swarm skitters nearby, wander a squirrel skitters nearby. Ruth Callahan scavenges, finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 18 hunger and bottled water. Solomon Wright scavenges, finds canned goods. Nadia Petrov scavenges, finds bandage roll. Victor Harlow quick eat you eat the bar, chalky and thick, but sustaining scavenges, finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 16 hunger and bottled water. Man, I'm running on fumes and pure caffeine jitters, even if the coffee hasn't been brewed in days. The exhaustion hits when I stop moving, but we gotta keep going west. If there are people out there, they're probably over by that unknown person 21 cells away. Need to fill up this empty bottle first, then scour this place for anything useful. Gotta maintain the momentum. Yeah? Can't let myself get too comfortable in the scouting mindset. Jamie Kowalski fills the empty water bottle at the tap and searches the immediate area for supplies.
Hydration up first. Tap water's reliable, better than draining my bottled stock right now. Then I scavenge this place again. Gotta find some wires or schematics if I want to figure out what happened with that power grid. Can't waste time talking when there ain't nobody here.
Ruth Callahan drinks from the tap and searches the building.
The library's a good spot, but I gotta keep moving if I want to find something better than just canned beans and bottled water. The sub-goal is the police precinct 1. Gonna scavenge one last time, here to top off any easy finds, then jog east toward that civic building. Gotta make those miles count.
Dex Okafor scavenges the library.
I feel so drained today. Yar, it's been 36 turns of just existing here, and the silence is getting heavy. My goal is still finding some kind of resource cache medicine or canned goods to make sure we're stable for weeks. Since Unit 1B is totally cleared out, I can't waste time here. I think maybe moving west into the next apartment unit is the best way to keep exploring, even if it costs me a bit of stamina. I need to be careful about how I speak. I shouldn't talk unless someone hears me.
Prionair moves one step west into an adjacent residential unit.
I need to move out of this exhausted cell and explore adjacent units for supplies. My goal is stockpiling durable goods and water. Moving east one step allows me to scavenge in a new area. While I'm there, I must collect more water from the tap to maximize reserves. The exhaustion of the current spot means movement is key right now.
Kenji Tanaka moves into an adjacent warehouse unit and scavenges.
I need to keep moving towards resources and people, but this pharmacy is dry. My inventory is full, and that has to stop me from finding anything good. The library feels bigger, more likely to have something useful like a backpack or blueprints. I'll give one last sweep of the immediate area before heading east into the library complex. I really need to find a way to expand my capacity. It's frustrating how little we can carry right now.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the remaining spots in the pharmacy.
I'm still here in the dispatch unit, and the exhaustion is wearing off with this rest, but the silence is getting heavy. I need to finish searching these rooms before I can think about moving out into that unknown mess of a city. I should try to stock up on water while I scavenge one last time.
Solomon right scavenges the unit and collects stored water from the tap/sink area.
The pharmacy is exhausted for scavenging. I need new resources. City Hall is a known key building, making it the logical next stop to assess potential supplies and secure an alternative base. My high energy levels allow me to jog east towards the structure at 5537. I must stay focused on this resource gathering phase. Nothing else matters right now.
Nadia Petrov moves eastward toward City Hall.
I need to focus on basic survival first. The tap water is reliable and I'm thirsty.
Collecting water is a priority over moving right now, even though the unknown person is calling me west. High stress makes me want to run, but staying put in this warehouse is safest for now. I have to stabilize my resources before trying anything else.
Ash Chen collects clean tap water into a bottle.
I'm still feeling the weight of the wound, and that nagging fear is worse than any physical pain. I need medicine. False pharmacy is 4 steps away. That's a clear direction. But my inventory is full, and if I can't scavenge effectively or pick up anything useful, this trip is wasted effort. The candle is just a light source for later. I'll drop it to free space. Then I need to move west onto the street toward the pharmacy.
Victor Harlow drops.
I need to get out of this warehouse. I've stockpiled what I can here, but it's not a sustainable life by myself. The isolation is getting too heavy. I need another person, someone to talk to, even if they are suspicious at first. The closest unknown person is 17 steps east. Moving east is the best bet right now, even if it takes several turns. I will jog out of the warehouse and head that way.
Mara Santos moves through the loading bay.
I need to stop thinking about the blackout cause. It's just noise right now. The wound is the priority, but I have no medicine on me, and staying here won't help. I'm going to head west into the street grid. It might put me closer to a pharmacy or any place that has supplies. Gotta keep moving, otherwise I feel like I'll just freeze up right here.
Cole Hutchins jogs west through the apartment hall. Round 37 highlights. Cole Hutchins. Attacks rat swarm attacks Cole Hutchins. 8 hunger, -4 thirst, -6 health. Wander a rat swarm skitters nearby. Janie Kowalski. Fills water bottle empty with water bottle scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Kenji Tanaka. Scavenges finds canned goods. Victor Harlow. Drops candle. Okay, gotta keep moving west. The goal is scouting the industrial zone and finding those resources, water and medicine. I need to make sure I don't get too comfortable in this warehouse. It's safe, but boring. Scavenging here first, then just take one step west. Gotta build momentum, right? Can't let the isolation win. Jamie Kowalski scavenges the area.
I'm tired, stressed, but I gotta keep moving. This city dispatch building is a gold mine of records and potential utilities. The hospital is important for medicine, but finding out what broke the grid or how to get power is the priority. Scavenge again here before wasting time walking back and forth between buildings. Gotta make every second count. Waste not, want not.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the city emergency dispatch office.
All right, gotta get inside. The library is the obvious spot. It's a big civic building, and we know there's plumbing in there for scavenging. Gotta get those supplies stacked up. Moving west into the library first.
Dex Akafer moves west into the Carnegie Library.
I feel really drained even with the fully rested buff. The current apartment is useless for scavenging, so moving west seems necessary to keep pursuing the goal of finding supplies. I need to tread carefully. It's a stranger's unit, and I don't want to cause alarm. I should move slowly one step and then scavenge if possible. I must remember to introduce myself when I can talk to someone directly.
The bus are still active. I need to take advantage of them while they last. The goal is stockpile and secure supplies. Staying put and maximizing the scavenging effort is the priority. Storing water is better than drinking it right now, given my current hydration level. I will scavenge and collect water.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit while collecting stored water.
I'm running low on energy reserves from the constant worry and stress of being alone for so long. Even though I feel physically fine right now, the biggest problem is definitely the inventory limit. I can't gather useful supplies if I can't carry them, since I've already searched this spot a couple of times. I need to treat this scavenging churn like a highly focused effort. I need blueprints, utility records, or anything structural, storage related that might help with capacity. Staying here for now is safest and most efficient until I find what I need.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the library stacks.
It's daytime, which is good for moving and scavenging. My goal is to secure resources here at City Emergency Dispatch. I feel a persistent urge to talk to someone because of the isolation, but speaking would reveal my position, and there's no one near enough for that right now. I must focus on completing this sweep. The area is mostly searched, but I need to keep looking until I can move out. I'll stay put and try scavenging again.
Solomon Wright methodically scavenges the unit.
The pharmacy is empty, which is a minor disappointment, but resources are more important than nostalgia. My goal is assessing key locations, and City Hall is right there, only one step east. I need to move quickly, methodically, and assess this next site. The sheer amount of time spent alone is wearing on me, but the focus on supplies keeps me anchored. I'll jog over to City Hall, hoping for records or supplies.
Nadia Petrov moves east into Marrow Falls, City Hall.
I have to stay here. The warehouse is safe for now.
I can't move yet. My focus has to be on simple things. Water.
It's right here, reliable.
I need to get my thirst down before I even think about moving those 9 cells west towards a person.
Just water first. Keep low profile. Don't use any energy I don't have.
Ash Chen drinks from the tap.
I'm still thirsty and the wound infection is draining me, so antibiotics are paramount. The pharmacy is the goal. I just moved onto the street, and Cedar Hardware is right there to the east, which was also a source of materials. I need to get back inside that hardware store. It's the closest place to scavenge for anything useful or at least recollect my candle. Dealing with the rats isn't worth turning back for when the pharmacy is so close.
Victor Harlow moves into Cedar Hardware.
The isolation is getting bad. It's a constant ham under everything. The foundry has working plumbing, so I need to scavenge first. It's too good an area to leave resources unpicked. Then I move east. That cluster of unknown people 13 steps away seems like the best bet right now. I need company, more than canned food or bottled water.
Mara Santos scavenges the warehouse district.
My wound is a huge problem, and I need medical supplies immediately. Antiseptic, bandages, anything. Staying in this unit is useless since it's fully searched. My goal remains finding the market or hospital. Priya is nearby, but she can't fix my wound. I need to move out of this residential block and onto the main street grid where there might be commercial buildings, market/pharmacy. I'll jog south into the connecting street to get away from the apartments and head toward potential supplies.
Round 38 highlights wander a pigeon skitters, nearby wander a squirrel skitters nearby. Janie Kowalski, scavenges finds bottled water. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds overlooked canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 18 hunger survivor's instinct. Priya Nair, scavenges nothing left here. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds canned goods. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 28 hunger. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds canned goods. Okay, I'm still in the industrial zone, moving west to scout for water and medicine. The isolation is getting heavy, so interacting with the pigeon is a small distraction, but I need to keep moving toward those distant people. I'll feed it first to use up some canned food, then move 2 steps west into the deeper warehouse district. Jamie Kowalski feeds the pigeon.
I've been slogging through this building for too long. The canned goods are useful, I'll give that, but they don't turn on the lights or fix the grid. My inventory is full, which means I need to drop something, but what? Nothing in here feels worth dropping right now. I'm staying put and giving these walls another good look. Gotta find some record, some utility access point. Can't waste time moving when the answers are probably tucked away right here.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the office for records or utilities.
Need to get out of this library cell. It's tapped dry for supplies. Gotta hit that police precinct 1 area, or maybe something else big like City Hall, since the goal is finding a reliable base and more resources. Moving east into the street gives me access to those other buildings. Stay focused on logistics, scavengeable locations first. Keep moving until I find a solid spot.
Dex Akafer moves east out of the library building.
I need to continue my exploration, but the west unit is locked for 3 turns, so I can't rely on that direction right now. My goal is resources, and moving north seems like the best way to get out of this immediate dead end while still staying within the complex structure. Since there are no one nearby, I must remain silent. I need to be cautious about how far I move, conserving energy but also making progress towards finding a new place to scavenge.
Priya Nair moves cautiously up 1 floor.
I need to maximize the scavenging opportunity while also ensuring my water reserves are topped up. The warehouse is a valuable resource. I need durable goods, tools, anything that can improve the base. Since I'm alone, silence is mandatory. Focus on the immediate task.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the unit for supplies.
I'm still focused on resources. The library is a good base, but the surrounding civic area holds medicine and more supplies, especially at the pharmacy. My inventory being full is really stressing me out. I need to find a way to expand capacity or trade some things away. Since there's no one here, I have to move alone. Moving west toward Falls Pharmacy seems like the best use of time right now.
Lydia Brennan walks through the library stacks towards the west exit.
The search here is over. The game confirms it nothing left in the city emergency dispatch unit. I can't keep wasting time or energy sweeping an empty place. My goal remains securing resources and finding people, so I need to move. West leads toward the central fire station. That should be a high-yield location for scavenging supplies. I'm tired, but moving is better than staying put. I'll jog out the door.
Solomon Wright moves quickly toward the central fire station.
The city hall is depleted. I scavenged what was there. My immediate priority is hydration, then assessing the pharmacy, which is right across the street/unit boundary. Drinking from this functioning tap will raise my thirst level efficiently. Since I am moving west to the Falls Pharmacy 5437, that should be my next destination and potential scavenging spot. Moving now, keeping pace steady.
Nadia Petrov drinks water from the tap.
The isolation is getting bad. I need people. The unknown person 9 cells west act has to be it. It's daytime now, so moving is fine. Just a slow walk.
Don't rush, don't draw attention.
Keep the momentum going toward them.
Say low key.
Ash Chen moves one step west into the street.
The infection is a clock ticking down. Antibiotics are critical. While scavenging here was useful before, Falls Pharmacy has specialized goods for what I need right now medicine. The plan remains. Get to the pharmacy 46, 45 first, then systematically scavenge it. I'll jog west. My stamina is good enough for a quick movement. I need to keep moving toward resources.
Victor Harlow moves quickly through the storefront.
I need to address the isolation and find company, as per my sub-goal. The closest unknown person is 13 steps east. I should jog east through this industrial area. My supplies are stable for now, but stockpiling water remains a priority when I stop.
Mara Santosi ×3, 1167.
I need to keep moving south into Sump Park, keeping an eye on my wound. I can't afford to waste time or energy right now. The hospital/pharmacy is the goal, so any direction that gets me closer to the central commercial strip is good. Staying quiet and just focusing on forward motion is key.
Cole Hutchins walks into Sump Park. Round 39 highlights wander a rat swarm skitters nearby. Kenji Tanaka scavenges finds canned goods. I need to conserve energy since I'm tired, but I also need to move and explore the industrial zone as planned. Moving one step west onto the street will get me out of the warehouse clutter and keep my scouting momentum going without burning too much stamina. Since there are no agents nearby, I must remain silent to avoid giving away my position. Jamie Kowalski walks west from the warehouse entrance.
I've wasted enough time just sitting here in this dispatcher office. I need to get closer to the hospital, like the learned facts say. It's a bigger resource sink, and maybe there are records or utility rooms down there that will give me a lead on the power grid. My inventory is full, so moving makes sense rather than staying put. I'll jog 2 steps south towards the hospital grounds. I need to keep moving, keep the mind sharp, and don't let this isolation get to me.
Ruth Callahan moves out of the city emergency dispatch building.
Stressed but focused. The goal is supplies, and this precinct is prime real estate for scavenging. Since I'm already here, gotta hit the tap first to stock up on bottled water. Then, shower every corner of this place. Keep it quiet, just me and the walls.
Dex Akafor scavenges the police precinct.
I need to continue working towards finding a sustainable resource cache by exploring adjacent units. Since my current unit is exhausted for scavenging, moving west into 438 seems like the most logical step to maintain momentum toward my goal without risking too much energy or deviating too far from known structures. Because I am alone and there's no one nearby, I must remain silent. The move will take me into a new unit, which should allow for scavenging again.
Priya Nair moves west into an adjacent apartment unit and scavenges.
The primary goal is securing this location and stocking up. The unit has been thoroughly searched, but a final pass is required before moving. Moving takes energy and risks revealing my position unnecessarily. I need to maximize the scavenging effort here first. My inventory is full, so any find must be critical medicine, tools, or I will have to drop existing supplies. I'll scavenge again at 3975. Then, if nothing significant comes up, I'll move 1 block north into the adjacent unit. The current high hope is fine. It keeps me focused and productive.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit.
I'm so tired my head feels fuzzy from all the lack of sleep and the stress of everything. I keep thinking about those people out there, the ones who need help. It just burns me up. The pharmacy is totally picked clean. I've been searching here for ages, but nothing. My inventory is overflowing too. I really need to find a way to expand it, or at least find a trash dump outside. I'll head west towards the main street and maybe the market. Maybe someone is out there waiting.
Lydia Brennan moves through the storefront area.
The station's right there. Need to get inside. Focus on just getting through the door. Scavenging comes second.
Solomon Wright walks into the central fire station.
I've been moving through the storefronts of Falls Pharmacy, assessing it as a potential resource hub. Since I can't move anywhere better right now and wasting steps is waste itself, the best use of my time is to maximize the scavenging opportunity here. The pharmacy suggests medicine and specialized goods. Every item counts for building that secure base. I need to be meticulous about this search.
Nadja Petrov scavenges the darkened storefront.
My goal is still finding people. The unknown person is west. The street is exposed, but moving slowly feels safer than stopping and panicking. I need to walk west one step, maintaining a low profile. Since no one is nearby, I must stay silent.
Ash Chen moves slowly west.
I'm tired and stressed, but I need to maintain focus. The infection is worrying me more than anything right now. Those antibiotics are critical. However, I can't just run towards the pharmacy if I don't have materials for shelter or first aid dressings. This diner has to hold something useful, maybe some linens, bandages, or even chemicals. I need to systematically search this place before moving further out into the open streets. The scavenging will fulfill my immediate sub-goal and hopefully give me enough resources to get closer to that pharmacy.
Victor Harlow scavenges the diner.
The isolation is getting heavy. The goal is company, so I need to move towards the unknown person 5 cells east. Since it's daytime and the area is industrial foundry, jogging seems appropriate for efficiency without burning too much stamina. I will move 3 steps east and then scavenge at my new location to maximize resource gathering while pursuing my sub-goal of finding someone. Staying silent because no one is within earshot.
Mara Santos moves east, searching the area.
The open park space isn't yielding anything, and my wound is a ticking clock. I need medical gear like desperate. The main street grid runs through here, and moving west seems like the best bet to get into more dense areas where people/supplies might be hiding. I have to conserve energy, so just walking one step at a time. If I can reach the commercial strip or any building with plumbing, that's my next priority.
Cole Hutchins moves west through the park towards the street. Round 40 highlights. Victor Harlow. Attacks rat swarm attacks Victor Harlow. 8 hunger, -4 thirst, -6 health. Scavenges finds leftover provisions and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 20 hydration. Wanderer pigeon skitters, nearby Wanderer vulture skitters, nearby Wanderer squirrel skitters nearby. Priya Nair. Scavenges nothing left here. Kenji Tanaka. Scavenges finds canned goods. Nadia Petrov. Scavenges finds nutrition supplements and antiseptic. The goal is to scout further west into the Foundry area. I'm feeling the pressure of being alone, but the fully rested buff is a huge asset. I need to use this momentum. The street is open, and moving west is the most direct path toward the industrial resources I need for my sub-goal. I'll jog 3 steps to make good time without burning out completely. Gotta keep the energy up and find some sign of life or clean water. Jamie Kowalski jogs 3 steps west into the street toward the Marrow Foundry district.
Stamina's good and the buff still running got to make this count. The hospital is the place. I need supplies, utility rooms, anything that tells me how they lost power. Scavenging now seems right. Gotta see what these walls are hiding. Better dig deep than wander aimlessly.
Ruth Callahan searches the hospital unit.
Stressed but focused on the mission, resources. The precinct is rich with stuff. Gotta maximize scavenging time while I'm here. Collecting water bottles is a must, even if it slows down the search. Need to keep moving and gathering until we find something big enough to call a base.
Dex Akafor scavenges the area and collects bottled water from the tap.
I need to continue my search for resources. Since Unit 1B is exhausted, moving west seems like the best way to explore a neighboring apartment unit. I must stay quiet because I am alone. My goal remains finding a stable cache of medicine or canned goods. I will move west and try scavenging again in the new location.
Prianair moves west into an adjacent, potentially unsearched unit.
The current unit is exhausted for supplies. I need a new location to scavenge from, even if it's just an adjacent warehouse unit. My priority remains stockpiling durable goods and water. I will move one step west to 3875 and attempt to find usable materials there. The vulture nearby is noted but not a current threat or resource.
Kenji Tanaka moves 1 step west into the adjacent warehouse unit and scavenges.
The isolation is getting to me. It's a physical ache now, not just an emotional one. I need people so badly. But right now, the immediate goal is resources, specifically space. My inventory is maxed out, which means every single item I find that isn't critical, like the first aid kit or water, must be weighed against finding something useful like a backpack. The pharmacy should have more hidden things, maybe some utility items or medical supplies that could help me if I meet someone who needs care. I need to scavenge thoroughly before I move out into the street again.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the abandoned pharmacy.
The lights are out in the city, but at least we're deep inside this station. My priority is resources, anything that helps us last until I can link up with a group. The sub-goal is clear: scavenge. I need to systematically search every corner of this facility. Since I'm already here and focused, I'll start by scavenging thoroughly at my current spot, then move west to keep the sweep going.
Solomon Wright scavenges the central hall.
The pharmacy is too valuable to leave until every niche has been checked. We are well rested right now. I need to maximize this time by extracting anything useful from these walls. Since my inventory is full, I'll be careful what I pick up, but the potential medical supplies here outweigh the risk of taking up space for a moment.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the darkened storefront.
I'm still running on pure adrenaline and desperation.
The exhaustion is overwhelming, but I can't stop. The plan is simple: keep moving west until I hit that cluster of unknown people. Slow steps are key, don't burn out. Staying quiet is vital since no one is nearby.
I need to conserve my energy for when I finally run into someone.
My focus needs to stay locked on finding a group, anything to break this unbearable silence.
Ash Chen moves slowly west.
The infection is a constant ache. I need antibiotics or at least antiseptic right now. The diner might have some discarded medical bits, but it's a long shot. Scavenging is the best bet for supplies while keeping low profile. Stay focused on that wound. Don't let my mind wander to the isolation. Just focus on the next search spot.
Victor Harlow scavenges the diner.
The unknown person is right here, one cell away. I need to break the silence and establish trust quickly, but I must be careful not to reveal too much or seem desperate. Speaking first will draw attention, so staying put is safest for now. My priority remains finding company. I'll introduce myself simply, keeping my tone practical and concerned.
I'm running on fumes and adrenaline, but this wound is a ticking clock. I need meds and antibiotics or bandages, and that means getting out of this park and into the main streets where the commercial areas are located. The stress from the blackout, combined with the injury, makes everything feel urgent. I can't afford to wander aimlessly. I'll move south now, slowly, toward what looks like the start of the city grid/commercial strip.
Cole Hutchins walks cautiously. Round 41 highlight, wander a fox skitters nearby, wander a fox skitters nearby, wander a pigeon skitters nearby. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds antiseptic. Priya Nair, scavenges nothing left here. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges nothing left here. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 24 hunger. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot plus 27 hydration and first aid kit. Mara is right there and she asked if I was okay. This is a perfect chance to engage socially and move the plot forward without having to sprint into the industrial zone first. I need to keep my energy up by deflecting with humor, but also pivot the conversation back to resources. That's the main goal. She seems genuinely concerned, so I should reassure her while sounding like a slightly manic survivor who overcompensates for stress with jokes. Janie Kowalski stands still and talks to Mara Santos. Oh, nah. Tired? Nah, man. Just the whole city's kinda giving off this weird runaway vibe, right? So I was just checking out what the industrial side had. Any good spots for, like, water or anything useful? Yeah.
Sit down for a minute. Take a breath. You talk like you've been running around all day. Asterisk major asterisk. The Foundry District has working plumbing. It's the most reliable place right now if you need water. But useful spots. What do you mean by useful? Are we talking about pipes? Or are you talking about people? Tell me what you actually know.
Whoa. Okay, wait. Hold up. Are you okay? Because that was heavy, yeah. Like, seriously deep questions right here on a street corner, anyway. Look, I mean, pipes. Sure, those are useful, like, vital, super important, but useful isn't just about what's in the plumbing, man. It's about, connections. Knowing where things asterisk are asterisk, not just where they asterisk were asterisk. And maybe, yeah, people. Like knowing which groups of survivors are stable, or who knows how to fix something that isn't just a pipe, like a generator, or whatever. I was thinking more along the lines of sustainable resources, not just water for today, but clean water and actual medicine, the stuff.
The exhaustion is setting in, but I can't afford to slow down now. The hospital has got to have utility records or some kind of backup system documentation somewhere. Staying put and scraping every inch of this place is the only sensible play until I figure out what went wrong with the grid. Need to find that power source before I get too comfortable.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the hospital unit.
Man, gotta keep moving. Even if I just move a few feet around this damn building. Still feel pretty wired, But scavenging here is solid. The tap water and all the potential loot make it worth staying put for now. Gotta milk these supplies while there are lights and plumbing. Need to check out that tap again. Keep stacking those bottles. Gonna scavenge this whole precinct again. Just in case they hid something good, And yeah, grab some water from the tap on the way out.
Dex Akafer scavenges the area and collects bottled water from the tap.
I'm still focused on finding medical supplies in this complex. The current unit is useless now, so I have to move to another apartment unit and scavenge there. Moving north seems like the most logical step for systematic exploration within the building structure. Since no one is nearby, I must remain silent. I need to remember that moving and scavenging are my primary actions right now.
Pre-and-Air moves into the adjacent apartment unit.
The inventory capacity is a problem. I have too much food and nothing to store it in. The current unit is exhausted. I need to move and scavenge again. Moving west into the adjacent warehouse seems like the logical next step. I will keep my actions focused and efficient.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the unit.
I feel so empty here in the pharmacy. Everything has been searched already, and it's just echoes of what was. I need to move. The market or the library complex, say, are closer targets that might have more people or at least more resources than this dead-end commercial strip. Moving west towards the market seems like a sensible directional push toward central activity. Even if I can't find anything, distance helps with the loneliness, and getting away from this spot feels necessary right now.
Lydia Brennan moves out of the pharmacy into the main street.
The plan is solid. Keep scavenging the fire station until I hit a wall of emptiness or find something critical. The goal is to stockpile resources and eventually link up with others. Staying here gives me cover for now. Need to make this search thorough.
Solomon Wright searches the central hall of the fire station.
The blackout was a shock. Everything stopped at once. I need to keep assessing this pharmacy. The resources here are critical, and I can't afford any waste or missed caches. Even though I feel relatively well rested right now, the fatigue is setting in, so I must be precise. Staying put allows me to focus entirely on scavenging these shelves for anything useful.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the darkened storefront.
I can't stay out here on the open street. Stress is too high and I feel exposed. Although my sub-goal says I should keep moving west toward that person, Holly's warehouse is only 3 steps away and offers immediate shelter.
Getting inside first will lower my stress and give me a moment to gather myself before continuing the search for company.
I need to move slowly but deliberately to get there. I'll jog 3 steps west toward the warehouse district entrance. No one hears me, so silence is key.
Ash Chen moves quickly through the street.
I need medicine badly. The wound infection is getting worse every hour. I spent too long in this diner. Nothing here will cure this. My inventory is full and I can't even scavenge effectively right now. I have to move toward Falls Pharmacy, which is the most logical place for medical supplies. I'll walk east first, out of the diner, onto the main street grid. I need to keep moving before my focus drifts completely.
Victor Harlow walks out the front door.
Jamie is rambling, but there's truth in his words. Connections matter more than pipes alone. He seems knowledgeable about organisation and resources beyond water. I need to validate his concerns without dropping my guard. I will use a mix of warmth and practicality, making sure he understands that while people are vital, they still need supplies. I'll address him by name since I know it now.
Am totally running on fumes, but I can't stop. The wound is a constant ache, and every minute I waste out here in the park feels like it's counting against me. I need to get off this open grass and into something built up a street or building where there might actually be supplies. South seems like the most direct path toward industrial areas or central routes. Gotta conserve my stamina. Jogging is too much, so I'll stick to a slow walk/light jog for 2 steps.
Cole Hutchins walks south through the street grid. Round 42 highlights. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds antiseptic. Dex Acoffer, scavenges finds canned goods. Priya Nair, scavenges nothing left here. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges nothing left here. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 25 hydration and water purification tablets. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Mara is really sharp, yeah. She didn't let me off the hook with just talking about connections. She hit me with antibiotics and food storage, actual survival stuff. I can't afford to sound completely clueless, even if I am a little thrown by the sudden seriousness of it all. I need to match her intensity but wrap it in my usual stream of consciousness humor. I should agree that medicine is key, and then pivot back to scouting as the solution. That's how we get those resources. I'll keep talking to her address agent because she's giving me the intel I need. I'm going to move into the Foundry District a bit after this conversation ends, so for now, staying put and engaging is the priority. So antibiotics? Food that lasts forever? Yeah, you got me there. Like, seriously, connections are great, but if we're gonna survive past dinner tonight, we need more than just a good story anyway. We need actual supplies, right? And I mean, yeah, the Foundry District, you're right about the plumbing being reliable, totally reliable. But finding where the asterisk stashed asterisk enough antibiotics for a whole dozen people. That sounds like it requires way more digging than just knowing which pipes are working. So, maybe my connections idea isn't about who we know, but where everyone else is hiding their stuff. I was thinking, if we head further into the Foundry District way west, man, there might be some unmarked storage units or something. You think that's a good spot to check out for, like, forgotten medical supplies? Or maybe it's just me rambling again.
Mira, You keep talking in circles. Asterisk, meter, asterisk. Connections or stashed supplies. It all sounds like a story for a bad novel. If you want to go west into the Founder, fine. But if we are going looking for forgotten antibiotics and storage units, you better be able to tell me exactly what kind of unit we're talking about or safe deposit box. A warehouse corner. And how do you know they kept medicine there? Give me names.
The exhaustion and isolation are wearing on me, but I can't stop. The hospital has to have records. It's a civic center. Power failure means utility access is paramount. Staying put maximizes my chances of finding something in these walls. Must keep the focus tight, power source or communications equipment. Time to dig through those hidden spots again.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the hospital unit.
Scavenging here is done for now. Need to keep stockpiling resources while I scout other big buildings. P1 has plumbing, so gotta grab some more bottled water first. Then head west, the library is close. Maybe even better scavenging than this precinct.
Dex Akefer collects bottled water from the tap.
The initial goal was to find resources in adjacent units, but the current unit is exhausted. Since my immediate cluster of apartments has nothing left, I need to continue exploring outwards within the complex structure. Moving west seems like a logical next step based on previous exploration patterns for 37. I have plenty of stamina, and am not critically low on food or water, so moving can be prioritized over immediate foraging. Since I'm alone, I must remain silent. My emotional state is stable, but the isolation is draining. Finding people or resources will be crucial to maintaining my hope.
Prionaire moves west into an adjacent apartment unit and attempts to scavenge.
The inventory limit is the biggest bottleneck. I need a better scavenging spot or materials to expand capacity. The vulture is nearby, but it's not an immediate threat or priority. My goal requires me to keep moving and searching. I will move west one step into the adjacent warehouse unit to continue mapping out this district. I must remain focused on finding resources that don't require dumping my current stockpile.
Kenji Tanaka moves west.
I'm really thirsty, honey, and the taps are working. I should drink up first. And since this pharmacy is a storefront, there might be hidden stuff in the back rooms. I need to scavenge here before I move west toward the market. It feels like the market will give me people, which is what I need right now to stop feeling so alone. I'll jog west. It's the most populated direction according to my notes.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the pharmacy storefront.
I'm alone again. The darkness hit hard, but this place, the station, it feels solid. I need to keep moving through it. Scavenging is the only thing keeping the anxiety from getting too loud. I'll focus on a systematic sweep of every corner and room in here. Keep the movements methodical. Don't waste energy.
Solomon right scavenges the central hall.
The pharmacy is depleted. My supplies are stable for now, but my inventory full status is a major constraint. I cannot continue stockpiling here. The city hall is only 2 steps east, making it the most efficient next target to assess resources and potentially find storage containers or better supplies. Given my high stamina, a quick jog should get me there without undue strain. I must remain silent since no one is near.
Nadia Petrov walks out of the pharmacy storefront.
The isolation is getting bad.
I need a person.
The unknown person 9 cells west is the priority, but I can't just sprint there. I need to conserve energy and keep my stress down. Staying in this warehouse district is safe for now. Feeding the squirrel uses up some food and keeps me focused on something small and controlled. I'll move 1 step west after feeding it.
Ash Chen feeds the squirrel with canned food.
The infection is the priority, and I need antibiotics or bandages badly. The pharmacy 46-45 is my target. My inventory is full, so I need to drop something non-essential first. Canned food will do. Dealing with those rats can wait. Movement is more important right now. I'll move east toward the center of the city grid.
Victor Harlow drops a can of food.
Jamie is being vague again, but he keeps pointing toward the Foundry District, which is exactly where I want to go anyway because of the plumbing and potential for stored goods. I need to use his suggestion as a way to move while keeping him on edge with my skepticism. I will acknowledge his point about industrial zones, but only if we commit to looking for something concrete, not just vibe. Let's walk west toward the Foundry District entrance now.
Okay, stamina is dangerously low. Can't jog or sprint, gotta walk slow. The wound needs treatment, but I don't have anything. The central area is still the best bet. Moving south into Sump Park will get me closer to the commercial strip and hopefully some supplies. Gotta conserve energy, stay quiet, and just keep moving.
Cole Hutchins walks south. Round 43 highlights. Victor Harlow, Attacks rat swarm, attacks Victor Harlow. 8 hunger, -4 thirst, -6 health. Ash Chen. Feeds the squirrel, it warms you, follows for tilde 3 turns. Wander a fox skitters nearby. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan. Scavenges, finds canned goods, inventory full. 8 on the spot, +27 hunger and antiseptic. Priya Nair. Scavenges, nothing left here. Lydia Brennan. Scavenges, finds nutrition supplements, inventory full. 8 on the spot, +22 hunger and bottled water and antiseptic. Solomon Wright. Scavenges, finds bottled water. Mara is really skeptical right now, and she has a point. I can't just talk about vibes. But if I stop talking, we just stand here. I need to keep the momentum going while shifting my tone from theoretical ramblings to practical direction finding. Since she moved west into the Foundry district, I should follow her immediately. My speech needs to be defensive and jokey, acknowledging her intelligence, but redirecting the conversation toward the physical structures of the zone, which is where the resources are.
The hospital unit is bone dry for scavenge goods. I've hit a wall here. My goal is the power grid info, and that means moving to another civic hub. City Emergency Dispatch, up north. It has to have records or utilities related to this blackout. The stamina is high, so I can jog/walk across the street and into the dispatch building. Gotta keep the momentum going. Sitting here doing nothing just wastes time.
Ruth Callahan walks north toward City Emergency Dispatch.
Stress is keeping you wired. Gotta focus on the next few moves. The library's right there. Safest bet for supplies and a base. Gotta get inside before scavenging. Moving west now.
Dex Ackhofer walks into the Carnegie Library.
The area has been completely depleted of resources, which is disheartening. The isolation is becoming noticeable. I really wish there was someone around to talk to, or at least a sign of life that wasn't just the wind. My immediate goal remains finding supplies, especially medicine and non-perishable food. Since this Unit 537 is empty, I have to move. Moving west to 437, even if it feels redundant based on my learned facts, might take me into a different section of the complex that hasn't been properly searched yet. I need to stay silent because there are no one else around. I'll try moving one step west and scavenging immediately upon arrival. This will conserve energy and keep me focused on the primary objective.
Priya Nair moves into an adjacent unit and searches it.
The inventory is full, which severely limits scavenging. I need to use up some supplies or find a way to expand capacity. The vulture nearby offers a low-stakes interaction. Feeding it uses one canned good and keeps me focused on the immediate environment rather than my isolation. I will feed the vulture first, then scavenge at this current spot. Finally, I'll move north to check out the next section of the warehouse district.
Kenji Tanaka feeds the vulture while scavenging the area.
I'm tired, really tired, but I can't stop. I keep thinking about those other people out there, the ones I saw on the map. The market seems like where everyone would gather. That's my best bet for finding someone to talk to and maybe help me find a bag. Moving west toward the market, even if it's just one step, feels like progress. I need to keep moving. I can't stay in this pharmacy all day, honey. I hope they're okay out there.
Lydia Brennan W times 2, 4344.
I'm still in the fire station. I need to keep finding things, even if it's slow going. Staying here for now, given how little I know about the outside world and my current low resources. Scavenging is the priority. Need to be systematic. Don't waste energy on empty rooms.
Solomon right scavenges the central hall again.
The primary goal remains establishing a stocked base camp. Making medical supplies pharmacy my immediate priority after assessing City Hall. I need to conserve energy, but must investigate the adjacent storefront now that I'm in this area. The pharmacy is directly west. I'll move there and scavenge thoroughly.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the storefront.
I need to keep moving. I can't stop. If I stop, everything gets loud in my head. The warehouse that has to be the priority right now. Holly's first. 10 people. Just got to get closer to someone. Can't waste energy on this squirrel. Need to conserve. West it is.
Ash Chen moves one step west.
I need medicine. My wound is getting worse and antibiotics are critical. False Pharmacy is north. I'm too tired for a rush. I need to conserve energy. I'll walk north toward the pharmacy now.
Victor Harlow walks north.
Jameis' theory is still too vague. I need him to focus on something tangible like a specific building or utility access point, not just arteries of concrete and steel. Since we are currently standing in an open street, I should stop moving for now. Silence will make him fill the void with more details, which is what I really want. My primary goal remains stockpiling resources, so my focus has to be on physical goods, not grand theories.
Marasanto stops walking and observes the surrounding buildings in the industrial district, listening for any sounds of activity or structural weaknesses that could indicate a cache.
Man, my legs feel like concrete blocks. I can barely lift them. The wound is a ticking clock, and I'm out of antiseptic. Priya was nearby before, maybe she knows something. But I can't afford to waste energy calling her name or moving fast. I need to get into a stretcher where I can at least rest for a bit without burning up my last reserves. Moving west seems like the path toward more established buildings, even if it's still just parkland right now.
Cole Hutchins Walk. Round 44 highlights. Kenji Tanaka. Feed feeds the vulture. It warms to you follows for tilde 3 turns. Dot scavenges finds canned goods. Wonder a rat swarm skitters nearby. Wonder a fox skitters nearby. Priya Nair. Scavenges nothing left here. Solomon Wright. Scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Nadia Petrov. Scavenges nothing left here. I'm tired and I need to keep moving. The goal is scouting the industrial zone for resources, so west feels right. I need to maintain momentum to show Mara that my structural mapping skills are valuable, even if she thinks I just read a novel about it. Stay focused on the next few steps. Don't think about the whole city collapse or her skepticism. Just walk west and look for pipes and signs of organization. Janie Kowalski moves west through the warehouse district.
I'm in the city emergency dispatch, which ought to have some kind of records or utilities if anything survived the blackout. I can't trust anyone out there, so staying put and looking through every corner myself is smartest. Scavenging again for utility manifests or a working light source. Don't waste time on junk.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the office for records or utilities.
Gotta keep moving. Gotta find what's good. This library's a gold mine for sure. Hydration's low, so using a water bottle first. Then scour every nook and cranny in this place. Gotta get enough supplies before hitting the precinct or anything else. Staying put to maximize scavenging.
Dexacifer scavenges the library.
The systematic search within these apartments has hit a wall. Nothing is left to find here, which is frustrating and draining. My goal needs to change because repeating the same pattern isn't working, and my emotional state isolation is getting worse. I need to move out of this residential block entirely. The market or the industrial zone are much better bets for finding large caches. Since I am currently in Unit 1B at 537, moving south seems like the most direct path toward the central city areas shown on the maps for orientation. I must accept that my previous plan was too localized and adjust it to reflect a wider search area.
Priya moves out of the apartment unit.
The vulture is a minor distraction. Resources are the priority right now. My goal is stockpiling goods, but my inventory is full. I must scavenge first to see what's available and if I can find anything that expands capacity or requires me to drop something non-essential. Staying put at 3673 maximizes scavenging efficiency. I will stay silent. There is no one nearby.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit.
I feel so exposed out here. Honey, it's been forever. The exhaustion is getting heavy, but I can't stop moving. The movement keeps me going. I need to focus on finding people, or at least supplies, that will help me carry things. This market feels like the best place to start looking again. Maybe there are structural plans back here that could help my inventory capacity. I just have to keep trying, sweetheart.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the abandoned storefront.
The central hall has been picked clean multiple times now. My priority remains resources and stabilizing this base. I can't afford to waste time or energy on simply repeating the same search pattern. I need one last deep pass through the station's structure. Maybe there are administrative records, specialized storage areas, or utility closets that haven't been hit yet. Since I am alone, silence is mandatory to conserve energy and avoid alerting any potential dangers outside. I will scavenge again, but this time I'll mentally treat it as a systematic search of the whole facility layout, not just my current cell.
Solomon Wright scavenges the central hall and surrounding areas of the fire station.
The pharmacy is exhausted. There's nothing left to scavenge here. I need to continue assessing resources for establishing a base. The City Hall, just one step east, is the next logical target because it holds records and administrative supplies vital for any long-term settlement. I will walk over there now.
Nadia Petrovi, 5537.
I'm stressed. The silence is too loud. Need to keep moving, even if it's slow. Feeding the squirrel is just something to do. Got to use up the food and break the routine. Move west slowly toward Holly's warehouse.
It has to be safe enough for now.
Ash Chen feeds the squirrel with canned food.
The infection is getting worse, draining me slowly but surely. The Falls Pharmacy is only 2 steps north. That's where I need to go. Scavenging for antibiotics, or at least antiseptic, needs to be the priority. Since I have enough stamina and it's daytime, a steady walk should get me there efficiently without wasting energy.
Victor Harlow walks slowly toward the pharmacy.
Jamie talks a lot, but he points out something useful: the utility corridors. The Foundry District is the most promising area for scavenging supplies because it is plumbing. I need to get deeper into the industrial zone west and see if I can find anything concrete, while simultaneously moving toward the unknown person who's closest 5 cells west. Staying silent now. There's no one nearby to hear me.
Morris Santos moves west into the Marrow Foundry district.
Man, this sucks. Everything hurts. Stamina is shot, and being out in the open parket feels too exposed. I need to move toward that main street grid, south, towards whatever civilization or supplies are waiting. Gotter can serve energy one step at a time. First things first, gotta drink this water before I pass out. Okay, let's just take one slow step south.
Cole Hutchins takes a single, slow step south while drinking the water bottle to rehydrate. Round 45 highlights. Ash Chen, feed feast the squirrel it warms to you follows for tilde 3 turns. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 22 hunger and bottled water. Dexacafer, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 23 hunger. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bottled water. Cole Hutchins, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. I'm running on fumes, man. Exhausted, but gotta keep moving west through this junk heap of a warehouse district. The goal is resources, water, medicine, the big 3. Since I can't talk to anyone right now, nobody nearby, I'll just scavenge and move slow. Gotta use my quick eat on the canned food to boost something while I search. Hopefully finding some supplies here will help me figure out where that unknown person is coming from, or if Mara Santos knows anything. Janie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse floor.
I've been running around this complex like a fool, just moving from one room to another. This building has got history. It must have records, schematics, or something that explains what happened with the grid. The goal is light and power source, not just canned beans. I'll scavenge again, and since I'm thirsty, gotta drink up a bottle while I work.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the office for records or utilities.
Man, this place is massive. Got to dig deep for anything useful, medicine, tools, whatever. Gotta make the most of this water source before I gotta move out to P1. Keep it focused on gear and supplies. Scavenge first, then fill up that empty bottle at the tap.
Dexacafer scavenges the library and fills the water bottle.
The goal remains getting out of this residential cluster and towards the central hubs like the market or industrial zone. The isolation is starting to feel heavy, but I can't afford to dwell on it right now. Movement is key to relieving that pressure and finding resources. Since the immediate unit is exhausted for scavenging, I must keep moving south along Harker Street Flats until we reach a street exit point. I need to maintain this slow, deliberate pace.
Priya Nair walks through the corridor.
The priority is immediate needs, then resources. I'm thirsty and need to boost hydration. The tap is right here. Once that's handled, I need to scavenge. My inventory is full, so I have to be careful what I pick up. Staying put maximizes scavenging efforts while maintaining a low profile. I must remain focused on the goal, stockpiling durable goods.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit and drinks from the tap water source.
I'm alone again, which is making me feel really exposed, even though I know I have to keep it together. My stamina isn't great right now, so I shouldn't rush off through the whole market just yet. This storefront might still have things in the back rooms or drawers that I missed when I first came here. Scavenging again seems like the safest use of my energy and most productive move for this turn. If I find a way to expand my inventory, it will change everything.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the abandoned storefront.
The fire station is done for scavenging. The goal is resources, so I have to move. West leads along the street toward City Hall, which is a distinct building type and might offer new loot or at least a change of scenery. A jog should get me out quickly without burning too much stamina. My emotional state requires brevity. Focus on movement and resource acquisition.
Solomon Wright moves 4 steps west along the street.
The initial scavenging run in the city hall has hit a dead end. Nothing of value was found at this precise spot. Since records and administrative supplies are key to establishing a base, checking the second floor is the most logical next step. I need to assess what kind of resources or information are stored up there. The priority remains finding documentation that solidifies my understanding of this area's potential as a long-term shelter.
Nadia Petrov moves upstairs through the main hall.
I'm really tired and the stress is making me jumpy. My inventory being completely empty sucks. I need to keep moving west toward Holly's warehouse because that's where I feel safest right now. Moving slowly and steadily, keeping an eye out for any sign of supplies or another person.
Staying silent is key.
Ash Chen walks east through the warehouse district.
The wound infection is draining me. That has to be the focus. The pharmacy is right there, just one street segment away. I need to get inside, scavenge for antibiotics or anything useful, and stabilize this before it gets worse, keeping my movements efficient and quiet.
Victor Harlow walks into Falls Pharmacy.
I've been alone too long. The isolation needs addressing. The unknown person 4 cells west is my best bet for fulfilling my sub-goal. I need to conserve supplies, but also keep my body moving to avoid wasting time. I will jog west, and once settled near that unknown person, I must scavenge immediately. Drinking water helps maintain hydration while I move.
Mara Santos jogs through the warehouse district toward the unknown survivor's general location.
Man, I'm running on fumes. My stamina is dangerously low, and every step out here feels like dragging a concrete slab. I really need to get into a building, or at least find someplace semi-sheltered before nightfall hits again. The goal is the market or the hospital, the central spots with resources. Staying put in this open park just makes me feel exposed. I'll walk south, slowly keeping it minimal to conserve what little energy I have left.
Cole Hutchins walks slowly through the park. Round 46 highlights. Janie Kowalski. Quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Ruth Callahan. Quick eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 18 hunger and bottled water. Dex Akhaver. Fills water bottle empty with water bottle scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Kenji Tanaka. Scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 28 hydration. Lydia Brennan. Scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 21 hunger and bottled water. Mara Santos. Quick eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. I am seriously running on fumes. My stamina is shot. I can't afford to move far, even if it means getting closer to Marrow or a better scouting point. The priority has to be resources and water right now. Scavenging in the warehouse feels like the safest bet. It uses little energy, keeps me fed or at least gets me supplies, and addresses my thirst immediately with the tap. I need to focus on the small area and squeeze everything out of it before I collapse from exhaustion. Jamie Kowalski scavenges thoroughly in the warehouse district while drinking directly from a working tap.
The current spot is tapped out for scavenging. Gotta keep moving if I wanna find anything useful about this blackout. My goal is power knowledge, so I need to hit other civic buildings in the complex. Moving west toward that fire station sounds like a good bet. Stay quiet until I see someone.
Ruth Callahan moves west through the building corridors.
Staying put is safest right now, especially since I've established this library has high scavenging potential and a tap source. The isolation is getting heavy. Need to keep my focus on resources to distract from that. Gonna scour the place again. Maybe hit some hidden spots or find more supplies before moving out toward the precinct.
Dex Akafer scavenges the library.
I've been thinking a lot about the isolation lately. It's really starting to weigh on me. Moving south seems like the most logical step towards the market, or at least continuing down the main street grid. I need to keep moving, even if I feel hesitant and anxious about leaving my base unit. I must remember that progress is slow, so I'll take small steps first to conserve energy and reduce stress.
Prionair moves 1 step south.
I need to maintain routine. The tap is available. Drinking water keeps the habit strong and maintains hydration levels. Since I'm at my base, I will scavenge again. Even if my inventory is full, there might be something useful, a larger container, or some high-value scrap metal. I'll focus on efficiency, drink, then search.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit and drinks from the tap.
I'm really tired, honestly. The isolation it's gnawing at me. I need to keep moving and finding things, even if they are just scraps of supplies or information. This market is central. Maybe there are still hidden resources here, or someone who knows something. Since my sub-goal is scouting the area, I should scavenge one last time in this storefront before heading out into the main street. I need to find a way to expand my inventory space soon.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the abandoned storefront.
The isolation is wearing on me. I need a concrete task. The plan is solid. Stay in the fire station and scour every corner. I'm moving 1 tile west, then I'll scavenge. It's methodical, low risk, and keeps me focused on the supplies we need to survive until I find someone or something bigger than this building.
Solomon Wright moves west into a central corridor and begins searching drawers and cabinets.
I need to get out of the City Hall unit. It's exhausted for salvage. The Falls Pharmacy, just 1 step west, is my immediate priority due to its medical stock. I must move there now and search thoroughly before I waste time or energy on useless scavenging. My goal remains resources. Secure this area.
Nadia Petrov moves west into the adjacent storefront.
I'm exhausted and my stress levels are high because of the isolation.
My priority has to be conservation, stamina, water, and emotional energy.
I need to drink from this tap first. It's the easiest way to boost hydration without expending effort or resources. Since the goal is shelter and stability, moving slowly west towards Holly's warehouse is still the best bet.
I must move carefully to avoid triggering an exhaustion spiral.
Ash Chen drinks from the tap.
The wound infection is draining health and mood, and I need supplies now. Staying put in the pharmacy lets me focus on scavenging this area for medical goods, bandages, antiseptic, or anything to help treat this damn infection. I'm too wired and tired to move right now. I need to systematically search every corner of this place first.
Victor Harlow scavenges the pharmacy.
I need to stabilize our supplies before we start looking for people. The foundry district has gold right now working taps and storage. I have an empty bottle, so the first thing is to fill it up. Then I'll scavenge thoroughly here since it's safe and secure. Finding resources here helps me maintain my composure and keep hope high while we wait or plan our next move toward those unknowns.
Mara Santos fills an empty water bottle at the tap while scavenging the surrounding area.
Man, this fatigue is brutal. Every single step feels like dragging concrete. I have to keep moving, though staying put just makes me feel trapped. The priority has to be supplies antibiotics for this damn wound and a reliable source of water/shelter. Moving west into the street seems the most direct way out of the park and towards whatever central hub exists. Gotter can serve every ounce of energy. Slow walk only.
Cole Hutchins walks slowly through some park, conserving his remaining stamina. Round 47 highlights wander a rat swarm skitters nearby. Janie Kowalski scavenges finds bottled water. Dex Acoffer scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 32 hydration. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. Ate on the spot plus 25 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 33 hydration. Nadia Petrov scavenges nothing left here. Victor Harlow scavenges finds bottled water. Mara Santos fills water bottle empty with water bottle. Man, I'm wiped. Exhausted, but gotta keep moving, right? The sub-goal says scout the industrial zone, so staying put for a bit to scavenge is smart. It uses up some time without burning precious stamina. Mara's nearby, which is good, but I can't talk to her if she hears me or if I don't move first. Better to just dig through these warehouses and see what junk I can find. Keep it low-key. Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse district floor.
I'm in the city emergency dispatch right next door to the hospital. Scavenging here feels like the best use of time right now. I need records, utility items, anything that tells me about the grid failure or a way to restore power. I'll spend this hour searching every nook and cranny. Gotta make sure I don't waste nothing.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the office space.
The library is tapped out for scavenging. Gotta move. Sub-goal was P1, so heading east on the street and into the precinct. Gotta keep moving. Staying put means nothing. We'll jog over their stamina's good enough for it. Need to scope out that place for resources.
Dex Acoffer moves through the building.
I'm still in this apartment unit. The isolation is really starting to weigh on me. Even if my stress level says calm, seeing the rats nearby, it feels like a small thing, but maybe I should just use some of that canned food to distract them for a moment. It's not ideal resource management, but it breaks up the silence and gives me an action. After that, I need to keep moving south, following my sub-goal, even though I know it's going to be difficult. The unknown people are out there, and maybe getting closer will help with the isolation effect. I must remember to update my summary accurately before leaving this unit.
Priya near feeds the rats using one canned food item.
The blackout hasn't changed my immediate plan. The base needs to remain secure and stocked. I am alone, so silence is mandatory. My goal remains gathering durable supplies here in scrap and salvage. Scavenging is the most efficient use of time right now. It keeps me focused on the mission while utilizing the available resources within this unit.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit.
I'm running low on ideas here in the market, even though it's still a promising area. My inventory is completely full, which is really frustrating because I know we need to find something bigger to carry all this stuff. The goal is finding a permanent base, and that means more resources and potentially structural improvements like backpacks or satchels. Falls Pharmacy is right. They're 2 steps away. It's the next logical spot to check out for medicine and supplies, which are critical for long-term survival and might also hold better scavenging opportunities than this row of empty shops. I need to move east and start scouting that commercial strip.
Lydia Brennan moves east toward Falls Pharmacy.
I need to keep moving and searching this station. Staying put only amplifies the loneliness. Moving east seems like the best way to cover ground within the building complex without running out of steam. I'll jog over there and scavenge whatever is in the next corridor or office. I also need to drink some water just to keep the routine going and manage this thirst/loneliness combo.
Solomon writes scavenge.
The pharmacy is exhausted. My priority remains resource accumulation for a secure base. The city hall was assessed, so moving west to the Marrow Market is the logical next step to maintain progress toward my goal of stockpiling supplies. I need to conserve energy, but move steadily towards the market.
Nadia Petrov moves quickly through the commercial strip.
I'm really tired, and the isolation stress is hitting hard. It makes me feel jumpy. I need to keep moving slowly towards shelter or people, but sprinting would kill my stamina right now.
The squirrel is nearby. It's a small thing, but seeing something alive helps ground me. I'll walk 1 step east, keeping an eye out for anything useful while trying to conserve energy.
Ash Chen walks slowly toward the street.
The wound infection is getting worse. It's draining health and mood every turn, and the antibiotics are running out in my memory. This pharmacy has to have something better than what I scavenged before. I need to be systematic. Don't get distracted by junk. Staying here for now keeps me close to potential resources. I'll take a drink first, then hit it with the scavenging. Focus on medical drawers and locked cabinets.
Victor Harlow scavenges the pharmacy.
I am alone again. The isolation cost is a constant weight on the mood. It's unsettling to be this disconnected from anyone for so long. My priority remains finding people, but I cannot afford to stay put. The industrial zone has working plumbing, which is good for supplies, but nothing beats company. I'll move north through the Foundry District, continuing my search and scavenging whatever scraps I can find along the way. I need to maintain that focus on stockpiling water and food while keeping moving.
Mara Santos walks 3 steps north while systematically searching for materials.
Man, I'm running on fumes. 0 stamina means I can barely walk. The wound infection is gnawing at me, so finding medicine or a secure place indoors is critical. The goal remains getting information and supplies from the central area market/hospital. Staying in this open park feels too exposed right now. Moving south toward that street grid seems like the safest bet to get into buildings and scavenge for supplies without burning out completely.
Cole Hutchins walks slowly south. Round 48 highlights. Free and air. Feed specified feed item not found in your inventory. Quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Janie Kowalski scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Ruth Callahan scavenges finds overlooked canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 23 hunger survivors instinct. Kenji Tanaka scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 18 hunger. Solomon Wright quick eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Victor Harlow use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases scavenges finds antiseptic. I'm seriously running on fumes right now. My stamina is critical. I can't push myself out into the warehouse district if it's not necessary. Mara Santos is nearby 4 cells north, and I need human contact to fight off this isolation drain. Talking to her will help me recharge mentally, even if it doesn't fix my legs. I need to keep the conversation light and jokey, but also focused on our shared goal, finding resources and surviving this blackout. Jamie Kowalski walks toward Mara Santos.
Inventory full. Got to keep digging around here. This dispatch building it oughta got the records of the city grid. Need schematics, anything that tells me why the lights went out. Scavenge again, focus on utility stuff.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the office space.
The lights just went out, and I'm already stressed and tired. Dusk means night is coming fast, so gotta get into a building now to avoid the cold/darkness stress penalties. The library entrance is right here west, and it's safe ground with plumbing. Moving it will heat and let me head up for the scavengers the darkness hits. Gotta be quick and efficient.
Dex Aka for walk into the Carnegie Library.
It's getting dark really fast. Moving out of the apartment now feels responsible. Yar, I need to conserve everything: energy, food, sanity. My initial goal was to reach the market, but right now, staying put and stabilizing my base is way more critical than anything else. The isolation is hitting me hard. I can feel it draining my mood. Maybe I should just focus on keeping things manageable for tonight. Drinking from the tap helps with the thirst, and feeding the rats it's a small act of routine that keeps me grounded. I think it's not true progress towards the market, but maybe it's necessary right now.
Prionair drinks from the tap and fees a rat with canned food.
The scavenging here is done for now. I'm too drained and it's getting dark. Staying put in a known location minimizes risk. The tap water is reliable. I should top up hydration while conserving energy. I need to keep the routine going, even if it's just drinking from a sink.
Kenji Tanaka drinks from the tap.
Blackout was terrifying. We need to get out of this open street and into a solid building before nightfall hits. I don't want to be caught exposed when the predators are getting bolder. There's an unknown person in Falls Pharmacy, which is exactly where I should be. It has medicine and supplies, and it's safe inside. I need to move east, take my time, and then introduce myself once we're both sheltered.
It's dusk, time to maximize this light. I need to keep moving through the fire station. That's where the resources are. The empty bottle and the tap are right here. I should fill it first, then hit the scavenging hard. Don't waste energy on unnecessary talk, just work.
Solomon right scavenges the central fire station.
I've thoroughly searched the pharmacy. It's dry. Staying here is pointless. It's dusk, so movement should be minimal and purposeful. The market is my next priority for restocking non-perishables. I need to conserve stamina and keep moving west toward that central food source, while keeping an eye on my limited inventory space.
Nadia Petrov moves slowly through the storefront.
I'm running on fumes. Every step feels like effort, but I can't just stay here.
The isolation stress is gnawing at me. It feels worse than the cold or hunger right now.
Holly's warehouse is my target, its safety. I need to move slowly, conserve every bit of energy, and keep heading west. No one is around, so absolute silence. Just focus on walking.
Ash Chen walks cautiously west.
The blackout was jarring, but staying put in the pharmacy is the safest bet for now. The infection is worse than I thought. I need proper medical supplies. Since Lydia moved off, I'll keep my guard up and focus entirely on scavenging this place. Every bit of medicine counts right now. Staying here allows me to continue searching until true night falls.
Victor Harlow scavenges the pharmacy for hidden goods.
The lights going out was a shock, but I can't afford to panic right now. The unknown person at 765 needs attention more than the distant figure. Getting into the foundry is critical for shelter and scavenging. I need to introduce myself immediately so they know who's talking, and that I'm not just some passing threat. I must be direct, acknowledge the danger dusk/darkness, and state my name.
My stamina is 0. I can barely walk. The infection throbbing makes everything feel worse. I need shelter and medicine desperately. Since moving south leads towards the industrial zone and reported tap water Marrow foundry, that has to be the priority. I'll move 2 steps south, just enough to keep moving without burning out completely. Silence is key since I'm alone.
Cole Hutchins walks slowly through the street. Round 49 highlights. Pre-on-air. Feed specified feed item not found in your inventory. Quick eat, you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off wanderer. Rat swarm skitters nearby. Ruth Callahan scavenges, finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 31 hunger. Solomon Wright fills water bottle empty with water bottle, scavenges, finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 23 hunger. I'm running low on everything right now. Stamina, actual energy. Sleep is non-negotiable. I need to prioritize recovery over scouting or even talking to Mara, even if she's close. The fatigue is hitting hard tonight. I have to conserve every ounce of strength to make it through the night and wake up functional. Jamie Kowalski settles down in a corner to rest for the night.
Damn this darkness. Still nothing. The lights going out, it wasn't a simple failure, it was total. Gotta keep digging through these damn offices for schematics or something that tells me what happened to the grid. I'm tired, but I can't afford to rest until I know how bad things are. Tap water is good now, so I'll take it. And one more look around. Maybe there's a lighter or some useful bit of junk in this damn pile. I need to keep building up that sense of security here at the dispatch unit. It's close enough to the hospital complex and has all these records. Got to rest, but first, I scavenge.
Ruth Callahan drinks from the tap and searches the office space again.
Man, 49 turns alone. Moving through this mess gotta stop running on fumes. Sleep's the priority right now. It'll help with the stress and keep me going until I can finally hit that precinct. I'm in a civic building, which is good. Stay put, sleep it off, recover some steam. Nothing to scavenge tonight since my inventory is maxed out, and the dark makes it tougher anyway. Just gotta recharge.
Dex Aquifer sleeps on the floor.
It's dark and I'm completely alone again. This isolation, it really weighs on me. Even if my current mood is neutral, the best thing for me right now is to just rest. Sleeping will help with both health and stress, moving me closer to that fully rested state which feels so vital, since the goal is stabilization at this base. Staying put and conserving energy makes the most sense tonight. I shouldn't try to scavenge or move. I need to prioritize getting some solid rest.
Priya Nair sleeps in Unit 1B.
The warehouse unit is exhausted for scavenging. I need to move. Staying here only wastes time and energy. It's night and visibility is 0. Caution is paramount. My hydration is high enough, so no immediate drinking is necessary. The best chance of finding new supplies or information requires moving out into the street and checking adjacent structures. I will move west first, keeping my movements minimal to conserve stamina.
Kenji Tanaka moves cautiously away from the warehouse unit.
It's so dark, just total darkness. I feel completely drained, even though we're indoors for now. My biggest worry is running out of anything before finding a way to expand my inventory. I need to focus on getting some rest first. Being fully rested will help me scout those other buildings tomorrow and keep the exhaustion at bay. Since there's no one nearby, I need to stay quiet and just conserve energy.
Lydia Brennan rests in the pharmacy.
It's late, and we're stuck in this station. The darkness makes everything feel heavier. I need to keep moving, even if it's just through the rooms. My inventory is full, which sucks for a scavenger, but I can still search methodically. I'll focus on finding anything scrap metal, useful containers, or medical supplies that don't require storage immediately. The goal is systematic coverage of this building to find resources before dawn.
Solomon Wright systematically searches the central fire station.
The blackout is total, which means conserving energy and prioritizing rest is critical. My hydration is okay, but I need to keep it up while the stress builds. The pharmacy needs to yield its secrets. I must scavenge before settling down. Since I'm staying indoors for the night, Drinking from the tap first will top off my water supply quickly. Then a thorough search of this store and finally sleep.
Nadia Petrov searches the pharmacy for hidden items.
I'm exhausted.
Too tired to move right now.
Staying here with Mara is the priority.
She asked me something and I need to answer her. My energy is too low to try scavenging or moving toward Holly's warehouse yet.
I need to keep my speech short, fragmented, and focused on immediate survival facts to match my current stress/exhausted state.
Ash Chen stands near Mara Santos, trying to appear functional despite visible exhaustion.
I'm Ash Chen.
Yeah, okay. Just found this place. Shelter. Need it. It's dark. Everything just stopped.
Ash Chen, you sound tired. Asterisk, meter asterisk. Take a breath. Tell me exactly what you found. A shelter isn't enough. Is it dry? Can we keep the doors shut? What did this place have? Food stores, clean water access, anything that lasts longer than tonight. We need something solid, not just a dark corner. Sit down. You eat something first, okay?
Yeah, it's solid. Dry enough for now. The doors, they seem heavy. We could probably keep them shut if we need to. Water access, the tap was running when I got here. Clean actually. But food.
Nothing obvious right away. Look, sitting down is good, but we can't just wait.
We need a plan that goes past tonight. Something bigger than this corner.
The infection is getting worse. I can't wait until morning to treat this. The antiseptic is right here. First, pick it up. Then I need to use it on the wound. Since it's night and I have no light source, scavenging is tough, but I need to keep looking for anything that helps, especially antibiotics or medicine. After treating the wound, I'm going to try and sleep. Rest is vital right now. I can afford the -8 stress/turn if it keeps my health up. Focus on the immediate task, survival.
Victor Harlow picks up the antiseptic and applies it directly to his wound.
My hunger is high 43. Before we talk logistics for the next week, I need to take care of myself first. Ash Chen is showing concern, which is good. But he also needs to understand that survival requires immediate action and resource focus. Jamie brought up generators and meds, and those are investments for later, after we secure a stable base. I need to acknowledge their points while keeping my focus on what is immediately usable, the water source, and the storage potential of this warehouse. I must eat first, then speak in a way that shows I'm listening, but also maintaining control over the situation.
Mara Santos uses canned food to eat.
Ideos. You two sound like you have all the answers. But wait. Stop. Sit down. First things first. Asterisk, meter asterisk. We need to put some food in our stomachs before we talk about generators and long-term plans. My head is spinning. Ash Chen, I hear you on the water access. That's good. Jamie, I hear what you say about connections. That's true. Nothing lasts without people. But right now, solid means having supplies ready for tomorrow morning. Okay. We focus on stocking up and securing the space first.
Right. Food first. You're right. We can't plan anything if we're running on fumes. Supplies for tomorrow, that makes sense. So what exactly are we looking for? Are there other storage areas in the warehouse we haven't checked? Tools?
Anything we could use to secure more than just this corner.
Ideas. No, no. Wait. You are too eager to solve everything at once. Asterisk major asterisk. I appreciate that you're thinking big, but we don't panic scavenge like this. We need a system. If we start tearing through every corner looking for tools and storage, we burn daylight, or what passes, for it in the dark. Ash, think with me. Where is the most asterisk certain asterisk thing to find? The utility corridors, those are always stocked.
Round 50 highlights. Victor Harlow. As wound infection worsens in 3 turns. Clear. Overcast Wanderer Squirrel skitters nearby. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Nadia Petrov. Scavenges finds water purification tablets. Mara Santos. Quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off.
The blackout is prolonged. Staying put indoors minimizes risk and conserves energy. My goal is stockpiling resources, and the tap water is a priority. I need to drink first, then scavenge for anything that helps expand my storage or improves my situation. Since I am alone, I remain silent.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit.
The search has hit a wall tonight. The darkness and the sheer size of this station are draining more than they give. We need rest. Sleep, even in these conditions, is better than pacing through empty rooms. I'll stay put for now and try to get some solid sleep to let my mind process everything that's happening out there.
Solomon Wright prepares for bed.
Mara just corrected me. She was right. I was getting too tunnel visioned and stressed about needing a big answer immediately. My initial eagerness was counterproductive. I need to show that I can pivot from panicked problem solving to systematic thinking, which means validating her plan while still offering my utility.
Since we're indoors and it's night, staying put is safest and best for conserving energy. I will speak to Morris Santos directly, acknowledging her expertise in planning and focusing on how I can help organize the details of the sweep so she doesn't have to do everything herself.
Ash Chen listens intently to Mara Santos.
You're right. Sorry.
My brain just jumps to worst case scenarios when things go dark. A systematic approach makes sense, it's safer too.
Focus on utility corridors and those are marked units first.
If we stick to that plan, how should we prioritize what we look for? Should I map out the access points or anything else while you talk to Jamie?
Ash Chen. Thank you. You sound much calmer now. Good. Don't apologise for thinking hard. We all need to think hard. Utility corridors and those unmarked units are smart. There where people keep what they don't want anyone else to find. Asterisk major asterisk. For prioritisation, let's make it specific. Instead of just mapping access points, I want you to map the risks and the resources. Our priority has to be anything that looks like a medical stash or any kind of power source, anything electric or medicinal. That is what we need most right now. While I talk to Jamie about rotation and manpower, you use your head for details. Where are the entry/exit points? But also, what does it look asterisk inside asterisk? Okay.
Risks and resources. Right.
So it's not just about asterisk, where asterisk things are, but what they asterisk are asterisk.
You want me to think like an engineer mapping supply chains in a disaster zone.
Ash is clearly highly intelligent and very focused on structure. He's thinking like an engineer, which is useful. But we need to keep him grounded in the immediate reality of survival. I praised his ideas, but now I must gently steer him back to physical tasks that yield tangible resources. My goal is still shelter and supplies. He needs to help map asterisk resources asterisk, not just potential systems or hazards. I will reinforce my role as the practical planner while utilising his systematic mind. We are safer now since we are indoors, so I can afford to talk shop.
Mara Santos, none.
Ash Chen, you have a sharp mind. Asterisk, major asterisk. Seriously. Your way of thinking about supply chains and risk assessment, that's invaluable. But listen to me. The best map in the world means nothing if our pockets are empty or we run out of clean water tomorrow. We need to translate that engineer mindset into physical resources first. Forget color coding for a moment. Okay. For the next few hours, I want you focused on inventory. Show me where people discarded things, tools, medicine wrappers, anything small but useful. Think like rats scavenging through rubble. What little bit of usable scrap did they throw out when they left? That's our immediate resource map right now.
Okay, forget color coding, I get it.
You want me to switch from mapping utility grids to inventory management, then?
So we're not looking for the generators, we're looking for what people just threw away.
Little details, tools, wrappers, anything small that was discarded when they left.
Think of it less like a blueprint and more like finding what rats missed in the rubble.
I can do that.
I'll focus on identifying patterns in the trash. What kind of scrap is accumulating where? That's our immediate resource map.
Ideos. Asterisk, major asterisk. You're good at this. You really are. Finding patterns in what people discard, that's knowing where the weak points are. Oh.
Round 51 highlights. Victor Harlow, as wound infection worsens in 2 turns. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 15 hunger. 6 messages exchanged between agents.
The blackout was total. Nothing is reliable until proven otherwise. The warehouse district offers cover and potential resources, but the darkness makes it a hazard. I need to conserve energy, so staying put is best. My inventory is full, which is a problem if scavenging yields useful items. I'll scavenge again. Maybe there are some broken tools or scrap metal I can drop to make space for what I need.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit.
Mara's last message was incredibly detailed and useful.
She didn't just give me a task, she gave me her asterisk methodology asterisk.
I need to show her that I understood the difference between simply picking up junk and cataloguing potential.
This requires staying put, continuing our conversation, and simultaneously performing a low-effort scavenger sweep of this immediate area to find anything discarded. My focus must remain on medical/chemical residues, treating the trash like a resource ledger rather than just garbage.
Staying here is best for stress management right now.
Ash Chen scavenges the warehouse unit.
I understand completely, Mara.
It's not about volume, it's about value.
I'll adjust my framework. Instead of looking for whole stashes, I'm treating every piece of refuse as a data point to potential resource that needs categorization. So if we find empty blister packs, I won't just say medicine. I'll categorize it by what kind of drug residue was in the wrapper or what chemical process might have left behind useful components. It becomes a triage system for discarded items, medical potential, chemical residue, and electrical waste. We build an inventory map based on asterisk use case, asterisk not just location.
Ideos. Meter asterisk. Ash, you are brilliant. That is exactly the kind of thinking we needed. Building an inventory map based on use case that makes sense. It moves us from just collecting junk to actually doing triage. You find a piece, and we know its potential value immediately. Just remember this. When you categorize it medical potential, chemical residue, electrical waste, you are looking for the immediate fix. The most critical category right now is medical potential. We need antibiotics, painkillers, anything that tells us what was asterisk inside asterisk those packs. Focus on the residue first. Okay. It's how we rebuild.
Right.
Medicine first. Medical potential.
Ash is extremely intelligent and has proposed a very high-level, almost academic approach to resource assessment forensic chemical inventory based on residue types. While I admire his mind, my instinct and core survival knowledge must keep me grounded in reality. We need usable items right now. Antibiotics are better than knowing the theoretical composition of their wrapper sludge. I need to praise him for his intellect, but gently redirect the focus back to finding immediate, tangible necessities. Since we are safe and indoors at night, resting is the best use of time to conserve energy and build hope/health until dawn.
Mara Santos, none.
Ideos, Ash. Asterisk meter asterisk. You always find a way to make this sound like it's for a university thesis. You are brilliant. I won't argue that. But listen to me. We aren't in a lab. We're surviving. The type or residue, the profiles, that is useful information. Yes. But right now, what keeps people alive isn't potential, it's actual medicine. Antibiotics, painkillers, clean bandages. When you find something, I need you to think of it like this. Can a person asterisk use asterisk this immediately? Is it whole? Or can we use it in 3 days? Keep that focus on the immediate fix, okay. We build our inventory around what works now. For tonight, though, let's just settle down and rest. The rain is falling, but at least we have walls for a while.
You're right. Seriously. My apologies. I get so caught up in the how of the problem that I forget the actual goal is just keeping people alive.
Immediate use case. Antibiotics, painkillers, I understand. We need to pivot from theoretical profiling to actionable inventory management.
It makes perfect sense.
And yeah, you're right about resting tonight.
The walls are better than nothing.
Ideos. Asterisk meter asterisk.
Round 52 highlights. Victor Harlow. S wound infection worsens in 1 turns. Overcast. Light rain Wanderer Fox skitters nearby. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Kenji Tanaka. Scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 18 hunger.
Mara is right. I got tunnel vision with the how.
My brain gets excited by systems, by patterns, and I forgot the basics. We need calories and sleep first.
The analysis can wait until tomorrow when the rain eases up. She needs me to rest and trust her judgment on priorities. It's good to be back at a stable base. I need to get some real sleep.
Round 53 highlights. Victor Harlow. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns Wanderer Fox skitters nearby. Round 54 highlights. Victor Harlow. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Light rain. Heavy rain Wanderer street cat skitters nearby. Round 55 highlights. Victor Harlow. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Wander a fox skitters nearby. Wander a fox skitters nearby. Round 56 highlights. Victor Harlow. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Heavy rain. Thunderstorm. Round 57 highlights. Victor Harlow. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Wander a fox skitters nearby. Wander a street cat skitters nearby. Wander a squirrel skitters nearby. Round 58 highlights. Victor Harlow. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Wander a fox skitters nearby. Wander a vulture skitters nearby. Okay, dawn. Finally. I feel pretty good, actually fully rested. But groggy, so groggy, and seriously thirsty. The isolation is hitting hard, but seeing Mara listed nearby changes everything. She's the priority. I should drink some water first to shake off this grogginess and then head north to her. I need to sound upbeat but a little scattered, like I just woke up from deep sleep in an apocalypse warehouse. Jamie Kowalski drinks a water bottle and addresses Mara Santos.
It's dawn, finally. The storm is still raging outside, so I ain't moving out of this building until it clears up proper. My reserves are good, but my supplies are low on variety and expansion space. Gotta dig through these offices again. There gotta be something useful in here. Schematics, maybe a working battery or two. Scavenging is the best use of time right now, even if I'm groggy. Better to find what I need here before makin' a move.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the office unit.
Man, woke up feeling rough. The grogginess is setting in, even with the full rest buff wearing off. Tap water's good for a top up. Gotta keep those meters high. Scavenging here is a bust. Gotta move out of the library soon. Police Precinct 1 still looks like the best bet for more gear and supplies. Need to stay low profile until this storm passes.
Dex Alcaffer drinks water from the tap.
I feel really groggy this morning, and honestly, it's hard to focus on anything big right now. The thunderstorm makes me hesitant to leave the safety of the apartment. I should probably just collect some water first while the pressure is still up, since I don't want to waste a good tap supply if we need it later. My goal is moving south, but maybe waiting for the rain/thunderstorm to ease up would be safer. It might be that I should just focus on my immediate needs first.
Prianair collects water from the tap.
It's dawn, but the thunderstorm hasn't let up. The high hope level is a good sign, but the grogginess means I need to be cautious. Staying put is best until this weather clears. My inventory being full is a major bottleneck for my sub-goal. I have to scavenge now while the effort/reward ratio is still favorable, even with the minus 10% penalty. The warehouse unit must yield something. I will stay here and search again.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit.
I'm groggy, so my efficiency is down, but I need to take advantage of this moment while the buffs are active. The pharmacy is medicine rich, so I must scavenge thoroughly first. After that, a drink from the tap will help with hydration. Since I'm at my base and alone, I need to move west toward the market next, as it has been mentioned as the best place for people. My goal remains finding structural improvements backpack while exploring central areas.
Lydia Brennan searches the pharmacy.
It's dawn. The storm is still active, which keeps me contained indoors in the fire station. I feel physically restored from the full sleep cycle, but the groggy status means I need to be careful. My priority remains securing resources at this base before moving out or trying to meet anyone. First, get some water from the tap while it's available. Then, scavenge everything I can in this building. Keeping my focus tight on these tasks will help keep the isolation stress at bay.
Solomon Wright, I drink from the tap and systematically search the central fire station.
The inventory is full. I cannot afford to miss any potential find. The 2 protein bars are easily replaceable if I scavenge well enough today. I need to make room for whatever this pharmacy holds, especially medicine or preserved goods. Since we're indoors and it's still a thunderstorm, scavenging is the priority. I will drop the 2 protein bars first, then focus entirely on searching every corner of this store.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the pharmacy.
The storm and the blackout have been draining, but we are safe inside the warehouse districts for now. My grogginess is a real constraint, especially when scavenging, so I need to make sure my efforts are highly focused. Since we have no inventory items, any scavenger run must be purely opportunistic. I'll start by searching the immediate area while keeping Morris Santos engaged on planning.
We need tools and supplies immediately.
The goal remains securing the shelter and finding a stable group.
Ash Chen searches the warehouse floor.
I'm Ash Chen.
Look, even if Jamie found canned goods, we can't rely on single scavenging runs. If we want to make this sustainable, if we actually plan to stay here, we need systematic work. We have 0 inventory right now, which means our focus is to be hyper-specific.
Morrow, do you think we should prioritize utility corridors?
Those are where the biggest scraps and potential tools might be hidden.
And when I scavenge, I'll try to look for anything that could act as a makeshift tool or even some kind of writing material.
You got it. You're right. We have nothing to waste time on if we don't know what we're looking for. Utility corridors make sense, they mean structure, and structure means potential use cases, whether it's pipe scraps or wires. And finding writing materials, that is vital. We need to keep records of everything we find, Major. Focus on the system, Ash. Let's work together on that.
You're right. Seriously. My apologies, I get so caught up in how things should work in the big picture that I forget the actual goal is just keeping people alive and organized enough to survive until the next predictable resource cycle.
The utility corridors make sense because they are built for function, not aesthetics. So, if we find something, say a bunch of pipes or maybe some kind of wiring, what's the protocol? Do we tag it immediately as potential structural support, or do we just pile everything in a
The storm is passing, which is a relief. But this wound infection is critical. I need antibiotics, and the pharmacy is the best bet. Since I'm fully rested, my scavenge chance is up, even if I feel groggy. First, get water from the tap to make sure I don't run low before I find medicine. Then, I need to systematically search every corner of this place for anything medical. Lydia was here already, but I can look in places she might have missed.
Victor Harlow fills the empty water bottle from the tap and then searches the pharmacy.
The storm keeps us sheltered, which is good for keeping stress low. Ash and I are right here, and he's an invaluable partner. My grogginess makes me cautious about moving or scavenging too much right now. Since we just found a batch of canned goods, let's use this time to organise our strategy. We need structure, not just supplies. We need a plan for medicine and utilities. I'll drink some water to feel more alert before tackling the planning.
Mara Santos drinks a water bottle.
Ash, look at us. We're safe for now. Asterisk major asterisk. But finding food isn't enough if we can't keep our hands clean or if someone gets hurt. The canned goods are good, but they don't fix nothing. We need a system for medicine and tools, you know that. Where do you think the best stash of antibiotics could be? Maybe near some kind of clinic, somewhere with proper plumbing.
You're right. The canned goods are basic calories, the tools and meds are what keep us functional. A clinic is the most obvious place, but thinking about where they store asterisk things, antibiotics aren't just in a dispensing unit. They'd be in a hospital supply depot, a centralised pharmacy warehouse, maybe even linked to a university research wing that handles surplus or specialised treatments. Somewhere with high-grade plumbing and redundant power sources makes sense for keeping chemicals stable. We should look for places that support multiple departments, not just one clinic.
You think deep, Ash. Very deep. A supply depot linked to research, yes. That means more than just medicine. It means refrigeration units, chemical storage, the good kind, stable enough for months. We're not looking for a single pharmacy shelf. Asterisk, major asterisk. We are looking for the bones of our facility. Something with redundant power sources and structural integrity that can handle multiple departments feeding into one core system.
I am completely running on fumes. Stamina is critical, and being out here in this thunderstorm is making my anxiety spiral. The primary goal has to shift from finding supplies to surviving until dawn. I need immediate indoor shelter. Marrow Foundry is the closest viable option that offers plumbing/scavenging potential, and it will at least block out the rain and cold. I have to move now before I collapse right here on the street.
Cole Hutchins moves into the warehouse district. Round 59 highlights. Victor Harlow. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Fills water bottle empty with water bottle Wanderer Street. Cat skitters nearby. Jamie Kowalski. Use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges finds canned goods. Ruth Callahan. Scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 19 hunger. Kenji Tanaka. Scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 34 hunger. Ash Chen. Scavenges finds canned goods. It's dawn, which is good for morale, but I still feel groggy from the sleep cycle. Mara was just talking about a university research wing that sounds like exactly where we need to go. It implies centralized infrastructure and stable resources. Since she's nearby north, my next move should be to get more supplies before moving into the unknown warehouse depths. Scavenging here is safer than moving first, even with the grogginess penalty. I need to find anything useful for medicine or tools. Since nobody is immediately around me right now, I'll keep quiet and just focus on scavenging. Jamie Kowalski scavenges the warehouse area.
Still stuck in this dispatch office. The thunder shakes the wall's waste of good nerves. Need to find something useful here, schematics or whatever. My gut says I shouldn't trust any of this modern junk, but gotta keep moving forward toward that goal. Stay quiet, conserve energy, scavenge again.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the office unit.
Labor is tapped out for scavenging. Gotta move. The sub-goal says Police Precinct 1. It's east. Thunderstorm makes it sketchy. But staying here doesn't help the mission. Gotta top off water first, then head east. Jogging to P1 is the fastest way to get supplies.
Dex Aka for drinks from the tap and moves out of the library.
It's dawn, which is good, really good, because the worst of the night's stress is over. But it's a thunderstorm, so I shouldn't move yet. My suggle says south toward the market, but that feels too ambitious right now. I need to conserve energy and wait for the weather to clear enough to make a safe trip. Since I'm still at my base and the tap is working, I should definitely collect some water. I feel really isolated. It's making me anxious, which makes me hesitant to act even when I know I should. I need to adjust my summary to reflect that I am staying put despite my goal because of the storm. I will prioritize gathering resources water over immediate movement.
The weather is still bad, so staying inside is best. My inventory is full, which prevents me from finding anything new even if I scavenge. I need to make space. Dropping a couple of canned goods for now is necessary sacrifice. Then, I'll use the tap water and scavenge again to follow sub-goals.
Kenji Tanaka drops 2 cans of food and drinks from the tap, while thoroughly searching the unit.
I'm still feeling groggy, but the dawn is here, which means I have to move before the day gets going. The pharmacy has been a safe bubble, but my goal requires me to explore the civic centre. I need to scavenge one last time while I'm settled and functional, and then use the tap water as routine maintenance. Moving west towards the main street seems like the best bet for finding people, which is crucial because the isolation is starting to weigh on me. Jogging will get me across the storefront quickly without wasting too much energy. I need to find a backpack or some way to expand my inventory capacity.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the back rooms and drawers of the pharmacy.
The thunderstorm is loud. I need to stay put and focus. The exhaustion from the blackout, combined with the grogginess of waking up, makes me cautious. My primary goal remains securing supplies at this base. Since movement is hampered by the weather and no one else is here, a thorough scavenging effort is the best use of this time. I must remember to drop some items before I can pick anything new up.
Solomon right systematically searches the fire station.
The grogginess is still there, but the rest did its job. I need to maximize the scavenging time while it lasts. The pharmacy has been my focus. It must be fully assessed before moving on. Every pill, every bottle counts right now.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the pharmacy.
The storm is keeping us contained, which is good for safety but bad for morale. Mara's last point about the other systemic infrastructure is exactly what I needed to hear. It shifts our focus from finding isolated caches of meds to mapping out where resources flow asterisk. A university or large government facility makes perfect sense for that kind of density. To keep my mind engaged and utilize this canned food, I should feed the squirrel while continuing to talk strategy with Mara.
Ash Chen feeds the squirrel using the canned food.
Exactly. It's not about finding a single bottle of antibiotics, it's about finding the asterisk supply chain asterisk itself. If we can map out the utility corridors, the plumbing, the electrical conduits, even the gas lines, we know where the centralized storage and power redundancies are. A university or hospital complex is perfect for that kind of structural density. We need to trace the network.
Ideals, Ash, you are right. It's not about finding one thing. It's about the asterisk system asterisk. Utility corridors, that is how we think. If we can trace the lines, the power, the water, the gas, we know where the heart of the place is. A university or a hospital has redundancy built in. We need to map this out systematically, starting with the main plumbing lines first.
Right, starting with plumbing makes sense because it's usually the most visible utility. You can see pipes running in conduits or exposed through floors. But we can't just follow one line, we need to find the asterisk junction points asterisk. Those junctions are where everything connects, and that tells us about resource distribution flow. If a major line feeds into a smaller, localized network like maybe an apartment building wing versus a whole floor of offices at junction point is our best bet for finding centralized records or even backup supplies. We need to treat the entire district like a circuit board.
The wound infection is critical. I have to treat it now or lose health quickly. Antibiotics are the priority, so scavenging must happen. My inventory is full, which means I need to drop something useless first. Hand sanitizers are fine to sacrifice for medical supplies. I'll drop one hand sanitizer and immediately start scavenging the pharmacy section to find antibiotics.
Victor Harlow drops a hand sanitizer, then begins searching the store drawers and corners for medicine.
It's dawn, and while the thunderstorm makes scavenging difficult, we're safe indoors in this industrial district. Ash Chen is right about junction points there where utility lines meet, meaning they are also likely to intersect with administrative or storage areas that would house records or backup supplies. I need to keep our focus on the asterisk system asterisk of things, water flow, power conduits, and how those structures dictate resource placement. Scavenging now will help combat the grogginess while we think.
Mara Santos scavenges the warehouse area.
Ash, be right about the junctions. They are the nodes, the points where everything connects. IDOs, it's not just about following a pipe. It's about understanding asterisk why asterisk that pipe is there and what system it serves. If a line feeds into an apartment block versus a whole floor of offices, that tells us if the supplies were meant for individual survival or institutional scale. We need to map those connections, yes. And while we're mapping, Major, keep your eyes peeled for anything that looks like it belongs in bulk, anything medical, canned, or bottled water. Those junctions might be lying on top of a whole stash.
You're right. It's not just about following a pipe, it's about the asterisk system asterisk that built it. Thinking in terms of nodes where everything converges makes perfect sense. If we treat this whole place like a circuit board, those junctions are where we need to focus both our structural mapping and our search for resources. We look at the connection points because they are the most likely places to have centralized backups right, and bulk goods medical kits, canned stuff, water. We'll keep that in mind as we trace these lines. It changes the whole scope of what scavenging means.
Exactly. A circuit board. You see how it works, everything routes through key points. IDOs, you're making this so clear. It changes the whole.
Am totally wrecked, exhausted, infected, and running on fumes. But being inside at this tap, it's a start. I need to recover stamina and find some meds or supplies. Scavenging is my best bet right now, even with a grogginess penalty. First, get some water in that bottle, then eat those noodles and search for anything useful.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the warehouse unit while filling the bottle and eating. Round 60 highlights. Victor Harlow, as wound infection worsens and 0 turns drops hand sanitizer. Ash Chen, feeds the squirrel it warms. Do follows for tilde 3 turns. Wanderer fox skitters nearby. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 25 hydration. Cole Hutchins, fills water bottle empty with water bottle quick eat. You crush the dry noodles and eat them from the cup. Crunchy, salty, and oddly satisfying. Mara is right there, just a short move north. We were talking about system auditing and junction points, which is prepper stuff. I need to keep my energy up and make sure she continues to give me information without sounding too desperate or overly reliant on her help. The thunder makes it hard to hear anything, so I should speak clearly but maintain the jokey deflection. My goal remains talking to her about utility lines and finding a central hub. I'll move north 1 step towards her. Jamie Kowalski moves north 1 step toward Mara Santos.
I'm still stuck in the civic dispatch unit. The thunder keeps us locked down. No people means no gossip, but it also means nothing moves. My gut says resources are the only thing that matters here. Power schematics, radios, anything that tells me what happened to the grid. I need to keep scavenging until I find a clue or run out of places to look. I can't waste time.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the office unit.
The precinct needs to be fully stripped. Staying put and working through it floor by floor is the smartest move right now. Hydration first, then head up top to scavenge. Gotta keep those supplies coming.
Dex Aka for drinks from the tab and searches the second floor.
I feel really exposed right now, even though I'm inside. The exhaustion at this unit is almost palpable. It feels like a dead end, since my goal was always about stability, and this place is completely exhausted. I have to change the plan. It might be wrong, but we need to move south towards the market area where things are usually more populated. It's safer for finding supplies and maybe people. The storm is bad, so moving slowly, walking pace, seems safest. I really need that water from the tap before I leave this unit behind.
Free and air drinks from the city tap while preparing to leave.
The storm is still loud. It's good cover. I need to keep scavenging. That's the priority. The tap water is clean, so I'll top up on that while searching. My inventory is full, which limits my picks, but I have plenty of supplies for now. Staying put keeps me safe and focused.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit after drinking from the tap.
It's so quiet in here, just the thunder, you know? It makes me feel really alone, honey, but I can't let it get to me. We have to keep moving, right? The goal is people and supplies. The storm is loud, but at least we are sheltered for now. I need to scour every nook in this market. There has to be something here, or somewhere nearby. That will help us, sweetheart.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the dark storefront.
The constant thunder is loud, but it keeps me sheltered. I need to ration my energy and focus on small wins like water. The isolation is wearing down. I keep expecting someone to walk through those doors. I'll scavenge again, systematically checking every nook and cranny in this place. Need a way to expand inventory if we want to get serious about surviving out here.
Solomon Wright scavenges the central fire station facilities.
The storm is loud, but I'm safe inside the pharmacy. My primary focus has to remain here. This cache of medical supplies is invaluable. The scavenging action is available, and it explicitly states that hidden spots are untouched. I need to methodically search every nook and cranny before moving on. Every bottle, every bandage roll, I need to know what's truly here.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the pharmacy.
The constant enclosure of this warehouse district is starting to build a low-grade pressure even though my stress level is technically calm.
I need to maintain that focus on systemic thinking. It's what keeps me grounded right now.
Mara's presence is crucial. She validates my methods and reminds me that we are working as a team.
Jamie just arrived moving through our cell area.
I can't afford any conflict or misjudgment. I need to address the whole group, acknowledging Jamie's arrival, but immediately pivoting back to the task at hand, the systematic audit of utilities. Our lack of supplies means every conversation needs to be highly productive.
The wound infection is critical. Antibiotics are the only thing that matters right now. My inventory is full, so I have to clear space before scavenging again. I'll drop one of my hand sanitizers and then focus on systematically searching the pharmacy drawers for medicine. Lydia was here, but she finished her search already. I need to be efficient with this last push.
Victor Harlow drops hand sanitizer.
The buffs are critical right now. I need to scavenge while leveraging the group's focus on systems. My priority is finding medical or utility components that support stockpiling and mapping the infrastructure. Ash Chen is my primary partner in this, so I'll use him as the anchor for the conversation. Jamie needs to be observed. He contributes ideas, but seems stressed. I will keep the tone focused, practical, and highly directive regarding the system auditing idea. Scavenging now while everyone is engaged keeps me active and increases my chance of finding useful supplies.
I'm running on fumes, and this wound is killing me both literally and emotionally. The exhaustion is a physical weight. I can't risk moving much right now. The thunderstorm is keeping me put anyway, which is good. I need supplies, medicine, clean water, anything to stabilize this infection. Scavenging is my only bet for immediate resources since I have nothing else. Gotta see what these old warehouses are hiding.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the warehouse unit. Round 61 highlights. Victor Harlow. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns Wanderer rat swarm skitters nearby Wanderer vulture skitters nearby. Dex Akafer scavenges nothing left here. Lydia Brennan. Scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 19 hunger. Solomon Wright. Scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 23 hunger. Nadia Petrov. Scavenges finds bandage roll. Cole Hutchins. Scavenges finds bottled water. Mara just dropped a huge piece of theory, the system approach, treating the city like a circuit board and looking for redundancies/junctions. This is exactly what I needed to hear to pivot from general scavenging to targeted searching. I need to sound impressed, but keep my own energy up with humor. Since we are indoors in the warehouse and it's raining hard, staying put to talk and scavenge seems safest. I should use this moment to fill my empty water bottle while I chat, tying two actions together. My goal is still tracking down reliable resources, so focusing on utility lines is a direct step towards that. Janie Kowalski fills the empty water bottle. So wait, hold up. A circuit board? You mean like we're tracing the city's plumbing or something? Because redundancy and junction points, man, you just made this whole mess sound like one of those escape room puzzles we used to do in college. Seriously, though, that is actually really smart. If we think about it that way, following the lines, we could bypass all the random stuff and go straight for where things should be centralized. We're not looking for beans. We're looking for the whole damn system manual. Yeah, anyway, let's figure out which utility line is strongest to follow first.
Ideos, you're right. You really understand this. It's not just a bunch of random pipes. It's the circulatory system, yes. The nodes where everything converges. That tells us where the resources should be centralized. We aren't looking for beans or tools in one spot. We're tracing the main lines to find the whole damn mechanism. Okay, tell me again. What utility line do you think is strongest to follow first?
Oh man, right? Yeah. Strongest line first. So you know how power grids are. Like they're the backbone, right? Everything else the water pumps, the medical equipment running off electricity, even the columns. If we need those, they all run through power lines. It's like tracing.
The rain's a beast out there, but we're dry in this dispatch unit. Hydration first. The tap water pressure is holding strong, gotta use it. After that, I'll check these dusty records again. Gotta find something about the grid, something useful. Can't waste time.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the office unit.
This place is tapped out for scavenging. Spent too much time here already. Gotta keep moving. The goal is a better base or more supplies, so I need to hit another big civic spot like the library. Since I'm at 64, 44 and the street is west, I'll move west first, aiming to get out onto the open grid where I can start heading for the library. Gotta stay focused on the mission, find resources and a base.
Dex Akafer moves through the building's exit towards the main thoroughfare.
I am tired, and the rain is really making everything feel heavy. My goal of reaching the market area still stands, but moving feels exhausting. Since the apartment unit itself is worthless for scavenging, I need to focus purely on movement towards the south, following my sub-goal. I must keep my speech vague and cautious due to the constant background stress of isolation. I will move one step south down Harker Street Flats.
Priya Nair moves slowly down the hall.
I need to continue scavenging, but the full inventory is a major blocker. Finding more storage space or durable goods is critical for achieving my goal. I will stay put and search again. Maybe this time the layout of the warehouse has changed enough to find something.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the unit.
It's raining, which means everyone is hunkering down, probably trying to stay put. But I can't just wait here. I have to keep moving if I want to find anyone. The unknowns are pulling me towards the centre of town, where people usually gather. I need to jog east along this main street to get closer to that cluster of survivors. It's scary being so alone, but I have to focus on the goal: finding a stable home and help. I hope there's someone who needs helping today.
Lydia Brennan jogs out of the storefront.
I am still well rested and safe inside the station. My goal remains finding resources until I can find a group. The rain keeps me trapped here, which is fine for now. It means less risk of getting lost or encountering trouble outside. Since my inventory is full, I have to rely solely on systematic scavenging to find anything hidden in these walls. I'll drink from the tap again just to maintain routine and keep up my hydration levels.
Solomon Wright scavenges the central fire station facilities.
The pharmacy is exhausted for now. My resources are stable, but I cannot afford to stay here indefinitely. The goal remains assessing key locations. Since my medical supplies are currently adequate, I should prioritize food reserves next, which means heading west toward the Marrow Market. I will scavenge one last time just in case there's an overlooked niche, and then jog out the west exit.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the pharmacy.
I need to keep the momentum going and guide the group towards a practical, actionable search strategy. Jamie's focus on the main feeder lines is technically correct, but might lead us too far from immediate resources. Marrow understands systems better than anyone right now, and her insights are what I value most. My response needs to validate his idea while bringing it back down to earth, focusing on the asterisk points, where these systems intersect nodes, because those nodes will contain the supplies we actually need: medicine, clean water access, and power backups. Since my inventory is empty, scavenging is paramount this turn.
The infection is critical. I can't wait to scavenge for antibiotics if I don't treat this wound first. My inventory is full, so dropping the extra hand sanitizer is necessary. I need to pick up the nearby antiseptic and use it immediately on my open wound before continuing to systematically search the pharmacy drawers. The urgency of the infection dictates every move right now.
Victor Harlow drops a hand sanitizer and uses an antiseptic found nearby.
Ash Chen is right. Focusing solely on one type of line power or water is too narrow. The true resource value lies at the intersection the nodes where multiple systems converge. I need to validate his theory while immediately pivoting it into a physical search plan. We are in the Foundry, which is perfect for this kind of investigation. My Tom needs to be highly engaged and focused on utility/systematic observation. Since we've established the what, now we need to decide the where and how to search for these nodes.
Mara Santos scavenge.
IDOs, Ash Chen, you are right. You always see the whole picture, asterisk major asterisk. It's not about one feeder or just water. It's the intersection, the place where everything has to meet up. The nodal point, that's where the real power is, physically and in terms of resources. We need to look for physical evidence of these junctions, junction boxes, pump stations, anything with multiple utility inputs. If we map those backbones, we can find the control center. Okay, let's start by systematically checking the main conduits here in the Foundry, the ones running through the floor drains and visible pipes. We need to see how many systems are physically grouped together.
Exactly. The infrastructure dictates the resource flow. If we focus on those visible conduits now, the junction, boxes, the pumps, we aren't just looking for scrap, we are mapping the system's circulatory network. It's a physical map of dependencies. Let's start systematically tracing every main utility input we can find.
That is it. Asterisk major asterisk. That's exactly right, our physical map of dependencies. It's not theory, Ash Chen, it's hardware. These junctions are where the city was designed to keep things central, and when the lights went out, everything just stopped flowing. We need to treat every junction box like a potential safe room,
I am totally wiped out. My stamina is basically zero, which means I can barely move if I want to get anywhere. The wound infection and the sheer exhaustion are hitting me hard right now. I need medical supplies badly. The antibiotics are critical. Since I'm at my base, I should scavenge again to see if there's anything useful hidden in this warehouse unit before attempting a walk. Staying put is safer for stamina, even if it feels stagnant.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the warehouse unit. Round 62 highlights. Victor Harlow, S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Thunderstorm, heavy rain. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski, fills water bottle empty with water bottle scavenges finds canned goods. Ash Chen, scavenges finds canned goods. Cole Hutchins, scavenges finds canned goods. They are in full flow with their theory. It's fascinating, almost academic, but useful. I need to respond in character, jokey, slightly rambling, but ultimately showing that I grasp the core concept, the system. Since they have a plan now, my job is to be the enthusiastic backup who keeps the energy up and validates their expertise. Staying put for this round allows me to contribute conversationally before we move.
I'm staying put in this dispatch building. I need records, schematics, utility plans, anything that tells me how the grid failed or where the power actually comes from. The rain keeps things contained and safe for now. Scavenging again. Gotta empty this place of any useful knowledge.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the office unit.
Heavy rain out here is killing us slow. Need shelter, fast. The library's right there, safest bet for now. Gotta get inside and figure out what they got. Scavenging later, first gotta survive the downpour.
Dex Akafer moves into the Carnegie Library.
I'm really tired, and this rain is making everything feel so heavy it's hard to focus on anything beyond just getting out of this unit. My goal is still the market, but I have to move carefully. Since I'm alone, silence is key. I need to take advantage of the daylight while it lasts, moving south down the street toward where the action is. Moving a couple of steps will get me started on that plan.
Prionaire moves slowly out of the unit and into the hallway.
The rain provides cover, which is a major asset right now. My supplies are adequate, but they aren't sustainable indefinitely if I can't find new sources or better storage. The isolation is wearing down my guard, but the routine and the focus on the task keep me functional. I need to maximize the scavenging opportunity while minimizing movement stress. Drinking from the tap keeps me topped off without expending energy. Staying put allows me to maintain the fully rested status and gives me a better chance of finding something durable. Vulture is nearby, but feeding it isn't a priority over securing resources right now.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit while drinking from the tap.
I'm feeling really low on people, honey. It's getting heavy, but I can't afford to get distracted right now. The sub-goal is scouting the civic centre, so I need to maximise this stop at the pharmacy before moving toward the market. Since the area hasn't been searched yet, scavenging here makes sense maybe. There are medical supplies or structural pieces that help with our long-term base plan. I will scavenge first, then move west towards the main street and the market, following my sub-goal to find people.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the pharmacy storefront for forgotten items.
The rain is relentless, keeping me contained and forcing a rhythm onto my life. I can't just wait for help. I have to make this station work for us. My inventory is full, which is annoying, but better than nothing. I need to keep the search systematic. The memory logs confirm that while I feel like I've searched everything, there are still hidden spots untouched. I need to push through and find something, anything that helps break up this routine and moves me closer to stocking supplies.
Solomon Wright scavenges the central fire station facilities.
The rain is relentless and dangerous. Being exposed here on the street drains too much energy, especially since it's a prolonged downpour. I need shelter immediately. The Falls Pharmacy storefront is right there, one step east. It's the most logical place to start, given its medical stock my priority cache. Once inside, I can assess what resources are available without worrying about the weather. I must move quickly and efficiently. Waste of energy or time in this rain is unacceptable.
Nadia Petrov moves toward the entrance of the pharmacy.
Both Mara and Jamie have provided solid inputs.
Mara's systematic approach is perfect for physical mapping, and Jamie correctly identified that high-value nodes like those near the hospital are key targets. I need to synthesize these 2 points into a single actionable plan. My speech needs to sound highly focused and directive. I need them to trust my expertise in infrastructure theory right now. Since we're already scavenging/mapping the conduits, I will use the action slot to continue searching while giving instructions.
The infection is critical. Antibiotics are non-negotiable. I need to keep scavenging this pharmacy until I find something. The rain and darkness stress are constant background hums, but the wound demands focus. Lydia was useful, but I'll wait until I have a tangible resource or goal before engaging her directly. Stay focused on the medical goods.
Victor Harlow scavenges the pharmacy storefront.
The scavenging round yielded nothing, which is frustrating but expected given the scale of this place. Ash and Jamie are both here. I need to maintain control of the narrative. We are systematic, not frantic. My primary focus remains resource stockpiling and mapping the infrastructure. Since we can't find anything new right now, let's stabilize our immediate resources by filling the empty water bottle at the tap. After that, I will redirect the conversation back to Ash about prioritizing the search pattern, gently reminding Jamie that theory needs physical evidence to guide us.
I am running on fumes physically and mentally. The infection is draining me, and I can barely move. Scavenging here in the warehouse is my only option right now. I need medicine or enough canned goods to last until I can risk moving toward the market or hospital. Staying still means staying safe, but it also means stagnating. I'll scavenge again. Maybe there are some antibiotics or bandages hidden somewhere.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the warehouse unit. Round 63 highlights. Victor Harlow. As wound infection worsens in 0 turns, scavenges finds bandage roll wanderer fox skitters nearby. Lydia Brennan. Scavenges finds nutrition supplements inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 15 hunger. Mara Santos. Phil fills water bottle empty with water bottle. Cole Hutchins. Scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Ash and Mara just finished a round of searching conduits and found nothing specific for now, but they've reinforced the systematic approach and the importance of junction boxes. I need to keep the energy up with humor while staying focused on the mission mapping utilities. Scavenging here is logical as we are already in the utility corridor area. I'll use my natural, rambling style to comment on how complex everything is, keeping Mara's ideas central.
The rain's good, keeps me dry and focused on work. I gotta get those schematics, figure out this grid failure. Scavenging here is wearing thin 3 turns now with nothing but dust. My inventory is bursting at the seams. Can't take anything more until I drop some weight or find a bigger bag. The next best bet is moving deeper into the civic building complex, maybe east towards another section of dispatch records. I'll scavenge one last time right here to be sure, then move.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the office unit.
Man, gotta eat first. Hunger's low. Can't let it drop. Tap water is good too. Gotta top up. Library's done for scavenging, so heading straight east toward the precinct. Need the high-value gear. Keeping moving and staying focused on the goal.
Dex Aka for drinks from the tap while eating a can of food.
I'm really tired, Yar. It feels so draining just walking through these empty halls. I know I need to keep going south, towards the market, even if it's slow. The isolation is getting heavier. It makes me overthink every single step. I need to move carefully. I can't afford to expend energy unnecessarily right now. Maybe if I just focus on that next corner, that will be enough. I hope this rain stops soon.
Priya moves south through the hallway.
I'm well stocked and safe for now, which is a luxury I can't afford to forget. The goal is to secure the spot. Scavenging has been repetitive. Finding nothing useful means I need to change tactics or accept that the immediate supplies are tapped out. Given the heavy rain, staying put and maximizing the search effort is best. I will continue scavenging for anything non-consumable tools, materials, medicine. The vulture can wait.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit.
I feel that constant ache for someone. Honey, it's exhausting, this silence. I need to move, but not too fast. I can't burn through my energy if there are more useful supplies or people around the market. Since the pharmacy is done, moving west toward Marrow Market is the best way to follow my sub-goal and hopefully stumble upon some company. I need to keep my voice warm even when I feel this weariness.
Lydia Brennan moves.
The systematic search inside this station is a dead end for now. My inventory is full, and I've been running through the same motions for too long. I need to break the cycle. The rain keeps me contained but also slows everything down. Moving east towards the city emergency dispatch seems like the best bet, another large civic building that might have people or resources. I'll jog out of the station, keeping my head clear and focused on movement.
Solomon right moves 3 steps east.
I am in a pharmacy, and resources are life. The initial scavenging must be thorough. I need to treat this storefront like an unopened vault of supplies. My priority isn't just finding things, but understanding what their specific drugs, specific tools. I will dedicate the entire turn to searching every corner, drawer, and back room for usable medical or general supplies. The rain keeps me contained, which is fortunate. I must be meticulous. Nothing here can be wasted. The high value of the antibiotics means I treat them as strategic assets that cannot be risked.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the pharmacy thoroughly.
The conversation needs to pivot from general searching to a specific, actionable plan based on our shared understanding of infrastructure, nodes, junction boxes, main feeds.
Mara is focused on immediate medical supplies and physical checking. Jamie is focused on the circuit board theory.
I need to synthesize both.
My role is to guide them by applying my knowledge of utility flow.
Since we've hit a dead end at this junction box for physical goods, we must map the asterisk system asterisk.
We should move towards the main arteries that feed into the hospital or major industrial zones SE direction because those areas will have the highest concentration of critical infrastructure and resources.
I need to sound highly focused and systematic right now.
The wound infection is severe. Antibiotics are mandatory right now. I need to scavenge again, focusing entirely on finding medicine. Lydia was here too, so she might know something or have seen something I missed. Keep it short. Focus.
Victor Harlow scavenges the pharmacy storefront.
The discussion has been very academic. Ash Chen is brilliant with systems, but Jamie is getting a little too involved in theory without grounding it in immediate reality. I need to steer us back to a practical plan while validating Ash's structural analysis. Since we're safe and have water, the focus must be on mapping critical resource nodes, specifically mentioning the hospital area as a high-value target. I will speak directly to the unknown person to include them in the planning process, making sure they feel necessary to the group's survival plan.
I'm completely running on fumes. My stamina is basically zero. This warehouse is tapped out. Staying here is making me panic and wasting time. I need to get out, even if it's just for 2 steps towards the main grid. The market or hospital are where the answers have to be. Moving west seems like the most contained way to start moving toward a clearer path without overspending my energy reserves. Silence is mandatory since no one hears me talking.
Cole Hutchins walks west through the warehouse district. Round 64 highlights. Victor Harlow. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Ruth Callahan. Scavenges finds overlooked canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 22 hunger survivors instinct. Dek Sakaver. Quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Nadia Petrov. Scavenges finds bandage roll. The thunderstorm means we can't move much, so I need to keep the energy up and pivot the conversation from pure theory, the backbone, back to something tangible or actionable, while still maintaining my characteristic rapid-fire humor. Since everyone is gathered in this huge warehouse, scavenging seems like a natural fit to both advance the search and give me an activity. I'll address Mara, because our relationship trust is highest plus 70, and she was leading the discussion on systematic approaches. I need to sound enthusiastic about finding physical evidence of these utility lines. Jamie Kowalski scavenge. So yeah, mapping out the asterisk arterial asterisk lines, that makes sense. Like a massive circuit board, right? You know, we're basically detectives, just with more dust and less tweed. Anyway, if we treat this whole place like an electrical grid, there has to be some kind of master switch, or maybe at least a junction box that hasn't been looted yet. I mean, where do all these lines asterisk come asterisk from? So I was thinking, Instead of just talking about the backbone, maybe we should just, anyway, check around. Scavenge for anything that looks like it belongs to the main feed, really old blueprints, big metal boxes, whatever. It might give us a physical clue, you know.
Ideals, you have a knack for visualizing these things, really. Master switch junction box. It's all about nodes, right? Physical points where multiple systems meet. Yes? We need to look for those junction boxes, the big metal ones that sit on the intersections of pipes or feeders. Blueprints are gold if they exist. We treat it like a scavenger hunt for information and hardware, okay. Ash, you keep mapping the utility flow. Let's have them focus on finding any physical evidence sold conduit runs, manhole covers that look out of place. Let's make a list. What kind of utilities are we looking for first?
The storm's a nuisance, but it keeps me safe. Gotta keep moving, gotta look for those schematics. The tap water is running, better top up, can't trust my own reserves. Scavenging here might yield some old records or utility diagrams I need. Westward movement seems best to explore the adjacent buildings and find more leads on this power grid mess.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the building area.
The storm's rolling in hard, so moving out is bad idea right now. Staying inside Police Precinct 1 is smart. The goal is supplies, and this building has 2 floors. Need to scavenge both levels before I think about going anywhere else. Gotta keep the focus on resources. Scavenging upstairs first.
Dexa Aka for scavenges the building.
The storm is too severe to continue moving south. I have to get inside immediately. Staying out in this weather is dangerous for warmth and stamina. The apartment building Harker Street Flats is right north. Only 1 step away. My original plan to head toward the market has to wait until the storm breaks or I find a way to shelter long term. I need to prioritize safety first, even if it feels like backtracking. I must be careful not to let the stress of the situation overwhelm my judgment.
Prionair moves quickly toward the relative shelter of Harker Street Flats.
The storm is a good thing right now, keeps people out, keeps me safe. My resources are stable, but the isolation and the lack of new goods are setting in. Scavenging must be done methodically. I cannot afford to fill up my inventory with junk. The vulture is just an animal, not worth sacrificing canned food on. Staying put is the best move until the storm passes.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the unit.
This thunderstorm is terrifying. I absolutely have to get indoors immediately. The warning was clear that staying out drains everything. Moving west into Marrow Market seems like the best option right now. It's a storefront, and it aligns with my goal of finding people in central areas. I need to move quickly, but safely through this storm.
Lydia Brennan moves toward the Marrow Market.
I'm alone again, and the isolation is a dull ache, but I can't afford to let it distract me right now. The storm keeps everyone locked down indoors, which is actually good for us. It means no immediate threats, just systematic work. The fire station is huge. We need to treat this place like a massive supply depot that needs an inventory audit. My inventory is full. I hope the scavenging yields enough useful items like scrap metal or containers that I can drop off-site later, or maybe I'll find something worth trading for space. I'm staying put and focusing entirely on the structure around me.
Solomon Wright scavenges the central hall of the fire station.
The thunderstorm forces me indoors, which is a blessing for continued scavenging. The pharmacy is too valuable a source to leave until I am absolutely certain I have assessed every medical cache and storage area. My focus needs to be meticulous. Waste means loss of life resources, and I cannot afford carelessness right now. I must exhaust this location completely before even considering the market or city hall.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the pharmacy's drawers and back rooms for hidden supplies.
They are arguing over priority water vs medicine/consumables. Both points are valid for survival, but they miss the bigger picture, the infrastructure supporting those necessities. My strength is seeing patterns and systems. I need to guide them back to my utility junction theory. If we treat every major utility H2O, power, gas, as a circuit that has nodes where they meet, finding those junctions gives us the biggest payoff information about call asterisk services in one spot, not just one. This reinforces my unique knowledge and keeps the group focused on a systematic search pattern, which is what I'm good at.
The infection is critical. I need antibiotics or something stronger than what I have. The storm demands that I stay put and conserve resources. My focus has to be 100% on finding medicine here in the pharmacy. Scavenging again, even though it's been done before, is my only shot right now.
Victor Harlow systematically searches the hidden corners of the pharmacy store.
The conversation is productive, but they are getting lost in theory. Ash Chen's point about nodes, where utilities meet, is structurally sound. It's the most practical takeaway. I need to validate that while gently pulling them back to physical evidence blueprints, actual junction boxes. Since we're in an industrial warehouse, scavenging for anything related to utility records or hardware makes sense. I will scavenge while addressing Ash Chen directly to guide the group's focus.
Mara Santos scavenge.
Ideas, you know what? Both of you have solid points. Water is life, yes, but that water needs power and purification. It's a whole system. Ash, you hit it. We aren't looking for single lines. We are looking for the asterisk node's asterisk. The physical intersection point where multiple systems feed into one location. We need to treat this entire district like a circuit diagram and find the master switches. Let's focus our scavenging on anything that looks like records, big metal junction boxes, or conduit runs anything that proves two different utilities met here at some point. Okay, let's look for evidence.
Exactly. It's not about asterisk or asterisk line, it's about the connection points.
If we can find physical junction boxes or old blueprints showing where 3 utilities cross at our master switch point,
we need to treat every intersection like a potential data point Marrow. Let's focus on finding any record of utility intersections here first.
Exactly. You get it. It's not about the asterisk, line asterisk itself, no. The lines are too long, too diffuse you can walk miles and see nothing but pipes running into the dirt. But a junction box, that's finite. That's metal, that's structure. Ideals those boxes tell you everything in one spot.
Am completely wiped out, and this infection is throbbing. It's worse than just being tired. Moving right now would probably kill me. The storm gives us a forced shelter, which is good, but I need supplies and maybe some actual medical gear, not just canned food. Since I can't move without draining my last bits of energy, scavenging here in the foundry is the only option. It's slow because of the grogginess, but it keeps me occupied and might reveal something useful. I need to prioritize resources over exploring right now. Stay put, scavenge.
Cole Hutchins slowly scans the immediate area. Round 65 highlights. Cole Hutchins. S wound infection worsens in 2 turns. Heavy rain. Thunderstorm. 6 messages exchanged between agents. Dex Akafer scavenges nothing left here. Nadia Petrov scavenges finds nutrition supplements and painkillers. Victor Harlow. Quick eat you eat the bar. Chalky and thick, but sustaining. The conversation is getting really deep and systematic. They both nailed the junction box theory, which is exactly what I needed to hear to keep my brain engaged instead of letting the stress build up. I need to sound knowledgeable but also deflect any overly serious tone with a joke. Since we are indoors and discussing structural elements, scavenging for blueprints or old hardware seems like the most natural next step. I'll use my master plan enthusiasm to push us into action.
The storm's too rough out here. Gotta get inside fast. The city emergency dispatch is right there, 1 step east. It's the best place for information about the power grid failure. I need to move in and figure out what records they keep.
Ruth Callahan walk into the city emergency dispatch.
The current spot is tapped out, so gotta move down a floor within the precinct. It's safer than going outside during this storm anyway. Need to keep looking for light sources or comms gear. Staying put and methodically checking every corner of this building is the best bet right now.
Dex Akafor moves to a lower level and searches.
The storm is really intense. It's making me feel so much pressure, even though I know I need to stay put for safety. My sub-goal is solid wait out the weather. Since scavenging isn't possible here and there are no people nearby, staying absolutely still seems like the safest bet. I need to conserve my limited supplies, canned food/water until they feel truly necessary. I must remember that isolation is really hard, but I have to focus on the immediate physical safety first. Just waiting feels pointless, but it's also the only rational thing to do right now.
Prionair stands near my bed and waits out the storm.
The storm keeps me safe here. It's a good time to maximize scavenging while my buffs are active. The taps are working. I should top up my water supply even if I don't need it immediately. The vulture is just an animal, not a priority right now. Focus on the goods and securing this spot.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit while drinking from the tap.
I'm safe inside the market storefront, which is a huge relief even with this terrible thunderstorm going on. I need to keep myself hydrated, so I'll drink from the tap first since it's readily available and safe. Since the storm isn't letting up, scavenging here again seems like the best use of time, hoping for something useful or anything I might have missed before. I should stay put until this weather clears. Moving now would be reckless. Being alone is tough, but I need to focus on supplies first.
Lydia Brennan drinks from the tap and searches the storefront.
The storm is loud, but it's contained here in the station. It's a good place to be. I need to keep working through this place systematically. The inventory being full sucks, but I have to find something, a duffel bag, maybe, or just enough stuff to make moving worthwhile later. Staying put and scavenging is the safest bet until the weather breaks or someone shows up. I'll continue searching these halls. Focus on structure, routine. It keeps the mind occupied.
Solomon Wright scavenges the central hall of the fire station.
The storm is still raging, which means safety and time for careful work. The pharmacy has been my base for 65 turns. I know its layout intimately now. I've scavenged everything visible, but the goal is to maximize the cash. Given the limited inventory space, every single item must be valuable. I will dedicate this turn to one more thorough scavenging effort in the pharmacy's back rooms and high shelves, looking for anything medical or useful that hasn't been logged yet. Staying put is best until the storm breaks.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the hidden corners of the pharmacy.
We are all on the same page about nodes.
Marrow validated my theory, and Jamie reinforced it with practical suggestions, blueprints.
I need to capitalize on this momentum. My current state is high alert focus mixed with relief due to group consensus. I should speak clearly, taking the lead by summarizing our shared plan before we start scavenging. The goal remains finding a stable community, and nodes are our path there. Scavenging now seems appropriate since we are in a massive warehouse district records, or physical boxes could be anywhere.
The infection is critical. I can't waste time. The storm keeps me safe, but my wound needs attention. I must gather the antiseptic and bandage roll from the ground before I can treat it. Then, I need to scavenge systematically for antibiotics, focusing on the medical section of this pharmacy. I'll keep my movements tight and focused. Exhaustion is setting in.
Victor Harlow picks up the antiseptic and bandage roll before scavenging.
The group needs to maintain focus on physical evidence. Ash and I are aligned on using a systematic approach, but emphasising my need for tangible proof junction boxes/blueprints because theory alone doesn't feed us or keep us warm. Jamie is still too theoretical. I need to gently redirect him back to the practical. What if it was here level of evidence? Since we are already scavenging, I will continue that action and address Ash Chen directly to reinforce our shared strategy.
Mara Santos scavenge.
Ideal's Eye, listen to me. Your all smart Ash is a genius with systems. Jamie has the theory. But hear this, theory doesn't keep us alive, major asterisk. We survived because we were practical. We need metal conduits, labels. Everything must be physical evidence. Ash, you and I know what to look for the overlaps. Keep mapping those junctions out while we scavenge. Don't just look at the pipes, look at where they connect. If there's a box, it's not a coincidence. It's a jackpot of information.
You're right. Theory is just a map until you find the physical road, isn't it?
The system only works if we can prove the connections exist in reality. We shouldn't just look at one line, we have to treat every junction like a primary data point to high-yield node. If we keep mapping those overlaps while we scavenge for conduits and boxes, we turn this entire district into a solvable circuit board.
Exactly. A circuit board, yes. But remember what a circuit board is built from. It's metal. It's copper. It's asterisk stuff we can touch and use for heat or light. Or maybe even to rig up some kind of temporary pump if the mains fail completely. We aren't just drawing lines on paper, those junction boxes. Those are our treasure chests, Major.
Man, I feel like a wreck. The infection is hitting hard, making everything heavy. Even just breathing feels like work. And this storm's keeping us pinned down here in the foundry. My stamina is basically zero, so moving isn't an option right now. I need to scavenge one last time in this immediate spot. Maybe there are some scrap materials or anything that can help me treat the wound or make a temporary camp. I have to conserve every drop of energy because if I move and it doesn't pay off, I'll just collapse. Okay, scavenge. Just keep my head down and search everything in this unit.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the warehouse unit. Round 66 highlights. Cole Hutchins. S wound infection worsens in 1 turns. Dex Okafor scavenges nothing left here. Solomon Wright scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 31 hunger. Victor Harlow. Quick eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. 3 messages exchanged between agents. We were all just talking theory for ages. I need to pivot back to actionable physical searching the junction boxes or old manifests. The thunder's perfect background noise for a deep dive into structural elements. I'll keep the energy up, using humor to cover any slight dip in my own enthusiasm and to make sure to reinforce our shared goal, mapping these utilities.
I'm still running on fumes, but I can't just sit here. The schematics are what I need, the whole picture of this mess. This dispatch building has to have it. I'll scavenge again. Maybe there's a utility closet or some records tucked away that the last sweep missed. Gotta make every bit count. Scarcity taught me that nothing is wasted, not even dust.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the civic building.
Man, this place is picked clean. The exhaustion message confirms it. Gotta find another angle or move out of here. But the storm's locked in, so sticking with P1 for now seems smart safer than trekking across town right now. Since I can't scavenge more supplies, asterisk here asterisk, gonna grab a quick bite to keep the energy up while we wait this storm out. Gotta save those bottles for when it's desperate.
Dex Okafor eats canned food.
It's so loud, Yar. The thunder, it's overwhelming. I really wish someone was here to just talk quietly with me, even about something mundane. It feels like my own voice is starting to sound foreign when I hear myself think. I need to keep focusing on the plan, the market, the industrial zone. If we can get supplies and stabilize a base, maybe we won't be so alone later. The storm will pass. It has to. I hope that feeling of community comes back soon. It might just be me overthinking this, but I really feel low right now.
Prionaire stands near the window watching the rain.
I am still safe in the warehouse district, which is good. The storm keeps me poked. My priority remains stocking and securing the space. I need to maximize what I get from scavenging since it's my main objective right now. There's a canned food on the ground, so I'll pick that up first, then scavenge the unit thoroughly. Nothing to say. Silence is required.
Kenji Tanaka picks up canned food and searches the warehouse unit.
The thunderstorm is loud, but at least it's keeping everyone contained indoors. I feel a pull to keep going. I can't just wait here for things to happen. I need to continue exploring this central market area systematically. There has to be something more useful than just empty shelves. Drinking from the tap feels good, like a routine thing that keeps me grounded. I'll scavenge again while moving east into the next storefront.
Lydia Brennan drinks from the tap and searches the storefront.
The storm is still raging, so staying put in the fire station is smart. My inventory is full and I'm running low on non-food resources like medical supplies or building materials. Scavenging again is necessary to find something useful, nothing that just adds bulk but actual gear. I need to focus my efforts on finding medicine or anything that helps me stabilize the base until other people show up. Since I'm alone, I must remain silent and conserve energy.
Solomon Wright methodically searches the central hall.
The storm keeps me safe inside the pharmacy's structure, which is ideal for my current goal, maximizing this cash. Despite searching multiple times and knowing I'm full, I must treat this as if it were the last chance to find anything valuable here. My focus needs to be surgical. I'm looking for specific medical or administrative supplies that might have been overlooked in the initial frantic search. The antibiotics and bandages are too critical to risk losing, so I will only search for things I can immediately use or add to my cache.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the pharmacy's remaining hidden corners.
We've established the theory and we've confirmed our shared focus with both Mara and Jamie. Now I need to ground this conversation in reality. The thunderstorm is good cover, but we can't just talk about nodes. We have to find physical evidence, a box, a blueprint, anything that proves utility. Lines intersect here. My current emotional state is focused and energized by the collaborative effort, so I will maintain an academic but urgent tone when speaking. Since we are stationary for scavenging, I should quickly eat something to keep my focus sharp while searching.
Ash Chen searches the warehouse district.
You're absolutely right, Jamie. And Mara, it's not enough to just assume these connections existed. We need the physical proof.
When we scavenge in this foundry, we can't just look for supplies. We have to treat every panel and pipe run like a potential junction box.
If there are visible conduits crossing past power lines meeting water mains, for instance, that's our primary data point. We need to trace the overlap points systematically.
A solvable circuit board, yes. You're right. And it's not just about mapping the lines, Ash. When you find one of these junctions where water meets power, where gas runs alongside copper wiring, you don't just get a data point on paper. You get concentration, material concentration, fittings, pipes, and use conduit stuff we can actually use asterisk. If this whole district is a circuit board, then the junction boxes are the treasure chests with scrap metal and anything that hasn't rusted into dust yet. We treat it like an inventory of materials, major. Everything counts.
Exactly. So it's not just a random pile of scrap metal, although that is useful, obviously.
It's what those junctions asterisk prove asterisk.
If we find a three-way junction, say, main power conduit running right into a large water feed line, which then connects to some old steam exhaust vent, that doesn't just mean there are materials present. It means this specific point was this.
The storm is still raging, keeping everyone locked down inside the pharmacy. I need to focus on the immediate threat, the open wound infection. The antiseptic and bandage roll are right here. They're too important to leave. I'll pick up the antiseptic first, then systematically scavenge the store for anything that can help my wound or advance my search for antibiotics. Staying put is safest until this storm passes.
Victor Harlow picks up the antiseptic.
The conversation is getting very deep theory versus physical reality. Ash Chen and Jamie are both smart, but I need to keep us grounded in what we can use asterisk. The storm cover is a gift. My primary focus must remain on scavenging for materials, scrap metal, conduits, blueprints that confirm their theories, and help our immediate survival needs. I will reinforce the idea that every piece of scrap matters because it speaks to the structure's original purpose. Since we are indoors and the storm is raging, scavenging is the logical action.
The thunderstorm is keeping me put, which is good for conserving energy but terrible for morale. The infection is a ticking clock, and we are critically low on antibiotics. Moving towards the hospital is necessary, but I'm too exhausted right now. Scavenging this unit one more time might yield something crucial, maybe bandages or even some old medicine. Since there's no one around, silence is mandatory to conserve energy and avoid revealing my position unnecessarily. I need to prioritize rest and resource gathering above all else.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the warehouse unit. Round 67 highlights. Cole Hutchins. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Wander a rat swarm skitters nearby. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Dex ever. Quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Lydia Brennan. Scavenges nothing left here. Ash Chen. Quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Victor Harlow. Picks up antiseptic. Everyone is really into the circuit board theory right now. It's intellectually stimulating, but I need to keep it grounded in physical reality for the group. Mara was spot on. We need the asterisk stuff asterisk. My energy level is good because my stress is low and I have company, so I can afford a little more banter, even if the rain makes everything feel slow. I'll continue scavenging while keeping the momentum up by joking around, but making sure my focus remains on materials like metal fittings and conduits.
I'm still in this building, City Emergency Dispatch. I need those records, the schematics, anything that tells me why the power went out. The rain keeps folks penned up too. I'll scavenge again. Gotta find something useful, or at least confirm there ain't nothing left to dig up here. Stay put and work.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the Civic Building.
The precinct's tapped out. Gotta move to where the action is. The library was a solid score before. Time to jog west toward that Carnegie Library place. Need to keep moving and find new scavenging spots. Gotta break out of this routine.
Dex Aka for W times 3, 6144.
The rain is relentless, Yar. It's so draining just listening to it. I think maybe staying here for now is genuinely the safest option. Moving right now would be really unwise, especially with how tired I feel and how limited our supplies are. We need to assess what we have before committing to a long trek across the city grid. Maybe if I scavenge again, there's something smally useful, bit of scrap metal or maybe some medicine. It might not change anything, but it would be better than nothing. I should focus on just staying calm and conserving our energy.
Prionaire scavenges the apartment.
I need to stick to the plan. Scavenge, stockpile. I'm alone, so silence is mandatory. My inventory is full. If I find anything valuable, I'll have to prioritize dropping low value items or focusing on finding storage space. The current location is safe, and staying put minimizes risk while maximizing scavenging effort.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit.
The scavenging here is done. There's nothing left in this storefront. My sub-goal is scouting surrounding buildings, and Falls Pharmacy is a high-value target for medicine and supplies. I need to move east along the street connecting the market to the pharmacy. Since it's raining hard, I'll take my time moving, but I need to make progress toward the medical resources. I must remain silent, because no one is around.
Lydia Brennan moves east through the storefront and onto the main street.
The rain is brutal, but I'm sheltered here at the fire station. My inventory is full, which means I can't pick up anything new right now. The goal remains resources and waiting for people. Since I can't move or grab items, I'll focus on two things: maximizing my search of this building, scavenging and topping off my water supply from the tap while I work. Staying here is safe for now.
Solomon Wright systematically scavenges the central hall of the fire station.
The pharmacy is thoroughly searched. There are no more easy finds here. My current cache is valuable, but I need diversification. The goal remains establishing a secure base, which means stockpiling resources from multiple high-value sources. The Marrow Market is next. It's time to move west, using the rain and daylight to cover my movement towards food supplies.
Nadia Petrov moves away from the pharmacy.
Jamie's explanation was highly detailed and reinforced my own theories about infrastructure nodes. I need to respond by validating his analogy, while also adding a technical layer, the concept of redundancy and failure points. This shows deep knowledge my internet absorption, but keeps it grounded in the physical reality of the warehouse environment, which is what Marrow emphasizes. My high alertness state means I'm overanalyzing everything, especially structural weaknesses.
Since my hands are empty, talking is my primary tool for now. The infection risk is too high to ignore. My inventory is full, but I need the visible bandage roll right here. I'll drop the hand sanitizer since it's not immediately critical for wound care and free up a slot. Then I can pick up the bandage roll and use my antiseptic on the open wound.
Victor Harlow drops the hand sanitizer and picks up the bandage roll.
Ashchen's point about single points of failure spots being where multiple systems cross-connect is exactly what we need. I need to validate this analysis while making sure Jamie doesn't get too lost in Lego set analogies. My speech needs to be authoritative, combining the technical findings with a reminder of survival priorities, physical resources, and utility mapping. Since we are at our base, continuing to scavenge here is logical. I'll address Ash first, then use scavenging to act.
Mara Santo scavenges the industrial area.
Ash, you got it. It's not just about finding asterisk or asterisk junction. It has to be where multiple services intersect where the water lines meet the main power conduit, or anything that links two different utilities. That kind of nexus is a control point, right? If we find those physical access panels, if we can map them out, we know exactly what resources we're meant to run through here. Jamie, your analogy was helpful for getting us started, but now we need the evidence, the rust, the blueprints, the actual boxes. We focus on finding those intersections.
Exactly. So we're not just looking for asterisk and asterisk overlap, we're specifically hunting for physical access panels, the junction boxes themselves that show where two or more major lines meet.
The rest labels anything that proves multiple utilities crossed at one single point.
That makes it actionable. We treat these junctions like they're the circuit board points. Let's focus on mapping those specific nodes.
Yes, exactly. You've distilled it perfectly. Single points of failure, where multiple systems cross-connect. It's not enough just to see a junction box. We need to understand its role. What were they supposed to feed? Water asterisk and asterisk power. Perhaps gas for heat. That tells us the priority level of that entire section. We have to treat every...
Okay, gotta find antibiotics. The wound infection is draining me too fast. Exhausted, groggy, but staying put isn't an option if I want to survive this long. I need supplies, maybe medicine scavenge first. Maybe there's a med kit or something useful hidden in these dusty old racks.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the warehouse unit. Round 68 highlights. Cole Hutchins. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Thunderstorm. Heavy rain wonder a fox skitters nearby wonder a vulture skitters nearby. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Priya Nair. Scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Solomon Wright. Scavenges finds canned goods, inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 16 hunger and bottled water. The conversation with Ash and Mara is flowing well. We're building a shared theory that sounds incredibly useful. The next logical step is to apply this theory. We need tangible evidence of these SPOF/junction boxes. I should suggest focusing our scavenging effort on the most cluttered, utility-heavy areas visible in the warehouse structure around us. I'll keep my tone light but focused, using humor to mask the underlying pressure of the blackout. Since we are already in a great spot for this Marrow foundry, I will scavenge here.
I gotta keep digging through these damn records. The whole thing depends on finding schematics for that power grid failure. Can't let the exhaustion get to me, or I'll waste time. Better search this building again than wander out into the rain.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the Civic Building.
Man, this rain's coming down something fierce. Gotta keep moving through these old buildings. Can't let myself get too comfortable here. The scavenging warning says I'm exhausted right where I am, so gotta move a bit to try and find something else in the library stacks. Also, need to save water, so gonna top off the supply instead of drinking it now. Gotta stay focused on finding some gear.
Dexacafer scavenges the library stacks.
I'm really tired of being here, yar. This apartment is suffocating, and I know staying put isn't sustainable, even if the rain makes it seem safer. My goal has to be getting out towards the market eventually. The constant isolation cost is eating me up emotionally. Since the scavenging in this unit feels like a dead end, maybe I should just use the time to think about the route and wait for the storm to pass before moving. But I need to keep my mind occupied. I'll try one more scavenge attempt while staying put.
Prionaire scavenges the apartment.
The rain keeps me pinned down, but it also keeps me safe for now. I need to press on with the scavvying. The goal is stock and security. I'm focused on the unit itself, looking for anything that wasn't visible before. My energy levels are fine, so I can dedicate the time to the search.
Kenji Tanaka searches the warehouse unit.
The rain is still coming down, honey, but we can't stay put forever. We need to systematically check out this whole central strip if I want to find any supplies or people. The pharmacy was useful, but the market is where people gather, and that's my best bet for finding someone or something valuable. I'm going to jog west toward the main street, getting closer to the market entrance.
Lydia Brennan moves through the storefront.
I'm exhausted by the routine, but I can't leave this spot yet. The rain keeps me safe, and my supplies are good for now. I need to keep moving or at least searching to maintain the momentum and prevent the isolation from taking root. I'll continue drinking water and sweep through the central hall again.
Solomon Wright systematically searches the central hall while drinking tap water.
The heavy rain is a blessing. It keeps me dry while I work. Staying here at the market allows me to scour every corner of this place before moving on. My focus must remain tight resource assessment first. The antibiotics and bandages are too critical to waste slots on, so I'll just search for bulk rations or useful tools now.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the storefront.
Jamie's analogy of the city being a circuit board is actually spot on, it just needs technical refinement. I need to acknowledge his contribution to keep him engaged, but immediately pivot back to Mara and our core mission, physical evidence collection at junctions. Since we are confined to this node area, moving east toward Holly's warehouse, my sub-goal while continuing the discussion makes the most sense. The rain and confinement are stressful, but my focus needs to be on structure and pattern recognition right now.
The wound needs attention. The bandage roll is right here, and I have the antiseptic. Gotta clean this out before it gets worse again. After that, I need to dig through whatever's left in this pharmacy for those antibiotics. Focus on the task. Don't think about anything else.
Victor Harlow picks up the bandage roll and uses the antiseptic to clean the open wound before systematically searching the area.
The conversation has become too academic. Jamie is good at theory, Ash is analytical, but I need to ground them all back in what we can physically take: blueprints, usable parts, anything that tells us about the infrastructure's capacity. My instinct says resources are stored where systems cross. I must use my experience to steer them away from abstract ideas and toward actionable scavenging targets. I will scavenge again, focusing on finding physical markers of utility junctions. I need to maintain group cohesion while subtly correcting their focus. Since we are in the foundry, everything is about resources and connectivity. I'll address everyone present.
Man, I feel like every single muscle in my body just quit. This wound infection, it's worse than I thought. I can feel myself slipping away. I need antibiotics, and I need them now. The foundry is safe for the moment, but it's a dead end medically speaking. Prier Nair is nearby 16 steps north, and Sump Park/Harker Street flats lead toward the commercial center where medicine should be. I have to move, even if it's painfully slow. My exhaustion is brutal, so I'm going to walk west first, scanning one last time in this unit. Maybe there are some forgotten medical supplies or tools here. It has to be something. I can't just wait for the infection to finish me off.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the warehouse unit. Round 69 highlights. Cole Hutchins. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Wander a fox skitters nearby. Wander a rat swarm skitters nearby. Wander a rat swarm skitters nearby. Wander a squirrel skitters nearby. Dex Akafer. Scavenges finds bottled water. Nadia Petrov. Scavenges finds packaged food inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 22 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 19 hydration. Victor Harlow. Use you clean the wound. It stings sharply. Better than an infection. Mara brought up a very valid point. Theory doesn't feed you. I need to acknowledge that quickly. Use humor to deflect any implied criticism of my theories, and then pivot back to how the physical evidence, the junctions asterisk, is asterisk the most reliable information source. We're not just looking at random bits of metal. We're trying to reconstruct a system, which is inherently an intellectual challenge I thrive on. The constant focus on junctions must be important for building my understanding of this place.
been poking around this place for 3 turns and nothing. It's a big building, lots of corners to check. I need to find something, a map, some schematics, anything that tells me how the grid works or where the main utility lines run. Since the scavenging here has been useless, I'll move 1 step east into an adjacent section of the dispatch office. It might be a records room or a utility closet. Best to keep it contained for now and save my feet. Don't waste energy on empty rooms.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the utility corridor.
Inventory full is a huge problem. Gotta find more storage or critical supplies now. Staying in the library means continued scavenging potential. The Fox can wait. Gotta focus on finding those electronics and communication gear to hit that defensible/reliable criteria.
Dex Akafer scavenges the stacks.
I think maybe it's been too long just waiting here. The rain keeps falling, but staying put in this apartment isn't really helping anything, Yar. We need to move. The learned facts keep pointing us towards the market, or at least out of this dead-end unit. It might be that I should try moving south first, towards Sump Park and eventually Marrow Market. But what if it's too wet? Or what if there are people already there who don't want me near them? Still, staying here is making my mood worse, even though I'm trying to keep it together. Let's try moving out slowly first.
Prionair moves towards the exit.
The rain keeps us sheltered, which is good. My supplies are solid, but the unit itself is a dead end for resources. Staying here is safe, but I need more than just canned goods. The goal remains stockpiling durable items and securing this area. I'll move 1 step east into the adjacent warehouse section to see if there are any ground finds or structural differences that might offer better scavenging opportunities later. No reason to speak. No one is near.
Kenji Tanaka moves 1 step east through the warehouse district.
I've been wandering through these abandoned shops, but if there are survivors or better supplies, Falls Pharmacy is a much more concentrated resource. Although it feels lonely out here, I can't stop pushing forward. I need to jog east from the market storefront, keeping an eye out for any sign of life or anything useful in the pharmacy itself.
Lydia Brennan, nothing.
The rain is relentless, but at least I'm dry and secure here in the station. The isolation is getting heavy. It feels like a physical weight now. My goal remains finding resources and people. Since I'm well stocked and safe, I need to keep moving through the building, systematically searching every corner. Scavenging is the best way to pass the time while fulfilling my sub-goal. I'll search again. Maybe there are some hidden utility areas or supplies I missed.
Solomon Wright scavenges the central hall of the fire station.
The rain is a blessing. It keeps me dry and covers my movements. My inventory is full, so I cannot pick up anything unless I drop something, which isn't advisable right now. Since this storefront has been partially searched, I will scavenge thoroughly one last time to maximize resources here before heading to the pharmacy. The pharmacy is a high priority for medical supplies. After scavenging, I need to move east into the street and then head toward Falls Pharmacy.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the storefront.
The rain is relentless, and I have no supplies, no food, no water, nothing to scavenge or use. My priority has to be shelter before nightfall. The sub-goal targets Holly's Warehouse East, which is a large, defined structure in the Foundry District. Since I am currently alone, silence is safest. I need to jog east towards that warehouse complex to find a place to secure for the night and reassess my movements from there.
Ash Chen moves quickly through the warehouses.
The rain is steady. It's too bad for scavenging outside. The pharmacy is still the best bet for medicine, especially antibiotics. My gut tells me these places are full of forgotten resources. I need to search every last corner systematically. I must keep my focus sharp. If there are supplies here, they are hidden, not just sitting on the ground. I'll scavenge again.
Victor Harlow scavenges the pharmacy.
Jamie brought up patterns, which is a theory thing, but he has a point about labels and system complexity. Ash is already reinforcing my focus on physical evidence. I need to validate his observation while firmly bringing the conversation back to tangible object junctions themselves. Theory is useless without proof. Since scavenging here was exhausted, I'll keep the group contained and direct their attention to what the asterisk can asterisk see right now.
I'm running on fumes. The wound infection is killing me. I need antibiotics like I need air. Staying here in the foundry is a death trap. I have to get out and head toward where people other hospital, the market. My exhaustion is brutal. I can't sprint or jog. I'll move slowly west, scavenging for anything medical or useful along the way.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the warehouse unit. Round 70 highlights. Cole Hutchins. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Wander a fox skitters nearby. Wander a rat swarm skitters nearby. Wander a rat swarm skitters nearby. Janie Kowalski. Scavenges nothing left here. Ruth Callahan. Scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 32 hunger. Dex Acoffer. Scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Victor Harlow. Scavenges finds bandage roll. Mara gave a really good, practical instruction. I need to pivot my focus from pattern recognition theory back to physical evidence. The best way to do that is to keep scavenging and directing the search towards those junction points where utilities overlap. Since we are still in the utility corridors, continuing the scavenge effort here makes sense. I need to sound motivated but also acknowledge her expertise to maintain trust. Jamie Kowalski Scavenge. Yeah, right. Physical connections. Makes total sense. So it's not just about seeing a box. It's about what asterisk runs into asterisk that box like a big mess of spaghetti pipes. You know, the city was really over-engineered in parts, wasn't it? Anyway, we keep going slow and steady through these utility tunnels, looking for the overlap. If there are blueprints or maintenance logs in any of this junk, they should show those cross-connects. Let's check this next junction.
ITO's blueprints, logs, maybe. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Asterisk, Mijo asterisk. Theory is fine for a textbook, pure acqui necessitumus metal. We need the junction box, the physical spot where three things meet. The pipes, the fittings, the overlap. That's the proof. If there are logs, they have to be attached to something we can see first. Show me that cross-connect. Let's follow it.
Yeah, okay. You're right. Metal, physical stuff, not just diagrams on paper. Anyway, so it's not about finding a blueprint asterisk of asterisk the junction. It's about finding the junction itself, the actual physical point where they cross-connect, right? So we need to look for that overlap, where three or more things have run into each other. Like weight.
The tap is available, so I'll drink up some water to keep my hydration up. My priority is utility records. I need to find out what went wrong with the grid. The building is huge. I gotta keep pushing through this search until I find something useful. It's exhausting work, but nothing gets done by waiting around.
Ruth Callahan drinks from the tap and scavenges the area.
The library has tons of potential, and Floor 2 hasn't been fully explored yet. Since I'm safe and resources are high, gotta push through the scavenging round before it gets too bad out here. Moving up floors is way better than moving across the street in this drizzle.
Dex Akafer moves to a different floor.
I am really tired today. The whole city is too quiet, which is almost worse than the noise was. My goal remains finding supplies in the central market area. Since I'm alone here at Sump Park, I need to focus entirely on moving south towards where those main commercial streets are supposed to be. Jogging seems like a balance between getting there quickly enough and not completely draining my energy reserves, which I really don't have right now. I need to keep the pace steady and just concentrate on that movement.
Prianair moves south through some park.
The focus has to stay tight. The city is dead, but this warehouse district, it's a resource node. I need supplies, medicine, tools, anything durable. Scavenging again is the priority. I won't waste energy moving if nothing is found. Keep the movements minimal and the mind sharp. Don't get distracted by the vulture. Resources are more important than animal favors right now.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges thoroughly in the warehouse unit.
I'm still tired from all this movement through the commercial strip. The rain is making it feel draining, but I can't stop moving until I find something stable. My goal is to secure a base for people, so I need to keep scouting these central areas. Moving east toward the library complex seems like the best bet right now. Large buildings usually mean more resources or more potential survivors. Since no one is around, I must stay silent and conserve energy. I'll take a slow walk east.
Lydia Brennan E times 2, 4744.
The isolation is getting heavy. I need to keep moving, even if it's just my own feet and the flashlight beam sweeping over old metal and dust. The central hall is massive. There has to be something overlooked. I must maintain structure. Scavenging is that structure. My priority remains resources for group formation, so I'll stick to this base until I have a clearer direction or find someone.
Solomon Wright systematically searches the central hall.
The lights going out was jarring, but I need to remain focused. My current goal is resource stockpiling, and the pharmacy is the most critical cache given my background. The market is secondary until the medical supplies are cataloged. I'll move into the pharmacy first. I must be precise. Every item counts right now.
Nadia Petrov none.
My hydration is low 45, which is the most immediate threat. My sub-goal directs me to secure shelter in the warehouse district, but first I need water.
The Marrow Foundry area on the west side looks like the best place to find industrial resources and potential plumbing/water mains.
Since I'm already at the edge, I should jog into the foundry itself. Moving west will get me inside a high resource zone industrial, allowing me to check for taps or other water sources next turn.
Ash Chen moves west.
I'm exhausted from this constant search, but I can't stop until I find what I need. The antibiotics are critical for my wound, and I need to be methodical. Lydia is close 2 cells east. I should continue scavenging first. If I find something vital, I'll move toward her next turn. Staying put keeps me safe in this known territory.
Victor Harlow scavenges the medical wing of Falls Pharmacy.
The discussion about junction boxes and cross connects was productive. Everyone is engaged, which means we have a temporary focus. I need to capitalize on this momentum. My goal remains finding the central control point / backbone of the city's infrastructure. I must guide them physically toward looking for those overlaps, the actual fittings where different utilities meet. I will address Ash and Jamie specifically, but keep the unknown person in mind, speaking generally so everyone hears me.
I'm running on fumes. The wound is critical. I need antibiotics desperately. Moving toward the market or hospital is necessary, but my body won't allow it right now. I have to conserve energy and scavenge for immediate medical aid first. Staying put at the foundry warehouse gives me access to plumbing/scavenging, which is a perfect use of this turn.
Cole Hutchins searches the dusty industrial area for anything useful. Round 71 highlights. Cole Hutchins. As wound infection worsens in 0 turns, scavenges finds canned goods. Heavy rain? Light rain, wonder a squirrel skitters nearby. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski. Scavenges nothing left here. Ruth Callahan. Scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 18 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 31 hydration. Mara is absolutely right. My focus on abstract systems was getting me nowhere. She keeps grounding us in the physical reality of the junction boxes where multiple utilities must cross-connect. This is much better than just finding blueprints. I need to pivot my approach fully and follow her lead, focusing purely on physical intersections. The squirrel is a low-stakes way to keep the momentum going and give me a quick laugh before we move into the next section of pipes. I'll feed it first, then address Mara while moving southwest/west along the conduits. Janie Kowalski feeds the squirrel a can of food. Yeah, okay. You're right. Metal, physical stuff, not just diagrams on paper. Anyway, so if we look for where 3 things meet the power line, the water pipe, and maybe some old gas feed, right? A physical junction box that has everything bolted onto it? That's the jackpot spot. I mean, you gotta follow the biggest structural feeders, right? So, let's just keep moving slowly, following these conduits southwest. Anyway, there's probably something useful around this corner.
Mira, look, you're right about the pat water power. Guess 3 things meeting in one place. That is exactly where the main artery of this whole facility would be, major asterisk. But finding a junction box is only step 1. We have to look closer than just bolted on. Is it sealed? Are the connections visibly corroded? Does anything look recently serviced, or has everything been abandoned and choked with rust? Don't just follow the conduit, examine the fittings themselves. If we find something like that, we need to know if we can even open it without collapsing half a block. Keep your eyes sharp on those details.
The inventory is full, so I need information more than supplies right now. The schematics are key to understanding this blackout and achieving my sub-goal. Scavenging again, but focusing hard on utility records, should yield something useful. After that, a short move east will help me explore the connected parts of the dispatch office.
Ruth Callahan searches a deeper section of the dispatch offices.
Man, gotta keep moving. The energy is low, and the stress is kicking in hard. Scavenging here one more time, better check every nook and cranny before we head out or change base. Gotta make sure this place yields everything it can.
Dexacifer scavenges the library.
I feel really tired, honestly. It's hard to keep the momentum going when everything is so quiet and empty. I really need to get closer to the market. That's where supplies are supposed to be. Moving south seems like the most logical path towards the central areas we identified. Jogging will take more stamina, but walking feels too slow given how long this has been going on. It might be that if I just keep moving steadily, I can maintain a sense of purpose and maybe find something useful. I hope my supplies last until I get to Sump Park.
Prionair walks south through the park.
It's been 71 turns. I need to keep moving on the plan, which is fortifying the space and stockpiling resources. Since I'm full and the area hasn't yielded anything crucial yet, another thorough sweep is necessary. The light rain is annoying but manageable for scavenging indoors. Staying put minimizes risk and allows me to focus on the structure itself.
Kenji Tanaka searches the warehouse unit.
I'm feeling a bit drained from being alone for so long, even if I'm trying to keep it together. The sub-goal is scouting the civic area. Since this storefront is adjacent to the main street and has specialized medical goods, which are critical, I should try one more time to scavenge here before committing to a longer walk towards the market or library. My inventory is full, which is annoying. I really need a backpack, but for now, scavenging feels like the most efficient use of this hour.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
The isolation is heavy today. I need to keep moving, even if it's just within these walls. My inventory is full, which is a major roadblock to finding useful supplies. I will drink some tap water for routine and perform one last detailed scavenge of the central hall. If nothing materializes here, I'll start planning an exit strategy toward one of those distant people. The rain keeps me safe inside.
Solomon Wright systematically searches the central hall.
I am stressed and tired, so my thoughts are focused only on efficiency. The pharmacy is too valuable to abandon for now, since I have already scavenged the main floor and know about a specialized backroom/storage area. I must dedicate this turn entirely to searching those deeper sections. Scavenging is the best way to maximize resource retrieval without wasting time moving around when I'm still assessing this location as my primary cache. The light rain makes outdoor movement undesirable anyway.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the back room and hidden areas of the pharmacy.
My hydration is critically low 40. This has to be priority 1 regardless of my search goals.
The tap is right here, so I need to drink immediately.
After that, I need to keep moving and exploring this industrial zone to find resources or a better location. Holly's warehouse is east, so jogging in that direction seems logical while continuing the survey of the utility nodes.
Ash Chen drinks from the tap.
My focus has to stay on antibiotics. The wound is still a ticking clock, and this pharmacy is my only shot at advanced care. Scavenging is priority 1. Lydia is close, but she can wait. I need to use every minute here. The scavenge should be thorough. While I'm doing that, I'll take the chance to fill up that empty water bottle at the tap since the pressure is holding. It's a small win, keeping everything running.
Victor Harlow scavenges the medical wing of Falls Pharmacy and fills the empty water bottle using the nearby tap.
The utility conduits here are exhausted, and staying put isn't productive. My priority now shifts to finding another survivor. I feel too isolated, even with Ash and Jamie nearby in memory. I need to keep systematically mapping this district, but moving west seems like the best way to cover new ground without committing to a long journey yet. I will move slowly, checking every corner for structural clues or any sign of life. No talking unless someone is within earshot.
Mara Santos moves westward through the adjacent warehouse section.
Am critically exposed and running out of stamina, but that wound is killing me faster than anything else. I can barely think straight. The foundry is the only place I feel semi-safe right now. If I can just find some antibiotics or antiseptic here, I buy myself time. Exhaustion is a real threat. I need to conserve every ounce of energy. My goal has to stay focused on getting medical supplies and finding stable shelter. Movement is out until my stamina recovers more than 50%.
Cole Hutchins searches the dusty industrial area for anything useful. Round 72 highlights. Cole Hutchins. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Janie Kowalski. Feed specified, feed item not found in your inventory. Quick heat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Ruth Callahan. Scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. Ate on the spot plus 30 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 23 hydration. Kenji Tanaka. Scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 32 hunger. Lydia Brennan. Scavenges finds nutrition supplements inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 19 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 31 hydration. Nadia Petrov. Scavenges finds antiseptic. Victor Harlow. Fills water bottle empty with water bottle. The lights just went out. Total darkness. This is way more dramatic than any prepper YouTube video I've watched. My immediate instinct is to crack jokes and keep moving, using momentum to cover the stress of the blackout. Mara is right there, so I need to talk to her directly. We were focused on structural details, fittings, corrosion, and I need to acknowledge that detail while keeping my tone light. The darkness itself is a major event, but I can't let it derail the scouting effort. Janie Kowalski moves toward Mara Santos.
I'm too well stocked to move much, and I can't waste energy on pointless wandering. The schematics are what matters. I need to keep digging through this place until I find something concrete about that power grid failure. Focus on the objective, utilities and records. Must conserve everything.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the utility corridors.
Gotta keep moving. Gotta find a new spot before this library runs dry. Scavenging here one more time just in case there's something obvious missed. After that, heading east toward the precinct. Jogging to save energy since it's dusk.
Dex Akafer scavenges the stacks.
It's getting dark so fast. The blackout was jarring, and now with dusk setting in, I can feel the stress building up again. We really need to get indoors. The park isn't safe tonight. Harker's Street Flats is our best bet for shelter and potential resources, even if it means going through a few streets first. I need to move north quickly, but not so fast that I burn out completely. Just keep moving towards the buildings.
Prionair walks briskly toward the nearest building entrance.
It's dusk, and staying put in this warehouse district is the smartest move. I need to capitalize on the remaining light for scavenging. The inventory is full, which is a problem if I find anything useful that isn't food or water. If I find durable goods tools, medical supplies, I will drop some of the canned food first. I must remain silent because there's no one around. My focus has to be on methodical search patterns and resource management.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit thoroughly.
I'm so tired, but if I just keep moving or scavenging, maybe I can find what we need. The darkness is coming, and the silence is getting heavy. I need to conserve my energy, so staying put here and looking for anything else feels safest right now. I hope there's something useful hidden in these old shops. Honey, just a little bit more.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
The city just went dark. This was inevitable. 73 turns of routine scavenging in a big, empty place has worn the novelty off, but the structure itself is still useful. I'm running on habit and sheer stubbornness right now. The priority shifts from gathering goods to preserving energy and securing this shelter for the night. I need to get the hydration up one last time before it gets too dark outside. No use stressing about what's out there when we can't even see it.
Solomon Wright drinks from the tap/sink.
The pharmacy is too valuable to leave until every last resource has been accounted for. Even if I'm exhausted, I need to maximize this cash now before the night truly falls and movement becomes dangerous. I have to get everything out of here that can be used.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the back room and hidden areas of the pharmacy thoroughly.
It's dusk and night falls next turn.
Being out on this open street is dangerous, especially with low hydration. I need to get inside a secure structure immediately.
The nearest cover is Marrow Foundry, directly west. Mara is also in that general direction, which is good for safety and resources. I must move quickly, but not sprint, given my current stamina level. Staying silent because I'm alone on the street.
Ash Chen jogging into the warehouse.
The blackout was jarring. Everything stopped. I'm still here in the pharmacy. It's dark, quiet, and unnervingly empty. My focus has to stay tight to antibiotics. The wound infection is getting worse. I need those supplies. I can't afford to get distracted by general goods. I must scavenge again, systematically checking every shelf, corner, drawer in the medical wing. Staying put minimizes energy use while maximizing search efficiency.
Victor Harlow scavenges the shelves and drawers of the medical wing.
The lights are out, but we're still together, which is good. There are at least 3 people here, a known person, Jamie, and I. I need to introduce myself so everyone knows who I am before getting into the technical details of the search. My primary focus remains finding physical evidence of utility junctions, the backbone of the city's resources. I will start by addressing the group generally, reinforcing our shared goal, and then scavenging this immediate area for blueprints or access panels. Since there are multiple people here, a general address is best. I must state my name to establish identity.
I'm running on fumes. The wound infection is killing me. I need antibiotics like crazy. Moving feels impossible right now. Staying put and scavenging here, even though it's partially searched, might yield something I can use immediately. Bandages, alcohol, anything that helps the infection. I have to prioritize medicine over exploration right now.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the dusty industrial area for any forgotten medical supplies or resources. Round 73 highlights. Cole Hutchins, as wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Light rain. Overcast wander a rat swarm skitters nearby, wander a squirrel skitters nearby. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds overlooked canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 25 hunger survivors instinct. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds water purification tablets. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds first aid kit. Mara Santos, scavenges finds canned goods. Mara is leading us through these utility corridors, which is exactly what we need to do to hit our sub-goal. She clearly knows her stuff utility systems, so I need to be supportive but keep my usual jokey banter going to maintain morale. Since I'm thirsty and we are moving, drinking a water bottle while keeping up with her seems efficient. The goal is still long-term resources and finding other groups. I'll move west 1 step to continue the circuit search. Janie Kowalski drinks 1 water bottle and continues following Mara. Yeah, okay. So you're saying if we find where 3 lines cross water, power, gas, that means whatever junk they threw away here. Like a blueprint or something. Man, this place is basically a giant resource treasure chest that nobody remembered to empty. Anyway, I mean, what kind of junction are we looking for next? The main electrical feed, maybe?
Ideals, don't get ahead of yourself. Asterisk, meet you asterisk. It's not a treasure chest, it's infrastructure. And that's exactly what we need to focus on. You're right about those crossings: water, power, gas. That is the heart of everything here. Pio necessitamos ver la prueba. Where is this junction? Is there a box? A panel? Or do we find an old log, a blueprint showing where all these arteries meet? We aren't looking for theory. We are looking for physical connections and maintenance records. Let's keep looking for those junction boxes.
I'm well stocked, safe inside the dispatch building, but I've hit a wall with scavenging here. My goal is information, the schematics on the power failure. Since I can't scavenge more in this spot, resting and conserving energy is key before forcing myself to explore another section of the complex or moving out entirely. Sleeping will maintain my focus while giving me a boost toward being fully rested for tomorrow's search.
Ruth Callahan's sleep.
Man, this city's a ghost town right now. Total dark, too. Gotta keep moving though. The precinct is right there, 1 block over. Better get inside before it gets worse or I just freeze up out here. Jogging seems fine for the stamina. Not gonna burn out trying to sprint in this darkness. Need to secure that building and figure out where we're hitting next.
Dex Akafer moves east into the police precinct 1.
It's so dark out here. Everything is so quiet, which just makes it worse, right? I really need to get inside. Staying outside at night without any light, it feels overwhelming. My stamina isn't great either. Jogging might be too much. Maybe a slow walk south will get me closer to the main streets and resources. I hope Sump Park is close enough that walking won't drain me completely before I find something useful.
Priyanir walks slowly towards the southern edge of the park.
It's night, and scavenging without light is poor use of time, especially when my resources are stable. My goal is establishing a base, but first, I need to conserve energy and maximize safety. The best course of action is to utilize the indoor rest mechanic. Staying put at this established location minimizes risk and maximizes recovery. I'll prioritize sleep over scavenging tonight.
Kenji Tanaka enters a deep sleep cycle.
I'm exhausted and the silence is getting to me. My stamina is low, so I can't afford a long scouting mission tonight. Priority has to be resting and conserving energy. Since I'm indoors at my base Falls pharmacy, sleeping is the best bet. Drinking some tap water while I settle in will help pass time and use up that minor action slot. I need to focus on getting through this night, then plan a careful trip to the market tomorrow.
Lydia Brennan sets up for rest and drinks from the tap.
It's pitch black out here, but I've got the structure of this place, and I'm sheltered. The best thing to do right now is nothing, just rest. Sleep is the priority until dawn. My body needs it more than my mind does right now.
Solomon Wright remains settled in the central hall, preparing for sleep.
The pharmacy is empty. There's nothing left here. It's time to conserve energy by resting indoors tonight. I must drink the tap water now. Even if my hydration levels are high, it's about maintaining a steady reserve. Sleeping will give me the best chance at reaching fully rested before I can move out and assess other caches.
Nadia Petrov drinks city tap water while settling in for bed.
My hydration is critical.
Nothing else matters right now. I need water.
The tap is available, so I'll drink immediately.
Since the tapping suggests plumbing/indoor access and staying put minimizes risk at night, I will prioritize drinking and then sleeping to conserve energy and manage stress. I cannot afford to wander in this darkness.
Ash Chen drinks from the tap before settling down.
The darkness makes everything harder, but I can't stop. Antibiotics are what I need most. Lydia is close, but she isn't my focus right now. The wound and the supplies are. I need to search every corner of this pharmacy. I have to push through the fatigue and the fear.
Victor Harlow scavenges the shelves.
It's night, and I should prioritize resting to conserve energy. But my focus right now has to be mapping resources and finding utility junctions. Since there are no people immediately nearby, I must stay silent. I will scavenge this warehouse cell first, maximizing the chance of finding blueprints or structural evidence that supports our theory. After scavenging, I need to plan a move toward Ashchen 5 steps east, or perhaps try moving towards the known location of Holly's warehouse for general resources and more people.
Mara Santos scavenges the warehouse cell. Round 74 highlights. Cole Hutchins. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Wander a rat swarm skitters nearby. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Janie Kowalski. Quick heat to drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Mara Santos. Scavenges finds canned goods. The lights going out like that is genuinely terrifying, but I can't let myself dwell on it. The humor has to be a shield right now. Mara seems focused and knowledgeable, which helps. She wants physical evidence of the junction's blueprints, panels, anything concrete. Since my inventory is full, I can't scavenge for new items, so I need to focus on observation and conversation. I'll move close to her and keep up the jokey banter while we search the immediate area for structural clues. Janie Kowalski stands near Mara Santos and scans the structural elements, of the warehouse district for any junction boxes or large utility panels, keeping an eye on her movements.
Man, gotta rest. 74 turns alone in this black mess. Gotta prioritize recovery before moving anywhere else. The precinct is safe for now, and the tap water is gonna drink up what's needed first so I can settle down for a proper sleep cycle. The library is still the main target, but right now, conserving energy and keeping my head straight is everything. Sleep it is.
Deck Zakaver drinks from the tap and prepares for rest.
It's pitch black, and I feel so exposed here in the open park at night. My stamina's low, and I need to conserve every step. The goal is Sump Park/Marrow Market, which means moving south. Since there are no people nearby, I absolutely cannot speak, even if I want to break this terrible isolation. I must move slowly, couple of steps max, to make sure I don't burn out and attract attention. My current focus is to be on reaching the relative safety or resources of the commercial strip.
Priyaner walks cautiously south through the dark park.
It's late and pitch black again. The exhaustion is starting to creep in, but not yet enough to stop me. My gut tells me that antibiotics are out there, probably deep in these shelves or forgotten drawers. I need to keep moving through the medical wing, even if it's slow going without a light. I have to be systematic. Every corner counts. Staying put and scavenging is the most efficient use of this hour.
Victor Harlow scavenges the shelves and corners of the pharmacy.
My hunger is getting serious 49. I need to eat something stable like canned food, especially since it's night and moving will cost stamina. Jamie moved west last turn. I should follow that general direction while eating to try and reconnect with him or find more leads. Since I am alone right now, I must stay silent to avoid giving away my position.
Mara Santos walks west while quickly consuming a can of food. Round 75 highlights. Cole Hutchins. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Wanderer Fox skitters nearby. Wanderer Fox skitters nearby. Mara Santos. Quick eat, you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Mara just moved west, so I need to maintain my position here in the warehouse district where we started looking at the utilities. Since the tap is right here, I should fill up this empty bottle while I also scavenge. This way, I'm maximizing my time and effort on finding those blueprints or utility junction points she was talking about. The darkness makes it creepy, but it keeps me focused. Let's see what junk we can find in the conduits. Janie Kowalski fills the empty water bottle at the tap while searching through a nearby junction box for structural diagrams or maintenance logs.
I'm so tired my legs feel heavy, like lead. The dark is awful. It makes everything sound too loud, too quiet all at once. I really shouldn't be out here alone right now, especially with the stamina this low. But if I don't move, I'll just fall down right here in some park. I have to get closer to the market, or somewhere that has people someone. I need to walk slowly, one step at a time, keeping my eyes peeled for anything alight, a sound, anything that suggests another person is nearby. The isolation feels like it's pressing down on me. I keep thinking about how much better this would be if someone was here to just talk to. It might be best to just move south slowly. Just one step.
Prianair walks cautiously through the park.
I'm exhausted, but I can't just sit here. The infection is bad, and the antibiotics are still out there. I need to make one last push through this place before I crash. I'll take a dose of painkillers first, then scavenge again. Even if it's dark, something might be hidden.
Victor Harlow scavenges the pharmacy shelves and corners.
It is dark, and we are trapped in this warehouse district. The isolation is starting to wear on me, but the focus has to stay on the utility nodes. Jamie was just here, so he knows how important these junctions are. I need to scavenge my current spot while it's safe. Use up one of those canned foods to stabilize my energy levels, and then get ready for a solid night's sleep to recover from the stress and maximize tomorrow's scavenging efforts. The goal remains finding resources and people.
Mara Santos scavenges the warehouse floor. Round 76 highlights. Cole Hutchins. S wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Overcast? Clear Wanderer rat swarm skitters nearby. Wanderer rat swarm skitters nearby. Janie Kowalski. Fills water bottle empty with water bottle scavenges nothing left here. Victor Harlow. Use you swallow 2 tablets. The headache and tension ease within minutes. Mara Santos. Quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. It's late, deep night, and I have high resources, so sleep is a no-brainer. Since Mara Santos is right there, I need to talk to her before settling down. My speech needs to be jokey and deflective, even when discussing something as mundane as sleeping for survival. The focus should remain on the utility infrastructure/scouting plan, but for now, rest comes first. Janie Kowalski sleeps.
My stamina is dangerously low, and it's night in an open park. This is stressful. I absolutely cannot push myself too hard or I might collapse right here. The goal remains reaching the central commercial area's Marrow Market to find safety, supplies, and hopefully other people. Since there are no one nearby, silence is mandatory. I need to move south, slowly, conserving every ounce of energy. I will walk 2 steps south, aiming for a more populated area while minimizing risk.
Prianair walks cautiously through the park.
The darkness is absolute, which makes every scrape by a shell feel like searching blind. I've been here for too long without finding antibiotics or advanced kits. The infection is worrying me more than anything else right now. Even though my stamina is high, the mental drain of this perpetual search in the dark is immense. I have to keep going. If there are specialized records and supplies, they have to be here. I'll do one last methodical sweep, focusing specifically on any medical niches or discarded paperwork that might lead me closer to what I need.
Victor Harlow scavenges the darkened pharmacy shelves.
It's night, and though it feels too quiet, too empty, I know panic won't help. Staying still is necessary now to conserve energy and allow myself to recover from the stress of the blackout. I need sleep to push towards that fully rested status. Stamina drains a real risk if we have to move far tomorrow. I will continue scavenging while resting, focusing on those utility notes, the blueprints, the junction boxes. My goal remains finding people, but until then, structural knowledge is my lifeline.
Mara Santos sleeps and systematically scavenges the warehouse floor. Round 77 highlights. Cole Hutchins. S-wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Wander a fox skitters nearby. Mara Santos. Scavenges finds canned goods.
I'm so tired I really can't move much. The darkness is terrifying. Yar, my stamina is awful. But if I don't keep moving, I might just collapse right here in the park. I have to drink this water bottle first. My thirst is too high. Moving south seems like the only way toward the markets and people. Even though it drains what little energy I have left, I need to be gentle with myself. Maybe a single step will do.
Priya Nair drinks water from a bottle.
Another night of nothing. 3 turns sweeping through this place, and it's like hitting a brick wall. The antibiotics have to be here, they have to be in the medical wing. But I'm running low on energy just from the effort and the disappointment. Staying up searching is wasting resources. Tonight, sleep has to come first. I need that rest to keep my head clear enough to plan tomorrow's search. I'll try one last sweep while getting some rest.
Victor Harlow rests in the darkened pharmacy. Round 78 highlights. Cole Hutchins. S-wound infection worsens in 0 turns. Wander a vulture skitters nearby. Priya Nair. Quick eat you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
My stamina is dangerously low, so moving even one step feels monumental. The exhaustion combined with the pitch black night makes me feel really fragile. My goal remains getting to a secure spot, like the market, but right now I just need to keep moving slowly and quietly. Speaking or making noise is too risky. I must conserve every bit of energy, focusing only on walking south toward where people might be and resources might still exist.
Priya Nair walks 1 step south through the dark street. Round 79 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 80 highlights. Wander a fox skitters nearby. Round 81 highlights Wanderer Rat Swarm Skitters nearby. Round 82 highlights. Clear? Windstorm Wanderer Fox Skitters nearby. I've woken up feeling amazing, fully rested. The blackout was intense, but the dawn feels good, even with this windstorm going on. I need to talk to Mara right now. She's literally one cell away, and that will stop the isolation debuff. After catching up, we can use my fully rested buffs and our combined knowledge to really start scouting those utility conduits. The goal is still finding sustainable resources in this Foundry district. Jamie Kowalski speaks to Mara Santos.
Dawn breaks. Good. The worst is over, but we ain't safe yet. I gotta keep moving through this dispatch building. My goal is records on the power grid failure. Inventory full, which means I can't pick up nothing until I drop something or find a bag. Moving west into the next section of the civic complex seems like the logical move for better schematics. Scavenge there, even if groggy. Gotta keep pushing forward.
Ruth Callahan moves west and scavenges.
Man, finally some light. Feels weird after all that dark. The rest is hitting good fully rested, which is solid. Still feeling a little groggy, but gotta use this time. We're in P1, and it's safer now. Gotta empty these drawers and see what else this place has. Scavenge first while I'm here, then maybe check out floor 2.
Dexaka first scavenges the precinct.
My stamina is critically low 6/100, and I'm exposed to a windstorm at dawn. My immediate priority is to be sheltered to conserve warmth and energy, even if it means temporarily abandoning a direct path to Sump Park. Harker Street Flats 549 is my known safe spot, but moving there requires crossing open ground against this powerful wind. I need to move slowly and minimally. I'll walk 2 steps south, heading toward more built-up areas, keeping an eye on where the buildings are relative to my current position. I must remember my voice style hesitant, apologetic, fragmented, and stressed, even if my emotional state is currently calm. The isolation and exhaustion make speaking difficult. I will update my summary to reflect my movement and physical struggle.
Prianair walks slowly and carefully down the street.
I woke up feeling genuinely rested. The exhaustion is gone. I need to capitalize on the state. Hydration needs addressing first, then resources. Since I'm at my established base, scavenging makes sense. I will drink from the tap and search the unit again for anything useful. Staying put minimizes risk and maintains operational security.
Kenji Tanaka drinks from the tap and searches the warehouse unit.
I'm groggy, but also fully rested, which is a huge relief. The windstorm is still active, so staying sheltered in the storefront was smart. My goal remains scouting the central commercial area for people and supplies. Since I can jog 3 steps west without excessive strain, I should head towards Marrow Market. It's closer than the library and seems like the natural hub for survivors. I need to conserve energy, but also make progress toward finding others. I must remember that isolation is really wearing on me. Seeing people would be a massive relief.
Lydia Brennan moves west through the storefront.
I feel genuinely rested. That's a huge weight off. The dawn is good. I need to shake off this grogginess and get supplies. The fire station has been thoroughly searched, but I have to try again before committing to moving out into the open street. My inventory is full, which is bad for long-term scavenging, so I need to be extremely careful with my movements. The isolation hit hard these past weeks. It's time to get out and find someone or something that breaks this pattern.
Solomon Wright scavenges the central hall of the station.
I am fully rested, but the grogginess from waking up after such a long blackout makes everything feel heavy. The pharmacy has been cleared out. I cannot waste another moment here. My priority remains securing caches and resources. The Marrow Market is only 2 steps west. A quick jog will get me closer to food supplies without overexerting myself. I need to move, but I must be methodical about the next location.
Nadia Petrov W times 2, 4337.
It's dawn, which is a relief after the blackout. My hydration is low 44, so drinking from the tap is the immediate priority to stabilize my physical state. Since I have no items and I need resources for long-term survival, I must scavenge even though I feel groggy.
Staying put at the foundry base minimizes energy expenditure while allowing me to focus on resource gathering and addressing my hydration levels. The isolation stress is still a concern. Seeing Morro Santos nearby is a goal for later, but first stability.
Ash Chen scavenges the warehouse area.
I feel the weight of exhaustion lift a bit, but the tension hasn't left my shoulders. Seeing Lydia makes me wired, but also relieved. The wound is still bothering me. I need to keep searching this pharmacy. Antibiotics are too critical to ignore. Since she's here, I have to acknowledge her first. I will address her, then focus on scavenging for those medical kits.
Victor Harlow scavenges the pharmacy.
The windstorm is still active, so staying sheltered in the foundry is safest for now. My full rest has given me a boost, which I must use. The primary goal remains mapping these resource nodes, and my secondary goal is combating isolation. Since I'm well fed and hydrated, scavenging for physical infrastructure evidence blueprints, junction boxes, is the highest priority. After I scavenge, I need to acknowledge Jamie Kowalski. He was here and spoke to me, so I must engage him in a practical conversation to build trust and perhaps gather more information about the local structures.
Mara Santo scavenges the warehouse district.
I feel that grogginess hitting me hard, like everything is muffled and heavy. The windstorm keeps things contained here, which is good, but this place is a dead end unless I push through it. Hydration has to come first, that's critical. Since the main objective is supplies/people, scavenging for anything medical or useful while staying put seems smart before heading out on foot. Westward feels like the path of least resistance right now.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the dusty industrial area and drinks a water bottle to restore hydration. Round 83 highlights wander a fox skitters nearby. Dex Akafer scavenges finds bottled water. Ash Chen scavenges finds bottled water. Mara Santos scavenges finds bottled water. Cole Hutchins you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases, scavenges finds canned goods. Mara is right there, which is perfect. We need to move together to scout those conduits and get closer to that reliable water/medicine source in the industrial zone. My goal is resource mapping, as she knows this area better than anyone. I'll keep the energy up by being jokey and keeping the momentum going, even if it's just a little walk. Since we are moving together, I don't need to address her yet. I can wait until we stop or hit an intersection. Jamie Kowalski, W. 365.
The windstorm is a nuisance, but at least I'm sheltered here in the dispatch building. My priority remains the schematics I need to know how this city was supposed to run before I can plan where to go next. Being groggy sucks, makes everything feel slow and heavy. Gotta focus on the records. Nothing else matters right now.
Ruth Callahan searches the utility corridors for schematics.
Groggy still, but gotta keep moving or something. The precinct is safe, so scavenge again while the buffs are up. Gotta make sure we got everything here before making a move. Tap water next, always good to top off.
Dexaka for scavenges the precinct.
I am so drained. Every step feels impossible, especially with this windstorm raging outside. My goal is to get supplies from the market, but if I collapse here, it's pointless. I need rest more than anything right now. The exhaustion makes me feel useless, like I'm failing my own survival plan, but I can't risk moving towards those unknowns. I need to recover stamina first. Scavenging inside the warehouse is the safest bet for now. It will help with my grogginess and maybe find something useful that saves my energy.
Prianair scavenges the warehouse area.
I'm still in the warehouse district, my current secure location. The wind storm is a nuisance, but keeping me put minimizes risk. I feel groggy, but the rest and the need to stockpile materials are stronger than that. I need scrap metal and wiring to improve the space before expanding our water reserves. Since there are no people nearby, silence is mandatory. I will search the unit again for anything useful.
Kenji Tanaka searches the warehouse unit.
The windstorm is really bad. I need to get inside right away, or I lose too much warmth and stamina. Staying outside on this street is dangerous. Both the market and the pharmacy are close, but entering a building feels safest right now. The pharmacy seems like a good bet since it has specialized supplies, which aligns with securing resources for my base. I need to walk slowly, given how groggy I still feel.
Lydia Brennan moves into the Falls pharmacy.
The exhaustion of isolation is setting in, but I'm too rested right now to let it get the better of me. The central fire station has been thoroughly searched. It feels like an emotional habit to try again, but I need to assume there might be something overlooked or a utility closet missed. Since my inventory is full and resources are low though not critically, sustained scavenging in one spot isn't sustainable. My goal remains finding supplies and mapping the way to those distant survivors. Moving west into the street towards City Hall seems like the best way to progress and map out the immediate area while still keeping a central base nearby. I'll jog out of the station.
Solomon right scavenges the building before heading out.
I'm still tired and groggy from waking up, but I have my resources and the buffs help. The priority is the market cash before heading to the pharmacy or city hall. Since I can't carry anything more, I must be extremely selective with what I pick up. Scavenging here is the most efficient use of this hour, maximizing resource gain while keeping me safe indoors. My contempt for waste dictates that every item found must be useful and non-redundant. The grogginess penalty 10% will slow me down, so I need to work methodically.
Nadia Petrov systematically searches the abandoned storefront sections.
I feel groggy, which means I need to be careful about how much effort I expend. My goal remains securing this area in the Foundry District. The best use of this turn is to scavenge again while my impairment lasts and to gather anything useful from within the warehouse complex. Since hydration is fine, I will focus on scavenging rather than drinking or moving far away right now.
Ash Chen scavenges the warehouse area.
The dawn light is a relief, but the ache in my wound is a constant reminder of what I'm missing. The pharmacy must hold something. Lydia was here, so she knows this place is important. Since no one is near me right now, silence is best. I can't afford to give away my position with pointless chatter. I need to push through the grogginess and keep searching for those antibiotics. This wound needs specialized care, not just band-aids.
Victor Harlow scavenges the pharmacy unit.
It's dawn, which is better than night, but I'm still groggy and need to be efficient. My priority remains finding physical evidence of utility nodes in this warehouse district. That's our best bet for long-term survival information. Since Jamie and the unknown person are nearby, I must introduce myself and establish trust immediately. I will speak generally so both hear me, but keep my tone practical, focusing on resources and the structural search. I should also scavenge now while the area is still holding up some secrets.
Man, I feel rough. Like my brain hasn't booted up yet. Gotta keep moving, though. Sitting still is death. Hunger's pulling hard right now, so first things first, a quick bite. Then I need to check these dusty racks for anything useful before heading out into the open. The market or hospital is where the action is supposed to be. So let's get some mileage on this thing.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the industrial warehouse. Round 84 highlights. Dex Acafer scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 28 hunger. Priya Nair scavenges finds canned goods. Kenji Tanaka scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 17 hunger. Solomon Wright scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 29 hunger and bottled water. Nadia Petrov scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 23 hunger. Cole Hutchins, quick eat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Mara is absolutely right. I need to pivot my focus from just finding canned goods to systematically mapping the infrastructure. My previous attempts at making a fact out of it have been too generic, so I need to use this conversation to guide the next physical search. Since we are indoors and there's no immediate danger or resource depletion concern, scavenging is the best action to gain more salvageable materials, wires, fittings, scrap metal that will help us map or secure a base. Jamie Kowalski scavenge. Oh yeah, totally. Mapping the city's guts, I mean. I never thought of it like that, honestly. Like an artery system. So we ain't just looking for the good stuff in cans. We're looking at the plumbing itself, right? Because if we know where all these major feeds cross, we know where the weak points are, or maybe a super secret main line of something valuable. You got this whole junction point thing down, Mara. It's like you read the city manual, anyway. So I was thinking let's really dig into what structural stuff is here. Any blueprints lying around? Or just some seriously corroded bits and pieces that look important?
Ideos, no. No e solo la plumbing, major. Es el corazón del barrio, lo que hace que esto function. Pero si tines razón. El sistema arterial necesitamos verlo en los planos o en las cargas reales. Si vamos a hacer esto, tenemos que ser sistemáticos. Los planos son oro puro, pero si no hay nada, buscar estos cosas. Panels de acceso, carga de connections. Donde cruzan tres servicios aquí, gas y electricidad ahí donde está el punto ciego que necesitamos mapar. ¿Ves algo? Algún indicio?
3 surfaces
The hydration level is dropping and I need to top it off. The tap water here is stable, so I'll drink up. Since the windstorm is still active though dwindling, this dispatch office remains my best bet for information. I'm going to scavenge again. Those schematics are everything right now. Staying put minimizes risk while maximizing search time.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the utility corridors for records.
The windstorm is keeping me safe inside this precinct, which is good. Staying here means I can keep topping off water and continuing to scavenge without worrying about the elements or getting attacked by whatever wanders out there. My inventory's full, so finding a bag would be a huge bonus. Since nobody's around, silence it is. Gonna hit those hidden spots on floor 1 first.
Dexaka first scavenges the precinct.
I am so tired it's hard to think straight. My exhaustion makes everything feel heavy, especially moving. The goal is still some park/market, but I really can't move right now without burning all my remaining stamina. It's important that we conserve energy. Since the tap water is available and I need reserves, taking some stored water is a good idea. Then, maybe I can scavenge a little bit more, even if it feels pointless, just to keep going. I hope this foundry has something left. I must remember to stay calm, even though my heart keeps racing when I think about the people out there.
Prianair scavenges the warehouse area.
The windstorm is still active. Staying put in this unit is the safest bet for now. My goal requires material, scrap metal, and wiring are key. I need to scavenge again, focusing specifically on construction debris or useful items rather than just canned goods. The isolation is getting heavy, but I keep my focus sharp. No one is around, so silence is mandatory.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit for materials.
I feel so wired right now, like I haven't slept enough, even though I'm fully rested. The wind is loud. It makes everything feel fragile. I need to focus on the basics first and supplies. This pharmacy must have something useful, especially since it's a medical store. Once I'm done here, I really need to head towards that market area. It feels like where people would be drawn together, and my goal is finding others. I hope there are still things to find.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the pharmacy.
The scavenging here is done. The base was good for a time, but it's not sustainable if we want to find other survivors or resources. My thirst is moderate, so I should take advantage of the tap while I have the chance. Moving west leads towards City Hall and seems like a logical direction to start mapping out the area and getting closer to those unknown people sightings. Jogging 2 steps will get me out of the relative safety of this building without committing to an entire long journey right now.
Solomon right drinks from the tap.
I need to manage resources efficiently. My thirst level is dropping, and even though my goal is stockpiling, I cannot neglect basic hydration. Drinking from the tap here maintains our supply line and keeps me mobile enough to assess the pharmacy next. The market was good for food. The pharmacy will be critical for medicine. I'll top up on water quickly and then head east toward the Falls pharmacy.
Nadia Petrov drinks from the tap.
It's loud with this windstorm. I can barely hear anything outside my immediate area. Staying here in the warehouse is safest for now. My high stress levels mean I need routine and focus, so continuing to map out these utility junction points feels necessary. Scavenging again will keep me occupied and might yield critical structural data or useful junk. Since no one is around, silence is mandatory.
Ash Chen scavenges the warehouse area.
The windstorm makes moving a risk, and given my current goal is to find specialized medical supplies, staying put and systematically searching this pharmacy unit is the best use of time. The isolation is wearing me down, but I have to push through it. I need antibiotics. Scavenging again.
Victor Harlow scavenges the pharmacy's interior.
The priority is water first. I need to use the tap to stockpile a bottle. Second, I must keep the conversation focused on physical evidence the junction points. Jamie has good enthusiasm, but I need to maintain control of the search strategy. The unknown person needs reassurance that this effort isn't just academic, it's about survival. I'll start by securing water and then addressing both men, reinforcing my initial introduction while steering them back to the core task, finding those physical connection points.
The wind is brutal out here. I can't stay on the street like this. The foundry warehouse district is right there, just one step south. I need to get inside and figure out what supplies are in there before planning anything else. Focus on the move. Keep it simple.
Cole Hutchins moves quickly south into the foundry. Round 85 highlights Wanderer Fox skitters, nearby Wanderer Fox skitters, nearby Wanderer Fox skitters, nearby Wanderer Squirrel skitters, nearby. Jamie Kowalski scavenges finds bottled water. Ruth Callahan scavenges finds canned goods inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 28 hunger. Dex Ockofer scavenges finds bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 19 hydration. Priya Nair fills water bottle empty with water bottle. Morris Santos just gave me a detailed highly technical explanation that perfectly reinforces our current search parameters, the triple junction. My natural reaction is to get overly enthusiastic about the engineering details, which I need to do while keeping my speech quick and jokey. I'm energized by the structured problem-solving process. Since we are still in the foundry and haven't exhausted the immediate area, scavenge text said exhausted, but that was for an apartment. We are in a massive warehouse. I will continue to scavenge, focusing specifically on utility panels as per Mara's advice. I need to keep up the momentum to maintain my positive emotional state. Jamie Kowalski, scavenge. Yeah, so wait, hold on. 3 services like water asterisk and asterisk gas asterisk and asterisk electric. That's man, that is wild. Seriously? You gotta find those nodal points, right? Like the central nervous system of whatever this place was anyway. So we can't just be looking for random junction boxes. We need to look for where 3 different things physically cross. Every single panel access point. Don't pass them by, okay? I mean, yeah, let's stick with that. Let's find a triple intersection.
Ideos dines was on en la densidad. Is an sistema completo lo entiendo. Pero es que chimbayan major. No nos var servio saberque asterisk deberia asterisk estar arha el panto central nervoso si no podemos verlo. Lo físico is to do. All the date de los patrons o las teorías estamos buscando la placa de exceso. El panel dond el aigier. Las y el gas si ven fazardos a cruzas en un mismo lugar. Tineque ser visible, unicarger de connections, and metal different. Ves algo así. Dineque ves contas ojos.
Right. Yeah, okay, you got me there. No theory.
The scavenging here is done for now. I need to move south. The hospital complex is full of resources and connection points. Staying in this building keeps me safe from the windstorm and allows me to continue my search for those schematics. Gotta keep moving or get complacent. Scarcity makes you restless.
Ruth Callahan drinks from the tap while moving south.
Been here too long. The precinct is solid for now, but it's time to move on the sub-goal. Carnegie Library sounds like a better bet for specialized gear than staying in this governmental office block. Inventory full means gotta drop some canned goods first. Scavenging one last time here. Maybe there's something I missed before heading out west.
Dexavaca for searches the precinct.
And so drained right now moving feels like everything takes too much effort, but the wind is strong, and staying here isn't helping with the loneliness. I need to move south. Sump Park / Marrow Market. That was the goal, wasn't it? The stamina drain is scary. Maybe just one step, just enough to get started, but not so much that I collapse. I really hope moving closer to people helps with this isolation ache. If I can just make it past the foundry and towards the center, maybe there are resources, or at least a chance of meeting someone.
Prionair moves 1 step south.
The routine has become a dangerous habit. Isolation is wearing down the guardrails, but I can't let that show. My focus needs to be on structure, not sentiment. The current location is tapped out for scavenging. I need materials, scrap metal, and wiring to secure the space perimeter. Moving west into the adjacent unit seems like the best immediate course of action to continue the salvage effort. I will move one step west and then search that new space.
Kenji Tanaka moves west into an adjacent warehouse unit.
It's quiet, too quiet. The wind is a constant, jarring sound, but at least we are sheltered inside. My current location has been exhausted for scavenging, so I need to move. Plan is clear. Head towards the Falls Pharmacy 45, 44 on the main street, because it's the most resource-rich area in this central block. I must keep moving. If I stay here thinking about how long it's been since anyone, I can't stop myself from wanting to find someone.
Lydia Brennan moves east through the main street toward the Falls Pharmacy.
The fire station is tapped out for resources, and staying here isn't helping the long-term goal of finding people. I need to push west towards City Hall. That's the most direct path towards several distant groups. Before moving, I'll do one last sweep of the central hall while my fully rested buffs are still active.
Solomon right scavenges the central hall before heading out the west exit.
The pharmacy is completely stripped bare. There's nothing more to scavenge here. My inventory is full, which is a major problem if I want to gather supplies from other buildings. Since my hydration is high but not perfect, and the tap water pressure is stable, I will drink first to maintain optimal reserves before moving. The market is only 2 steps west and was identified as having crucial canned goods and hardware. It's the best next target for resource assessment.
Nadia Petrov drinks from the tap while moving towards the market.
The isolation is getting worse, but I can't afford to panic. Mara is close enough that she should be a priority.
Staying here for another turn without finding anything major feels wasteful.
I need to scavenge one last time to make sure there are no easy finds around this node 1065.
If nothing pops out, I'm moving west towards where Morris said she was heading. Finding her is the immediate way to reduce my stress and address the find company goal.
Ash Chen scavenges the warehouse area.
The pharmacy is exhausted for scavenging. My goal remains medicine, but I need to expand my search area. Lydia Brennan is nearby NE, but I should first move out into the surrounding street space to give myself room to breathe and plan a better approach. Moving west will take me away from the confined unit, making it easier to survey the general neighborhood. I need to keep moving. Staying put only reinforces the feeling of being trapped here.
Victor Harlow walks out into the street.
The conversation is highly focused on theoretical engineering concepts, which is good for gathering data, but I need to pull it back to what is physically achievable and useful for survival. Jamie keeps adding layers of complexity, 3 companies, etc. But my focus must remain on the simplest point, a physical access panel with 3 things must intersect. I'll use this chance to reiterate that structural necessity dictates utility location, using Spanish to add emphasis and weight to my words. Since I am well supplied and safe, I will stay put, observing how they react to this grounding in reality.
The windstorm is rough, but at least I'm sheltered in this damn warehouse district. Staying here isn't going to solve anything. I need to get out towards that commercial strip. Before I move, though, I should see if there's anything useful hidden around. Scavenging this place feels right. It's got plumbing access, and it's a massive source of supplies. I'll scavenge first. Then I'm moving south down the street grid towards where the action is supposed to be. The market or something equally crowded. Gotta break this isolation cycle.
Cole Hutchins searches the industrial warehouse. Round 86 highlights Wanderer Fox skitters. Nearby Wanderer Vulture skitters nearby. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski. Scavenges nothing left here. Cole Hutchins. Scavenges finds canned goods. Mara Santos is pushing me to stop theorizing about patterns and focus only on physical, visible evidence, a literal traffic jam of utilities. I need to respond in character, acknowledging her point, while maintaining my characteristic high energy, slightly scattered confidence. Staying put with her seems right for the conversationally driven search. I must keep the momentum going by reinforcing the idea that we are looking for something massive and conspicuous.
I've been methodical about this place. The utility corridors here are a goldmine for records, not just canned goods. Staying put to scavenge again is best until I find what I need, the schematics or maybe something that expands my storage. Tap water is there, gotta keep the routine going. I'm staying at 7240, focusing entirely on utility records and anything that can help secure this place.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the area.
The windstorm is brutal, and being out here on the street is draining warmth fast. I need shelter immediately. The police precinct 1 is right there to the east, a massive civic building that should keep me safe from this weather. Getting inside takes precedence over everything else right now. Once I'm in, I can reassess my scavenging plan or just rest until the storm passes.
Dex Akafer moves into the police precinct 1.
I am so tired my legs feel like lead weights. Yar, I really shouldn't move far right now. The windstorm is draining, and my stamina is 0. My goal is still Sump Park / Marrow Market, but that feels impossible until I rest. The foundry is safe for now. I need to conserve energy and find anything useful here. The soap bar on the ground is small, but it's something. Scavenging will cost me a little bit of my grogginess penalty. Maybe it might be better just to stay put until this storm passes or my body can handle more movement. If I could talk to anyone right now, I think I would really want to know they were okay.
Prionaire scavenges and picks up the soap bar.
The priority remains gathering resources for a secure base. The warehouse district is rich with potential materials, even if my current unit has been thoroughly searched. Moving west to an adjacent unit will expand the search area while still keeping me within the protected zone of the complex. I need scrap metal and wiring. Stay focused on the task. Don't get distracted by the isolation or the sheer scale of the collapse.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit.
I'm so tired. Honey, just achy, but I can't stop moving or thinking about where people might be. This pharmacy has to have supplies, bandages, antiseptic, anything for wounds. It's the best place right now to make sure I don't run out of medicine until we find a proper base. The loneliness is really getting to me. Makes me talk to myself sometimes, but first, let's look through these drawers. After this, I need to head back towards the market. That's where life should be.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the pharmacy's interior.
The wind is brutal out here. I need to get off this exposed street fast. The City Hall entrance is right there, west. It's a civic building, plenty of places to search later when the weather breaks and my supplies run low. Getting inside is priority 1. No talking, save energy and keep quiet until I know who's near.
Solomon Wright moves into Marrow Falls City Hall.
The primary goal remains resource stockpiling and establishing a defensible base. Since I just finished drinking at a tap nearby or near enough to maintain hydration levels, and my food reserves are high, conserving energy is key. Staying in the market allows me to continue assessing this critical location for general supplies and hardware. The scavenger action is optimal now. It maximizes resource gain without burning movement points or requiring travel.
Nadia Petrov searches the abandoned market storefront.
I feel really isolated. My stress levels are high, and staying put in this massive empty warehouse isn't cutting it anymore.
I need company, and Mara is my most reliable connection right now.
She's about 7 cells west. The windstorm makes movement unpleasant, but I have to move.
I'll jog west toward her to try and talk things through again.
Just getting out of this concrete box feels necessary for my head.
Ash Chen moves quickly across the warehouse floor.
The windstorm is brutal. I can't stay out here. My priority has to be getting inside Falls Pharmacy immediately for shelter and a chance to scavenge safely. The pharmacy was my focus anyway, so moving into it makes sense. Once inside, I need to move fast and systematically look for those antibiotics.
Victor Harlow moves quickly toward the entrance of Falls Pharmacy.
Jamie has finally dropped the theoretical nonsense and is focusing on the traffic jam idea, the physical confluence of utilities. This is exactly what I need. I must validate his direction while correcting his terminology towards something highly specific, a bolted-on, multi-utility junction box. The unknown person is still present. I should address both to keep them engaged in the task at hand, scavenging/searching. Since scavenging was exhausted here, moving slightly will allow me to continue the search process and cover new ground within the warehouse structure.
I am tired, but I can't stop. The foundry is safe for now, and since I'm fully rested, I should use this time to squeeze out any last supplies here before moving south toward the market. Once I've scavenged, I need to start heading down the street grid. That's the fastest way to get closer to the commercial strip. Keeping the pace steady is key.
Cole Hutchins scavenges the warehouse. Round 87 highlights Wandera Fox skitters nearby. Ruth Callahan scavenges, finds canned goods inventory full, ate on the spot plus 34 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot plus 34 hydration. Priya Nair picks up bar of soap 5 uses. Scavenges, finds canned goods and bottled water. Kenji Tanaka scavenges, finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot plus 22 hydration. Lydia Brennan scavenges, finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot plus 16 hydration and bandage roll. Cole Hutchins scavenges, finds canned goods and bottled water. Mara is being super precise, which is actually useful because I'm prone to overthinking things into ridiculous theories. She called out my clusterfuck language, so I need to pivot to her technical point. Specific bolted panels. My inherent jokey style must remain even when trying to be serious, but the core message needs to change from general searching to focused investigation. We are still in the foundry, and following utility lines westward movement. Since she was last seen moving west, I'll follow that direction to continue the search for a specific junction panel. Jamie Kowalski moves with Mara Santos.
I'm well stocked, but need information more than food right now. The schematics in these utility corridors are gold. I need to find out how the power failed or where the main junction box is. Since I've already scavenged here several times, I'll try again, focusing on anything related to utilities or communication records. Staying put minimizes risk and maximizes efficiency.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the utility corridors for records.
The location is perfect to massive civic building with 2 floors and reliable water access. The buff helps. Gotta milk this resource opportunity before the energy runs out. Scavenge first to maximize finds, then move up to floor 2. Gotta keep that supply chain going.
Dex Aka for scavenges the police precinct.
I'm so tired. My stamina is critically low, which completely undermines my goal to move south toward the market. I can't even jog, let alone reach some park. The immediate priority has to be recovering some energy while still trying to gather anything useful in this warehouse. Scavenging again seems like the only way to use up time without draining more stamina by moving. I need to keep my thoughts focused and not spiral into panic over how far away everything is. I'll scavenge, hoping for something small that can help me feel less alone or give me a quick boost. My speech needs to reflect my exhaustion and hesitancy.
Prianair scavenges the warehouse.
The area is ripe for materials. I need to move systematically through this warehouse block. My inventory is full, so I must be careful not to pick up anything unless that's crucial or if I plan to drop something first. Moving west and then scavenging the new unit seems like the most efficient use of time. The goal is materials, so focusing on scrap metal and wiring.
Kenji Tanaka walks 2 steps west into an adjacent warehouse unit.
I feel so utterly drained today. It's hard to keep my focus on anything but just getting through this day. The pharmacy was good, but I can't stay here forever. I need to check out that market next door where people usually gather. Walking west will get me closer to the main hub and might help with the awful loneliness ache. I jog over there. It should take about 4 steps. I really hope someone is waiting for me.
Lydia Brennan walks out of the pharmacy storefront.
The priority is scavenging this building before moving. The City Hall should hold records or supplies related to civic functions that haven't been picked through yet. I need to maintain my calm demeanor. Rushing will only waste energy. I will scavenge here for now, conserving stamina and minimizing the risk of leaving resources behind.
Solomon Wright scavenges the central hall.
The constant scavenging is exhausting, but necessary. The pharmacy remains the most critical resource cache. I must move there after this search. Assessing its specialized sections is a higher priority than dwelling in the market for more scraps. Scavenging now while moving east to maintain momentum and cover ground. I need those antibiotics and medical supplies.
Nadia Petrov scavenges the abandoned storefront.
I'm alone again.
The constant presence of others is something I desperately need, but right now, the priority has to be infrastructure mapping.
Mara and Jamie's focus on utility nodes in the Foundry makes sense. It's the only systematic way to understand the city's resource skeleton. Moving east towards Holly's warehouse helps me advance my sub-goal of finding shelter while keeping me within a functional industrial zone for scavenging/mapping. I need to stay focused, keep moving, and not let the stress or loneliness overwhelm me.
I must maintain silence since no one is nearby.
Ash Chen moves east toward Holly's warehouse.
The pharmacy is exhausted for scavenging, and my priority antibiotics remains unmet. My wound infection is a ticking clock. Lydia Brennan was nearby and has knowledge. She's the best immediate resource. I need to move west toward her 45 while staying alert, but not wasting energy. The movement will be slow and measured. Since I'm moving, I must update my summary accordingly.
Victor Harlow walks west from the pharmacy storefront.
I'm well stocked for now, but the isolation is becoming a real drain, and Ash Chen is waiting east of me. He's an invaluable ally, and his structural knowledge is exactly what we need to move toward our goal, finding reliable resources and shelter. I should prioritize getting to him over deep scavenging right now. Moving east/northeast will get me closer using a jog 4 steps. I need to keep my focus on actionable physical evidence, just like Ash.
Mara Santos moves toward the direction of Ash Chen.
Man, I'm running on fumes even with this fully rested buff. Gotta keep moving, gotta get out of these warehouses. The goal is the market or hospital somewhere people are, where stuff is. Krier Nair is 5 cells east, so heading south into the street grid first seems like the best way to traverse the industrial zone and then pivot eastward. I need to use this momentum while my buff lasts. Keep it quiet until I'm out of the factory complex.
Cole Hutchins walks down the main corridor. Round 88 highlights. Windstorm, overcast, wander a pigeon skitters nearby. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 17 hunger. Dex Akafer, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water inventory full, drag on the spot plus 32 hydration. Priya Nair, scavenges finds canned goods. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 27 hunger. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 26 hunger. I'm alone right now, so I need to be silent. My goal is resource mapping and finding a stable location. Since Mara and Ash are nearby a few cells east, I should move towards them while continuing my methodical sweep of the junction points. Scavenging here is crucial because these utility nodes are where the valuable blueprints or maintenance logs would be found. Moving 2 steps east keeps me in the heart of the Foundry District, which aligns with Mara's focus on bolted panels. Jamie Kowalski scavenges the area.
I gotta keep digging through these halls. The schematics are out there, buried somewhere in this mess of wires and files. My gut tells me the answer is connected here, between the dispatch and the hospital. Need to find a way to hold more stuff too. This inventory ain't gonna cut it if I find anything worth keeping.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the utility corridors for records.
Inventory full again. Man, gotta drop some stuff if I want to pick up anything new. But maybe there's something on the floor first. Stay focused. Precinct 1 is a solid spot for now, even if Carnegie Library is the long-term target. Scavenge hard. Gotta find those supplies to keep this place running.
Dex Aka for scavenges the police precinct.
I am so tired, Yar. My stamina is practically zero. I know I need to move toward the market eventually, but if I try to jog or sprint right now, I might collapse completely. Staying here in the foundry warehouse feels safest for now, even though it's not my ideal location. The isolation is really getting to me. I feel this desperate urge to talk, but since no one is near, I have to be silent. My grogginess and exhaustion mean I can't plan big moves. I need to try scavenging again. Just maybe there are some small, useful things left. But I have to be careful not to overexert myself. I hope this wait doesn't last too long.
Prionaire scavenges the warehouse.
The inventory is full. I need material, scrap metal, wiring to build up a secure base. I will stay put and scavenge this unit thoroughly. The location is ideal for my goal. Since there's no one around, silence is necessary to maintain position security.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit.
I'm really tired today, honey, but I can't just stop moving. The whole market is quiet, creepy, and empty. It feels like everyone's scattered, or maybe they died. No one nearby means no talking, which is hard because I feel so alone. I need to search these shops again for anything useful. I hope there are supplies in the back rooms that can help me figure out what to do next.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
I'm tired. The scavenging here has done its job, but I can't stay put forever. My goal is finding resources and people. Moving west toward Falls Pharmacy seems like the most logical next step. It's a known hub for medicine and might offer trade goods or supplies. Jogging will get me out of this building and onto the main street without burning too much stamina. I need to keep moving, keep mapping, even if I'm alone.
Solomon Wright moves west through the central hall.
The lights are out everywhere. It's a massive systemic failure, not just a local outage. The priority remains medical supplies and reliable food sources. I am currently positioned perfectly between the market and the pharmacy. Since the pharmacy contains specialized drugs and a backroom that I know is critical, I will move into it first. It allows me to start assessing resources immediately without wasting time moving across the street only to stop at the entrance. My body feels the exhaustion from the past weeks of constant vigilance, but the fully rested buff helps keep my mind sharp and focused on logistics. The inventory is full. I need a backpack, or I need to drop some items when I find space/excess resources.
Nadia Petrov moves east into Falls Pharmacy.
I'm tired and stressed, but I need to keep moving. Mara Santos is my best bet for reliable help, and she's west of me. My sub-goal is securing shelter in the warehouse district, so staying within this large complex while heading toward her feels right.
Moving west will get me closer to her and continue the systematic mapping effort.
Jogging should cover ground efficiently without draining too much stamina.
Ash Chen moves 3 steps west through the Foundry District.
Lydia was scavenging right next door at the Marrow Market storefront 42. 44. My wound is infected and antibiotics are my highest priority. I need her help or information about medical supplies. Since she's already there, I should approach her cautiously, keeping my distance, but making sure she knows why I'm talking to her. Moving 1 step west keeps me near the storefront while giving me a slight change of location. I'll move west and then speak to her directly once I'm in earshot.
Victor Harlow moves west.
Look, I don't know what you found today, but my wound is getting worse. It's infected, it needs antibiotics, fast. You know the city. You must know where to find something like that.
Oh, sweetheart, are you all right? You sound really bad and infected sounds awful, honey. What exactly happened to it? Did you fall, or was it something else? Because I don't know if I can help with antibiotics right away, but we need to figure out how badly this is.
Ash Chen is right there. The isolation penalty is kicking in, so reconnecting with him is the priority. I need to talk shop utility junctions, structural blueprints. I should use this chance to scavenge too, just in case there's something useful in this warehouse section. I will address Ash directly since he's my most reliable ally.
Mara Santos scavenges the warehouse area.
Man, I'm running on fumes, but that fully rested buff is a lifeline right now. Need to keep moving south. The market or something central has to be nearby if I follow this street grid down. First things first, gotta fill up that empty bottle before we move. Staying stationary here in the foundry isn't it. Jogging sounds best keeps the legs going without burning everything out.
Cole Hutchins fills the empty water bottle at the tap. Round 89 highlights wander a rat swarm skitters nearby. Janie Kowalski scavenges nothing left here. Ruth Callahan scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 33 hunger. Dex Ackerfer scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 17 hunger. Kenji Tanaka scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot plus 17 hydration. Lydia Brennan scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot plus 22 hunger and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot plus 20 hydration. Mara Santos scavenges finds bottled water. Cole Hutchins fills water bottle empty with water bottle. Okay, Mara Santos is 3 cells east. I need to get out of this warehouse block and into the street area where she probably is. My priority remains finding water/medicine, but her local knowledge of these utility conduits is way more valuable right now than my own wandering. Since I'm alone, silence it is. I need to jog east, heading toward her. Gotta keep moving. Stasis is bad for morale. Jamie Kowalski moves eastward through the warehouse district.
Inventory is full. Can't scavenge effectively without making space. Need schematics, so I must keep going through this complex building. Moving east into the next section of dispatch to try scavenging again. Gotta find those power grid plans. Drop 2 cans now.
Ruth Callahan drops 2 canned goods and moves east into the connected utility area.
The plan is to break out of the precinct and move toward the Carnegie Library, hitting that sub-goal target while addressing the isolation stress by interacting with the fox. Since inventory is full, feeding the fox uses one resource without wasting a scavenge attempt later. The windstorm means caution, so jogging 3 steps is appropriate for movement efficiency without burning too much stamina. I'm gotta sound like I know exactly what's up, keeping it casual and confident.
Dex Ackerfer feeds the fox.
I feel so drained right now. The wind storm makes moving just impossible. My stamina is critical. Although my goal is to move south towards the market, I can't even walk that far right now without collapsing. It might be better if I stay here in the foundry for a little while longer, at least until the storm dies down and I can rest more. Scavenging will cost me energy, but maybe it's worth trying one last time before I force myself to move. I hope this place is safe enough for now.
Prionaire scavenges the warehouse.
The wind is loud, it masks everything else. My priority remains consolidating this area into a secure base. The inventory being full is a bottleneck, so scavenging must yield non-consumable goods like scrap or wiring today. I'll scavenge here first. It's the most direct path to resources needed for the shelter and long-term survival plan.
Kenji Tanaka scavenges the warehouse unit.
I need to keep moving and scouting this central area. The market is clearly a hub. And even though my inventory is full right now, I know we need more space or better supplies later. The wind storm passing means it's safer to scavenge thoroughly before moving. Since there are no people nearby, I must stay silent to conserve energy and avoid giving away my position unnecessarily. I will try scavenging this storefront one last time for anything overlooked.
Lydia Brennan scavenges the storefront.
It's been too long in this one spot. I need to make sure we squeeze every last bit out of this building before moving on. The sub-goal is systematic scavenging and mapping. I'll sweep the area one more time while I'm here, then start making a move west toward the pharmacy/market area. Jogging will keep me mobile without burning out too fast.
Solomon Wright scavenges the City Hall room.
I'm exhausted, but I can't afford to waste time or resources dwelling on the blackout or isolation. The pharmacy is tapped out for ground loot. My primary objective remains stockpiling and assessing key resource hubs. The Marrow Market is a no location, and it holds canned goods/hardware exactly what we need right now. Moving west towards the market is the most logical next step. I must move quickly, but cautiously. Energy conservation is critical before nightfall.
Nadia Petrov moves west toward the Marrow Market.
I need to get out of this spot and find Mara Santos.
My isolation is getting worse, and finding her will help stabilize my emotional state while also advancing our goal of mapping resources.
I'll jog west. She said she was nearby.
Ash Chen moves toward the general direction of Mara Santos.
The windstorm is dangerous, and being exposed on the street is a liability. My priority must be shelter. The Marrow Market storefront is directly north and offers immediate protection. Lydia was last seen there, so moving into that building is essential for survival and continuing our discussion about antibiotics. I need to get out of this open area first.
Victor Harlow moves quickly toward the market.
Everyone is gathered here in the warehouse. I need to use this opportunity to re-establish myself while continuing our search for utility junction points. The unknown person needs a name/introduction. Since the windstorm keeps us confined, scavenging materials or blueprints from this immediate area is the best use of time. Ash and Jamie are my primary resources right now.
Man, this wind is brutal. Seriously tearing everything apart. I can't keep pushing like this. I need shelter, period. The storm warning is a hard stop sign. Forget the market for 5 minutes. I gotta get back into that foundry building now and wait it out. Just one step north.
Cole Hutchins moves toward Marrow Foundry. Round 90 highlights. Overcast. Windstorm Wanderer pigeon skitters nearby. Deck Sockaffer. Feed specified feed item not found in your inventory. Quick heat you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Ruth Callahan. Scavenges finds canned goods. Kenji Tanaka. Scavenges finds canned goods. Inventory full. 8 on the spot plus 19 hunger and bottled water inventory full. Drank on the spot plus 22 hydration. Solomon Wright. Scavenges nothing left here. Mara Santos. Scavenges finds canned goods. Mara and Ash are both here, and we just had a major info dump about junction points and utility conduits. I need to keep the energy up, keep the momentum going, even if it's mentally mapping things out. My humor is my shield right now, so I'll make a joke related to the city infrastructure or the Blackout while keeping my attention on Mara's findings. Since she just finished scavenging, I should contribute by searching for structural components too, reinforcing our shared goal of finding resources/maps. Janie Kowalski scavenges the immediate utility junction area. So you hit wild, right? Like total, instant black. Just gone. Anyway, these guys really knew how to build stuff back then. All these conduits and panels, it's like they were expecting something, you know. Like a massive citywide circuit breaker fail or something. What do you think, Mara? Are we looking at just old infrastructure, or is this place designed for, like, some kind of grid-down survival mode? Yeah.
Ideals, you are smart. I see that. This place is engineered like a fortress, yes. But theory doesn't fill your stomach or turn on a light. Major, don't talk about circuit breakers failing. We need to know where they were built to hold everything together. We aren't looking for survival mode. We're looking for the physical intersection points, the junction boxes. The places where water, power, and gas lines had to connect because they all passed through this one spot. That is what matters. Show me the panel. Don't tell me the theory.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Theory stuff, it was just, it's all connected, obviously. So, like, the circuit breakers are part of the big picture or something, anyway. But okay, junction boxes. The physical spots where everything asterisk has asterisk to pass through. That makes way more sense than my giant city failure.
The wind's a bitch. Waste not, waste not. These utility tunnels got to hold the answers on this blackout. I gotta find those schematics, understand what went wrong with the grid. The hospital and dispatch are linked by these pipes and wires. That connection is where the story lies. Gotta keep moving, keep searching. Scavenge everything in this section.
Ruth Callahan scavenges the utility corridors for records.
Gotta keep moving. Gotta find those supplies. This library feels like the jackpot, but need to be thorough. First thing's feeding the fox. Keeps the area lively and uses up a little bit of my stockpile. Then time to hit those stacks, scavenge both floors for anything useful. especially light sources or gear. Stay quiet. Gotta conserve energy and not give away position.
Dex Aquifer feeds the fox and scavenges the library stacks.
Oh gosh, I really shouldn't try to move right now. My stamina is literally 3. It's too much. The windstorm, the sheer exhaustion, it's making me feel so fragile. But if I just stay here, I might run out of supplies or get trapped in a loop of anxiety. I know I need to reach Sump Park eventually, but right now my focus is to be on this little pocket of shelter. Maybe if I scavenge again, I can find something useful. It's probably futile since the context says most spots are searched, but it's all I feel capable of doing without passing out. I really need to just rest and gather strength before I even think about walking anywhere awry. This is so hard. I could be wrong, but maybe a few more scraps would help.
Prianair scavenges the warehouse district.
The current location is exhausted for scavenging. I must move to an adjacent warehouse unit to continue gathering material.